Hey JNV, I can't figure out where that that Discord link ban thing is coming from. I'm trying to figure it out. I looked at my Carlbot settings. I looked at the regular Discord settings. I'm not sure which one did that, so I'm still working on that. Let the smooth, dulcet tones of my voice lull you to sleep, Forrest. Okay, if you, oh, actually, you know what? It's probably under, well, the thing is, like, normally if it's like, oh, you can't do this, like in like a channel setting here, or a category setting or something like that, there it is, okay. If I look at permissions, so it's like, if you can post external Discord links, it wouldn't be modded. Like, it would have to be in some form of mod settings location or something like that, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense if it was just happening randomly. Interesting. Well, I mean, I'm doing pretty good. I mean, considering the fact that usually when I come back from a event, I'm usually like, you know what? I just don't even feel like doing anything right now, but I'm actually streaming right away, so I guess things are okay. I'm definitely have a little more energy than I normally. Help, help. Interesting. Okay. Huh. I just noticed your link, JNV, and so I'm taking a look at all this stuff. Where did they actually... Oh, there it is, Street Fighter League. Okay. Yeah, they do definitely talk about that. Huh, interesting. I guess I could talk a little bit here about that, so about the finances and stuff like that, if I have a chance. I mean, the sad thing is, every time I go to an event like Frosties and Combo Breaker, I never end up getting any of the Popcorn Baron's popcorn. The stuff is amazing. It's really, really good, but like, one, the line is huge, and two, like, it's just like added expenses that I don't feel comfortable in what is it, accruing, I guess is the best way to put it. However, there is, God, some other stuff that I want to talk about, but I'll do that on another stream in any case. So, let's go ahead and, yeah, let me get a couple of things here. Okay, let me do this over here. New window. Let me see something really quick. Hang on, guys. Just 1 second. Oh, is it over here? Oh, I see. Ah, that's awkward. Oh, I see. Dang it. What? I don't understand the first sentence that you typed, the Rock Reaper. Oh, are you talking to Zigradel? Is that what Z means? Okay. Yep. Oh, hey, what's up, Souls Wandering? How's it going? Definitely ran into you at Combo Breaker. Had a nice little chat. No, I just saw the Rock Reaper say, I feel you, Z definitely did Zigzib as a super budget major this year. And I'm like, what? I'm like, what? And I thought maybe the ZI meant he was actually responding to you or something like that. Okay. Yeah, no Evo Japan talk. Does it still say that? Did I not update it? God dang it. Did I forget to click the update button? Oh yeah, there you go. Shoot. Okay, now it's updated. I changed it. I just didn't update the title in time. Okay, so we are. Wait. Can you see the stream running? Investigation Cone on YouTube? Because I saw you were typing from YouTube. I'm just making sure that it is actually running over there. I mean, not actually flopping. I should update it to be like this. Like, there you go. Flop? You know? Because I didn't talk about them last week. I just basically was like, I was just like, hey, I'm gonna talk about them, and then I just never actually got to it. So yeah. Oh, thank you, David, and thank you, Cone. So I never got around to talking about those topics because I had stuff to say about them. So I definitely wanted to address them a little bit. What did you get from Keter's art booth? Hello, Miss Lilium. Oh, dang. No work is always a good time. Always a good time. It's, is it 1:48 a.m. in UK right now? Yeah, I guess that would make sense. Dang, that is late. Okay. Yeah, and that's one of the things I want to talk about for us is that, you know, the way that people are determining that the game was a, quote, flop is not necessarily, you know, accurate, etc. So, dang, nice. Okay. Yeah, so I haven't had a chance to watch a lot of that, Douglas. Oops, hang on a second. I haven't had a chance to watch a lot of that, Douglas, so this week, I'm probably just gonna have a bunch of review watch parties, basically. So hopefully you guys will join me and we can just sit down and watch a bunch of like the top 8s and stuff like that, because I definitely want to catch up on a lot of the things that I missed. So yeah, I mean that's the main concern, Gundam Jehudi Kai, right? That's the main concern. Well, thank you, Miss Lilium, for tuning in live. Appreciate it very much. Yeah, I heard about the grand finals and I didn't get a chance to see it, but I think I kind of know how it went down based off of all the comments and Twitter posts that I saw about it. So yeah, hang on a second. I'll be right back. I'm gonna do all my socials, so hang on. Bruh, Thunderbolts was so good. Thunderbolts was so good. Oh, man. I haven't seen Mission Impossible yet, though. I will try to see it. So please, no spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. Yeah, I want to watch the Virtua Fighter stuff as well. Because obviously Itazan and Fudo are two of the best, and there have been so many great stories I've been told about Itazan and Fudo, you know, by Gerald, of course, aka LA Akira. Said a lot of like cool things saying that. So he had overheating PS5 problems. He said that Punk was right. But I mean, to be fair, bring that up again while I'm talking about Combo Breaker JNV, because I literally saw them swapping PlayStations constantly on the stage. Like at least during Street Fighter. I don't know if that was spurred on by what happened at during Tekken, but I mean, yeah, the PS5 definitely has some issues and stuff like that, so. Everybody says it too, like, if we could just get a console that lets us output at 120 hertz and then reduce all the input lag, and then doesn't catch on fire and melt peripherals You know, I think everybody would be more than happy to only use consoles, you know? But right now, the reason why there even is a conversation about PCs is because of all the problems the consoles come with. Let's just make sure that I am centered, I am good to go, and just hang out here before everyone comes up. Yeah, I'm not sure which of the PS5 consoles are better than the others, you know, in that case. And that's scary too, Flashy Flash, because, you know, consoles are on for long periods of time. People actually leave consoles on very, very long. And yeah, the thing is, the PCs have, I mean, like, seriously, oh my God, there'd be so many issues. I mean, even just on my own PC over here, when my cats step on certain buttons and stuff like that, like City of the Wolves always loses all controller connection. And the only way I can get it back is literally closing the game and restarting it. You know, so many people's controllers are not going to get recognized. And because it's like every PC is so different, like the nice thing about it is, yes, there's issues of PS5 Slim, PS5 whatever, all that stuff. But even if we had, you know, PCs, like every PC behaves so differently that, you know, even if you're used to playing on PC, so even if you're a PC player for most of the time, you've got litter dust on your head, Jasmine. Let me wipe that off. Ew. Even if they actually manage to, you know, switch everything to PC, the PC that plays at an event is not gonna play the way your PC plays, you know? So even if it became the main console, you know, format, like everybody, in order to like play super accurate to the event, you'd have to know, like, you'd have to be able to grab an image of the PC they're using and know what their hardware is, etc., etc. The thing that consoles are supposed to make easier is that they're all using the same thing. So theoretically, regardless of, you know, which, you know, where you're playing, it should all act the same. And so right now, if it's all acting the same in a bad way, I mean, it sucks, but at least it is the same. But if we could just get a console that fixes all those problems, holy crap. Yeah, I've seen people talk about, you know, using the Xbox, you know, the Xbox series whatever. But I mean, a lot of those games aren't actually available on Xbox. Am I right? Or are all of them actually available there? I'm not 100% sure. Um Oh, Jesus Christ, has that happened before, JNV? Like, I almost want to talk to like people who run actual PC tournaments, right? Like when they're actually running. Oh, come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Oh, let's get your. Oops, where'd you go? All right, I'm gonna have to switch the cameras over here. Let's see here. These are the main cameras. Can I get this camera up here? Oh, there we go. Come here, Jasmine. Come here, Jasmine. Get the scratches. Get the face scratches. Oh, oh, look at the. Oh, they can't see you. Come over here. Come over here. Look, Jasmine. Come over here. Okay. Okay, Jasmine. I'll just give you regular brushings until you really want the face scratches. All right, Jasmine. It's getting so warm over here that my cats are shedding. They are shedding so badly. I wanted to make an analogy, like they're shedding like, and the only analogy I can come up with, Jasmine is shedding like a cat in the summer. I think that's the best I can describe it. So here you go. Oh yeah, get the scratches. Get the scratches. Yeah. Oh yeah, you like that. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah. And this way, hopefully, you will stop spitting up hairballs all over my room, too. She definitely hocked up a hairball this morning, and it's gross. And I didn't have a chance to clean it yet because I was on my way out of the house. And so I'm like, I gotta go back and clean it. But I swear to God, like, keeping up with my cat's plural hairballs, like cleaning them up while they keep producing them, like, I swear to God, I can't keep up with it. Dude, it's constant. It is constant. What I'm guessing is that Burmese cats have a very, very high shedding rate because both of my cats are half Burmese, and so, like, yeah, I gotta brush them more often than I do, but since I was at oh my God, Jesus. This brush wasn't that full of hair just now. It was a little bit, but, like, now that I look at it, I'm like, holy crap. You are shedding everywhere, kitty. Wow, look at this. Contra Liar with a 62-month sub. Thank you, Contra Liar. Appreciate it. Adversary 1. Oh, you made it to Master with Terry. Oh, sick. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, that's right, too, because the Xbox, no one buys it in Japan. So running it on the Xbox doesn't make any sense either. Like I said, if we could just get a good console that, like, is universally, available everywhere, it'd be really, really nice. And since Sony technically does kind of own Evo now, the chances of us going Xbox are really slim. So, like, it would be really, really nice if Sony could actually just make a console that doesn't have these little problems like that. Honestly, that's kind of the dream right now, and having it so that they can have really high detailed settings and stuff like that. And again, like, a lot of times consoles, they're basically iPhones of the gaming world, right? They're designed so that people can't mess up their consoles really badly. Whereas, like PCs, because they're so customizable, you can make it great and you can actually make it really bad, right? Like, you can accidentally make it so that your console has the worst input lag in the world because you didn't realize you installed this and blah, 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 blah. But, like, a lot of those settings that they're worried about, like, just put them in, like, advanced sections and just say, like, hey, if you mess with these settings, you could mess up your console, like, hey, if you switch it to 120 hertz and your TV can't read that, like, hey, don't come running to us when it doesn't work, kind of things. And it's just... as long as I feel like you hide stuff in deeper menus, or at least put all the proper warnings around, like, I think you can relieve yourself of a lot of the, potential strife and concerns that way. So, oh man, God. Do you remember that happening, like, actually on someone's stream? Zigradel? I'm not Zigradel, Denzel. Like, that actually happened on a stream one time. And I remember, like, the articles and everything like that were all writing about it, and they didn't understand how it worked. And they kept calling out the player who was playing the Chun-Li. But it wasn't the player. It was the streamer, right? Because it's all based off of the local PC that's broadcasting it. You know what I mean? So, like, it happened. But, like, they kept blaming, like, the articles were like, blah, had his, nude mod on or whatever like that. But it wasn't the player. It's not the player. Don't hate the player. Hate the game, right? I mean, oh, man. Oh, man. And then, like, honestly, like, I think it's just because I'm old and I'm over it. Because if I was 20, I'd probably be like, ooh, nude mod, But, like, at this point in time, it's just like, dude, like, just the internet is full of porn, dude. Like, what the hell do you need that for in like playing video games, dude? Like, there's like two, like, playing video games, I feel like satisfies a complete different aspect of your endorphin desire than, you know, porn and nude models and shit like that. Like, seriously, what's the point, dude? Like, oh my god. Switch can't output HFR on external monitors, so the SF6 120 hertz trick won't work. Yeah, plus the other thing is it's just going to be a weaker console in general, right? So the game probably just won't even look as good as it does. That's coming out on the 2nd, right? God, I'm going to have to hit up Capcom and be like, please, 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 can I get a copy of that thing? No wonder Jasmine's been shooting up hairballs and puking everywhere and stuff. And Jesus, she is like, this hair is like, wow, she is shedding like crazy. This brush, like I said, it was barely full. In fact, I can show you where it started because of, you know, if you actually look at, oh, you can't even see it anymore, but like the bottom layer of it was like, you can see it's white, right? So it's Nathan's hair. So there's like a little layer of Nathan's hair on it, and now it's just completely like, holy crap. Top ranked characters searched on, wait, they have data like that? Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. That's ridiculous, dude. That's ridiculous. Anyways, I'll see you guys later. I gotta do some research on the internet. I'll see you guys later. Peace. No, just kidding. Oh my god. God, that's a weird one. Is she really that popular? Like, I would have imagined it would have been like Overwatch characters or something like that, but Chun-Li, huh? That's crazy. Even after all these years, huh? Chun-Li is still satisfying male fantasies, you know, for 30 some years running now. Jesus, almost 40 years running now. Man, what a character to have broken into pop culture. Holy crap. Holy crap. Well, I mean, like, in high school, when I was in high school and that Street Fighter anime came out, holy crap. Like, everyone was trying to get copies on VHS and stuff, and, you know, try to make sure you get the Japanese non-censored version. So Chun-Li in the shower, you know, like, it's just like, Jesus. But see, back then, like, access to porn was very, very limited. You just didn't have any access to it, right? Like, you just couldn't actually find it anywhere. Not like today. When we were kids, like when we were teenagers, like, porn was like the holy grail because it was like, oh my god, like, holy crap, you know, because like you just literally had no access to any of it. I don't even know who that is. Denzel, is that an Overwatch character? The PS5 original uses liquid metal thermal interface material between the combined CPU and GPU chip and the heatsink. So the liquid metal melts, flows, and breaks the connection between the chip and the heatsink when the original PS5 is vertical, causing overheating. PS5 originals being used horizontally don't fail. Whoa, okay. I mean, I'm sure the TOs know all about this, right? Like, they've got to know all about this. Jesus, look at this. Like, this is crazy here. Check this out. Like, you can actually see, like, the white layer on the bottom of Nathan's hair. Look how little that is. The rest of that I got just now on stream. This was all Jasmine right now because of how hot it is right now. Which part is a disproven myth? The PlayStation stuff, or the fake Laura Croft thing? Oh, the cheat? Oh, yeah. Right, yeah, that there was a cheat that you could do. And the craziest thing is, like, today, obviously, you'd be like, there's no way a company would actually ever put that kind of a mod in their game. But back in the day, like, you're just like, yeah, it's in there, you know, it's just, nobody really knows. Nobody really understood it back then, you know. Oh, the vertical PS5 thing is actually a myth, huh? How do you know it's been busted? Was there any like good mythbusters out there, you know, that tested both of them, horizontal and vertical? So the question is it just as bad in both orientations, or is it both as good as, so like obviously the myth is that one orientation is better than the other. Is the myth being busted that both of them are as bad as the bad, or both of them are as good as the good, right? That's the main question right there. If both of them are as bad as the bad, that sucks. Hi, Jasmine. Okay. I saw a YouTube short where a guy made a hat for a cat with the hair it shed. Dude, seriously, I could, like, the way that this is happening, but I gotta do this more often. I'm bad at brushing my cats, and so now I have a cat brush at like almost every location that I hang out with my cats, so I can brush them a lot. And that way, because like I said, man, they puke hairballs everywhere. And I try to give them like these anti-hairball treats, but they're always super expensive, so I don't try to feed it to them like constantly, because I'm just like, God, like this stuff gets used super fast. Cat restoration YouTube videos? I think I have. I think Cone posted them on here once before, where like people would actually take all the cat hair and use them to make like funky little cat toys and cat product, like they would fill them up with stuff and make them as like little cat toys that cats can chase around and stuff. I think Cone posted them all up here before. Like there's a whole like scene out there where people just take cat hair and repurpose it basically. Well, the PS5, I mean, the problem with it was, I mean, everybody kept joking about it, right? That it looked like, what was it? They said it was shaped like Cell from Dragon Ball, like, or something like that. I can't remember now. Like, they would actually, like, draw Cell on it because it had, like, the two fins coming off of it. Hello, Hobo Brown. Hobo Brown loves KTA. Okay, I'm assuming that's what it is. Brown with the E at the end of it. Oh, where they actually just rescue cats and clean them? Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of those videos out there, like those Dodo videos and stuff, where they save cats and dogs. I mean, that's where Mike and Kitty found Rock, right? They found Rock in a video, and they went to go say hi to him and basically fell in love with him. And so, like, the Dodo has like a bunch of videos where you could actually see Olaf and Kitty in the videos. So, spiders living in PS5s. Well, there are some viral videos where someone like opens a PC or a console and like all these bugs, or it's like full of pill bugs or something like that. And I heard those were fake for that. Those were like, you know, fake for content, basically, kind of things. So, oh yeah, it was fun. Zoning is cool. It was fun. I don't feel like I did as well on the Third Strike commentary because I was with David on that one, and I think, you know, for retro games and stuff, when I commentate, I try to be really silly and goofy about like these things because there's less people watching it, and most of the people watching it know all the details and shit. So I'm usually less focused on like serious things and just kind of want to be goofy, but like, I don't know. It just felt weird when I was doing it for Third Strike for some reason. So, oh yeah, for sure, Nutacon, for sure. So the question is, Nutacon, how was Lucy when you got back home? How was she when you got back home? Was she like jealous? Did she do the ignore you for a little bit and then come back for hugs and loves and stuff like that? I'm actually curious how she reacted to it. Cause yeah, every cat is a little bit different. Like Jasmine, as soon as I come home, she's just like lick, lick. Oh my god, you're home, thankfully. But dude, like I walked into my house and the first thing my cat did was like, "Meow," like feed me, feed me. I'm like, you didn't miss me? I guess you only miss me because I feed you? Oh man. Oh, that's good, Nautica. My dog ignores us when we leave for more than a day and leave her with someone else. Yeah. Animals can get a little bit bitter about that for sure. They're just like, bro, did you really just take off without me and didn't take me? Where did you go? Where did you go? Our cat loves my boyfriend. Whenever he visits, to the point he doesn't let me hug him. Gets in the middle with headbutts and rubs. Oh, he's one of the jealous cats. Like when your cat sees you hugging your boyfriend, you're like, nope, nope, I get to hug him. I get to hug him. Do I want my cat to feed me with mice? Unfortunately for them, they are not outdoors, so they can never get out there to actually, catch any mice. So always runs to him when he visit. It's cute though. It's strange. Is it a boy cat or is it a girl cat? Because I heard Kitty's cat is very similar with Olaf. It is a boy cat. That Kitty's cat like loves Olaf to death. So, so Lucy hasn't been particularly great with strangers then yet, huh? I mean, the nice thing about it is that at least Jasmine is really friendly with Olaf and stuff like that. Nathan kind of has accepted Olaf and will like let him pet him every once in a while and stuff like that, but he's a little aloof. But the other thing too is that Nathan has been like, he feels almost a little jealous these days because ever since the operation, like I was obviously, I mean, not the operation, but like the check. And I guess it was an operation to remove like the teeth and stuff like that. But Jasmine has been super affectionate since she's come back. And of course I was super affectionate with her because I was like, oh my God, you're okay, kitty. And Nathan seems to have gotten a little jealous about that. And so recently I've just been going out of my way to find Nathan and just like hug and cuddle with him and stuff. But it's hard now because it's so goddamn hot, right? Like, regardless if I like Nathan likes or does not like the hug or minds or doesn't mind the heat. Like, if you guys don't know, the internal temperature of a cat is like 10 degrees higher than humans. Like, they are warm animals. They are warm animals. A normal internal temperature for cats typically ranges from 100.5 degrees Fahrenheit to 102.5 degrees Fahrenheit. This is higher than the normal human body temperature of 98.6 degrees for humans. So maybe not 10 degrees higher, but they are still very, very warm. So that's fair. Yes, it's a boy cat. He's very close to my sis's dad, but to us girls, he's okay. Gives us more love when he wants food. Interesting. I wonder if it's kind of like, because like, for people, it's always like, the daughters always bond with the dads and the sons tend to bond with the moms. I wonder if the cats really are just like opposite, right? That male cats just bond with males and female cats bond with females more, But I mean, in this case, it's weird for me because obviously Jasmine is super affectionate when she started not particularly affectionate. And again, Nathan is always affectionate, but like I said, he seems a little jealous these days. It's very, very interesting. So, no. Okay. Warning to everybody. Warning to everybody. If you're worried that your pet is warm, never, ever, ever shave your pet. Never, ever shave your pet. It actually makes it hotter for them. Like if you have a dog and he's got fur, if you test their body temperature, the tips of the fur absorb most of the heat. And so while their fur gets really hot and warm, their body is actually significantly cooler. If you cut their hair, then the heat actually reaches their body easier and the dogs get significantly warmer. So if your dog feels hot, that means their fur is doing a good job. It's doing what it should be doing. It's absorbing all the heat and keeping the dogs much cooler. So don't shave your pets and think that it's gonna cool them down, because it doesn't. It is actually worse. It is actually worse. So that's good to know. Let me see. Yeah, their coat actually serves to regulate body temperature even in warm weather. It insulates their skin and slows down the heat absorption into their body. The net result is that a shaved dog can actually overheat more quickly than a dog with a healthy coat. So yeah, I remember seeing pictures where they were actually like measuring the temperature of the dog when they were shaved and not. So yeah, and what if my dog tells me to shave her for style? But see, that's the thing, right? That's the dog's choice. They know what they're getting into. They bought the ticket. I say, let them crash. Oh man. But yeah, in general, do not shave the fur off of your dog, because you can actually cause problems that way. Let me see something over here. That is this. This is that, and I close that. Yep. Okay. All right. In any case, I guess maybe I could just get started here. I mean, it'll be a little. I mean, since I actually started normally, and I will be starting a little bit earlier, maybe I could actually get done at a decent time today. Holy crap. Did you see my ST question above? Oh, okay. Let me see. I know, right? We expected it would be like that, but I think it's because that when we first rescued him and took him in, my sister's dad would wake up at 3 a.m. and give him treats. So we ended up spoiling him, and he cries for him when he leaves to work. Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, dude, like that whole thing of imprinting, huge. Now, obviously, imprinting is more vital when they were just born. But like twice now, two of my neighbors got dogs, and on one of the very first days they brought them home when they were like really young, they were like, hey James, can you watch over them, because they all know I love animals. And so now both of those dogs still just absolutely go nuts when they see me. Like my neighbor's dog, the first neighbor's dog isn't around as much because my one of my neighbors had to still owns the place, but had to move out elsewhere for more complicated reasons that I won't get into. But my other neighbor's dog, like every time, like they take the dog out and they take her to go outside to do her business or whatever like that, if I'm anywhere, their dog will find me and like look at me and just start going. Like she gets really anxious when she sees me. And it's so cute. Oh my god, it's so cute. Oh man, yeah, but dogs are god, oh man, I love dogs so much. I love dogs so much. I need more dogs. But dogs obviously are hard to take care of, and because I leave so often, I have to I can't leave them by themselves, which is the only reason why I have only cats right now. Plus, I want a large dog, and I think my home is too small for a large dog. Obviously, not necessarily, because one of my neighbor's dog is pretty large, not like huge, but like probably like a medium large dog, and it seems to be doing fine. So let me see. Oh, okay. Is there a reason I was seeing everyone mash normal buttons during neutral in Super Turbo? Ah, okay. That is a fun question. Like, this could be clipped out for its own thing. So let me just do this for you. Editor, if you want to clip this part out for just a little bit of conversation on the difference between older games and newer Street Fighter games, the question... So I got asked this question in the chat by Nutacon here, who, you know, I saw talk to at Combo Breaker, and he watched the ST Top 8s. And he said, when I was watching Top 8, I felt like people were mashing normals a bunch during neutral. Is that just an ST thing? It's not just an ST thing. It's more common in older fighting games. If you have actually seen me on Twitter talk about this, I have said many times that Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI are a little bit difficult for me as a fighting game player compared to old games, because the newer games, including a bit of Third Strike and even parts of Street Fighter IV, a lot of Street Fighter IV actually, is that a lot of fighting games have become with punish games. Whereas in the old days, a lot of games are hitbox-based neutral. So I've talked about this a lot. Like, you'll hear me say the terms hitbox-based neutral or, you know, with punish-based neutral. And I was talking to David about this too, and I think I was even talking about this on commentary during the ST block at one point in time. But like when New Generation came out, the original Street Fighter 3, the very first tournament out Golfland, I got to grand finals against Valle with my Alex, and he played Ryu, and all he did was do standing roundhouse with Ryu, and I couldn't beat him. I died. Like, he just like roundhouse, and he's like, James can't stop this, whatever, I'm just gonna keep hitting roundhouse. You know, obviously, this is the first tournament for Street Fighter 3 at Southern Hills Golfland, so we didn't know much about pairing and, you know, how to utilize all these things and blah, 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 blah. I just got smoked by that because I would stick out a button, get hit, stick out a button and get hit, and I couldn't do anything. And that's because Third Strike became more of a with punish neutral game than a hitbox neutral game. What I'm used to is the games like Super Turbo, where you don't whiff punish other people's buttons. Again, Chun-Li's crouching medium kick has better frame data than most light attacks in fighting games today, right? Zangief's standing light kick has 0 recovery frames. The last frame of Zangief's standing light kick is an active frame, right? So, like, it wasn't about whiff punishing. You could whiff punish certain moves, like Guile's crouching medium kick is kind of famous for being one of the whiff punishable moves, but in general, whiff punishing wasn't something that you focused on. Instead, what you focused on was hitbox fighter. So you found moves that beat the other person's move. That's how it worked, right? And so, for example, I always use the Shotos versus Zangief as one of the primary examples here. If Ryu just goes crouching light kick all day like this, Zangief can't walk up and SPD him very well, etc., etc. The only thing Zangief can really do in that game is use standing medium kick, because the way that standing medium kicks hitbox and hurt boxes are designed is that it would go over the light kick and be just long enough to kick the Shotos from right outside of the crouching light kick range. So if they were doing crouching short all the time, I would just throw out a standing medium kick and kick him in the face, right? And so, like, oh no. And then if the Shotos don't know anything else, they're going to have trouble in this match. But what you learn then is that crouching strong for Shotos have a really high priority, what we used to call priority, right? Which now I define as the amount of overlap of hurt boxes to your hit boxes. So crouching strong for the Shotos have really small hurt boxes compared to their hit boxes. So actually, let me see if I can actually find pictures of this on Super Combo here. I think they'll actually have pictures of their hit boxes and hurt boxes over here. So let's go to Ryu over here. So here's crouching strong. Oh my god. Holy crap. This move has good priority. Holy crap. Oh my god. Like, this kind of move would be like if people saw this move today, like, people would be so angry and call for nerfs, okay? This is his hurt box, hitbox, hurt box. And what did I say about this move with the priority? Look at this thing. There is no hurt box on his arm at all. At all. Like, it's almost kind of silly. I mean, look at this thing, dude. Like, look at this. Like, there's no hurt box on it at all. This is why this move we used to call had high priority, because that's what we referred to as priority. So in other words, if Zangief threw out the standing medium kicks, he would lose to this button all the time, right? Let me see if I can do something over here. Let's do this. Let me pull this out onto its own window so I don't get lost here. Let's duplicate this tab here and then go back, come forward, and let's take a look at Zangief over here. So let's take a look at Zangief stand medium kick over here, far medium kick. This is close, this is far medium kick here. So interestingly enough, I mean, it might not be this particular frame here, but one of the other frames of the move perhaps has more hit boxes that gets hit by the crouching strong. But this move does, oh yeah. Actually, look, it's the blue one. Oh, I got them backwards. Okay, I thought the green ones are the green boxes are where the center of Zangief is. But the blue boxes are the hurt box. So yeah, if you look at Zangief here, you know, he would lose because this blue box would actually get hit by the Ryu crouching medium kick. And where did it go? Zoom levels of crouching medium punch, right? It would lose to this because it would just get hit and not be able to reach far enough. And so Zangief would lose in this situation. But if you are a Zangief player worth their salt, you know that to fight that, you would actually end up using crouching close to, oh, whoa, this is ordered very, very weird. You would end up using crouching roundhouse. And if you look at this, like, it just has a really good range here, right? So it has a really good range here. And I'm not sure if that just means that it just outreaches the crouching strong, but I mean, I'd have to like see like a little hitbox detector or something like that. Or what it is that this move was just so fast that it was kind of like a pseudo hitbox. It was a pseudo whiff punish to some degree. But yeah, Zangief would just come up and use crouching roundhouse. And so if you actually did crouching roundhouse, you would end up beating the crouching strong a lot of the times because it would just outreach him, or maybe, like I said, just at a certain range, it was clean enough that it would very easily like kind of auto whiff punish, etc., etc. But again, if you were Ryu and you knew that, and he tried to use crouching roundhouse a lot, then you would use crouching short. And I'm not sure why, but that crouching short would hit Zangief all the time when he tried to do crouching roundhouse. Again, it's really weird. Like, that's just how it is. And it might just be because maybe on one of the earlier frames, the hurt box extends forward or whatever like that. But if you play ST and you play any sort of Shotos versus Zangief, that's going to be one of the primary triangles of footsies of that matchup. Crouching short beats Zangief's sweep, and then standing medium kick beats the Shoto's crouching short. Their crouching strong beats Zangief's standing medium kick, and his crouching roundhouse beats Ryu's crouching short. And so you just mix between, like, it's just like literally in the neutral, you're playing the like a triangle of, you know, a mix. You're playing RPS in the neutral straight up just like that. But like, let me show you this right now, right? Like, remember, this is Zangief's crouching heavy kick, okay? This is Zangief's crouching heavy kick. The startup on that is technically 5 frames. All right, because this is old nomenclature right here. So this simplified is modern nomenclature. So the startup of his crouch roundhouse is 5 frames. Name me any character in any modern fighting game that has a sweep of 5 frames. Like, it doesn't exist, right? It literally doesn't exist. The total number of frames over here is 24, 25. It's 25 frames, his crouching roundhouse. Now, his is actually very easy to whiff punish. Zangief's crouching roundhouse is one of the easier buttons to whiff punish. So this is actually considered really bad recovery for Super Turbo right here. But 8 active frames? Like freaking, this is why you can do meaty crouch roundhouse into SPD on a lot of people. That's actually a legit tactic here. But if I go back even further and I go to Chun-Li over here, like I said, like, good luck with punishing her crouching medium kick. Her crouching medium kick is one of the most ridiculous moves in the game. Look at this. It's a total of 14 frames. This move has a total of 14 frames. It has 4 recovery frames. It has 4 recovery frames. Like, what? Like, what? And comparatively, let me just go to, like, I'll just go to generic Shoto over here, and I'll go to Ryu. And Ryu's crouching light kick in Street Fighter 6 is 16 frames. 16 frames. Crouching light kick for Ryu has 10 recovery frames, has 5 startup frames, 2 active frames, and 10 recovery frames. So technically 4 plus 2 plus 10, that's 16. And Chun-Li's crouching medium kick in this game is 5 plus 5 plus 4. It's 14. This move is 2 frames faster than Ryu's crouching light kick from Street Fighter 6. As I've said to many people, good luck with punishing this button. And so this is just a long way to say to Nutacon here is that you didn't whiff punish moves in Super Turbo. And so when somebody was just like low forward, low forward, low forward, low forward, low forward, like, that's just legit hard to get past, right? The reason why T-Hawk can't beat Cammy is because he can't do anything to her crouching medium kick. If she just does crouching medium kick, he has 0 moves that beat it. He can't whiff punish it. He can't do anything. He can only try to jump, and if you just try to you keep in mind to uppercut after every crouching medium kick, there's like literally nothing T-Hawk can do. Like, if you are a machine and you play that matchup, it's unwinnable for T-Hawk. It's literally one of the 9-1 matchups in the game. Like, I joke, like, I say that Honda versus Cammy is 9-1 in favor of Honda, but she has a 9-1 matchup in favor of her versus T-Hawk. Like, that fight is almost impossible for T-Hawk to win. So it's so crazy. So what can I do? Double Reppuken? Wait, what are you talking about? No glitching. I'll get to you in just a second. So this is what we have here, right? So the only way that you would beat this stuff is by out prioritizing their buttons. And that's why you see people whiffing all the time in Super Turbo, because if they're not beating your move, you basically have nothing to be afraid of, right? And so when I'm Cammy and I'm fighting, for example, like a Guile player, one of my most important buttons is crouching strong, because this move beats Guile's crouching medium kick at farther ranges. So I will walk right outside of his crouching medium kick range and I'll just go crouching strong, crouching strong, crouching strong. Because if he panics and hits crouching medium kick at any point during that, I will most likely hit him. Even though you can whiff punish Guile's crouching medium kick, like I said, it's humanly possible, but like it's hard unless you have, for example, a Shoto sweep. If you have a Shoto sweep, because Shoto sweeps are, oh boy, some of the fastest moves in the game. Look at that, it's 4-frame startup, so it's a 5-frame startup in this game. So it's just like Zangief, right? Like, like, yes, okay, Zangief, Ryu can whiff punish you with that, but a lot of other characters can't, especially Cammy, because her crouching heavy kick is ass for range, right? And even her crouching medium kick is not nearly as good as Chun-Li's. Crouching forward right over here. Look at that, 7 recovery frames, and like it is a fast startup here, but it just it's more dangerous to throw out than Chun-Li's is here. Again, this is 13. This is what, 3, 9, 13. So it's 16 frames. So this is 16. Chun-Li's is 14 frames. And it doesn't sound like much, but it makes a huge difference. It makes a gigantic difference that she has 7 recovery frames and Chun-Li only has 4 recovery frames. It makes a world of a difference. It's bizarre, but it does. But, you know, her crouching medium punch is such a crucial button for her beating a lot of people who footsies her, because this can beat a lot of crouching medium kicks and stuff. So you throw this out a lot against people who like to spam crouching medium kicks. And what happens is that what this turns this fighting game into is it is not about whiff punishing and reacting. It's about guessing and anticipation. Like I said, I walk up and I just start mashing crouching strong in front of Guile. It is not about me trying to react to their button and hit it. It's just me being like, I think he's gonna do it now. And that's how you play a lot of older fighting games. This is why I call it hitbox fighter. And so what that means is that it's you getting whiff punished is not as much of a concern. It's about you just beating their button. And so a lot of times when you play fighting games back in those days, if the opponent spammed a button, you tried to find one of your buttons that just happened to have a hitbox, hurtbox in such a way that it would beat their button. And so when I fought Valle in that Street Fighter 3 tournament, when he kept doing roundhouse, I tried my heavy kick, I tried my fierce punch, I tried my crouching medium punch, I tried everything, and I lost every time. And then after that happened, everybody was talking about it because it was hilarious that Vi literally killed me with one butt, literally. And again, Vi was smart enough to know that if I couldn't do anything about it, he was like, why should I stop? So he just kept doing it. And later on, like in the news groups and stuff, people were like, oh, we found a way to stop it. And you had to wait for the roundhouse to finish. And then you hit it with the crouching medium punch. And I was like, that's so weird. And I had to like try to practice it and all this stuff. Like whiff punishing wasn't even really like a concept to me, right? And so again, you know, whiff punishing has a lot to do with reactions, and I'm terrible at reactions. And so when fighting games are more geared towards reactions, I don't do well, but when they're more geared towards anticipation and kind of guessing what the opponent is going to do, I enjoy it and I do better, which is why I really liked Soul Calibur 6. Because a lot of times Soul Calibur 6 has such a defined wheel of options. Horizontals in generally can be crouched under, and verticals can generally be sidestepped. And so a lot of times you weren't trying to see them sidestep and then stab them, or see them crouch and then stab them. You just ran up to them and were like, you know what? I think you're gonna sidestep this time, or I think you're gonna do this. So you would just run up and like, this is my guess. And you would just go for it, right? So Soul Calibur is actually built more like that, and which is what made me like start leaning more into this heart mind thing, because I was like, this is why Tekken and Soul Calibur players don't cross over. Because like Capcom games, they crossed over everywhere. Like, there was a Capcom game, you played it. Like, if you were a Capcom guy. So I just figured Bandai Namco games were the same. If you were a Tekken player, you just played Soul Calibur. But if you actually look at the scenes, the crossover is very small. And the reason why I found out is because Tekken is so much more about whiff punishing, about mind, you know, that kind of thing, studying the frame data, blah, blah, blah. And Soul Calibur is like, yeah, I think you're gonna do this, swing. I think you're gonna do this, swing. And when I found that out, I was like, wow. And that's why I really fell in love with Soul Calibur 6, because it fit how I wanted to play. Now, there is a lot of whiff punishing in Soul Calibur 6 just by nature of it, but it actually can reward you for just like running up and guessing. Like literally one of the best ways I learned the game was when I think it was Zefukai or one of the players literally, oh no, it wasn't Zefukai, it was I can't recall the name right now because I'm bad with names. When they told me, they're like, learn basic Soul Calibur. Like, basic Soul Calibur is run up and only use AA and BB. That's it. Because AA is always going to be a 2-hit horizontal that you can crouch, and BB is always going to be a 2-hit normal that they can, you know, that you can sidestep. And he's like, just focus on that for now. And I was like, really? And so I just ran up, and yeah, you just start learning that it's like, you're not trying to anticipate, like, you're not trying to react to things or whatever. It was just like, oh, okay, I'm going to train you with a bunch of AAs until you crouch, and then I can BB, and then, you know, you'll learn to do this, and I can AA, and then it just kind of starts to build from there. And the game made a lot more sense, and that's what really was like, holy crap, this is not like anything. This is nothing like Tekken like I thought it was going to be. I just thought it was going to be Tekken with weapons, and it wasn't, you know? It's like really cool, you know, and like I said, it's kind of where I started leaning in more towards the heart and mind kind of stuff, especially like when I was fighting, see, I can't remember all the names right now. Why? I'm so terrible with names, but the Voldo player, Forrest, you probably remember the Voldo player that used to kick my ass on the stream all the time. You know, the way that he would beat me, and he'd beat me all the time, is very similar to a lot of the ways that I would lose to certain people in Capcom games. I would ask him, how do you know what I'm gonna do all the time? Or you just seem to have my read constantly. And he's like, I don't know why. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me, right? He's just like, okay, you know, like, for some reason, he just knew every time I was gonna go for the throw, anytime I was, so he was playing super, super hard, right? There's no explanation, and that happens a lot in the older Capcom games. Like, sometimes you're just like, how did you know what I was gonna do every time? And I'm like, I don't really know. I don't know. And so I would lose to him in the same way that I lost to a lot of my demons in other fighting games. You know, they just knew my patterns, and they can't figure out why, you know? And that's one of the tough things about Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI. I have often said, what you have to do to get strong in those games is remove that passion, remove that emotion out of your body. And like I said, like, if you're in the corner and you're knocked down and you guess they're gonna throw, and you throw and they shimmy and they hit you, you can't get mad at yourself. You're just like, well, that was one of the wrong guesses that I just made. But it's such a hardly defined, like strong defined, like rock, paper, scissors, that yeah, that's just literally all it is. You have to almost be like dispassionate about it. Like, if the guy guesses right 3 in a row, it's not that they read you, it's just that they just had their own educated guess, and it just kind of worked out. There is a lot of reading your opponent there, but like, there's, like, I don't know, I can't explain it. But like, when I play those older games, it's like, no matter what you try to do, no matter what you try to randomize, the other guy just seems to know it 100% of the time. It's very, very weird. It's very, very weird. And JNV, I get what you're saying, but that's not what I'm talking about. So JNV in the chat says MVC2 and CVS2 are both Capcom games, but both play very differently. Yes, but they both play extremely similarly in that they are both heart games. In the fact that those games, yes, you just whiff buttons a lot more. You just press buttons and you just make decisions and you choose to do stuff. And the reason why, like, MVC2 is crazy is because a lot of the times the decisions you make in MVC2 make no goddamn sense whatsoever. You know, the more logic you put into the game, the harder it was for people to play it. Which is largely one of the reasons why a lot of people theorize that the Japanese had trouble with the game, is because they would find these combos and they would like try to approach it like, oh, okay, so if I can do this and I touch you and you die and all this stuff like that, and they would focus on this technical aspect. Then they'd fight somebody who like doesn't even know any complex combos and just super jumps in the air and goes photon shots, photon shots, photon shots, and then like this comes out and they tag the storm and it's just like hail, and like they block all the hail and they're like, you're wasting one of the supers. It can do so much damage in a combo. But then you look at US players and they are just burning through meters. It's just like, okay, chip you here, chip you here. Like that was one of the main discrepancies early on, was that we always said that Japanese players didn't understand how to use supers for chip. It was more about how to control the spacing and the movement and everything. And so a lot of the strongest players in the MVC2 era, it's literally just like, you know what? This time I'm doing this. This time I'm just gonna do this. You know what? Stay back. I suspected you were gonna call an assist, so I called out Storm, Hail, because I'm trying to hit the assist. You didn't call the assist, whatever, and like you didn't even care that you wasted the super, right? And so in CVS2, it's very similar, right? You're literally playing that kind of anticipation kind of game. It wasn't really a reactionary game as much. You know, and so yes, they play extremely differently on a technical and a system mechanics standpoint, but they both play very much as heart games, right? They're still both very heart games, because in CVS2, like, oh, you're gonna try to meaty me? Well, you know what? I can just roll through this and get away. I can parry it. I can just defend it. I can block it in alpha counter, because the alpha counters were kind of faster in that game. You know, or the other guy just messed up their timing, you know, and then you throw roll canceling in the mix, and now everybody has like really bizarre wake up invincible moves, you know, that are safe on block, you know. So like, there's just like, again, it's just a crazy, this is the decision I made kind of game. So they're the same. They're very different, but they are the same. So it's very interesting in that way. Oh, Muffin Man, hello. Hello, how you doing? He says, it's just unconscious training. Bruce Lee and Musashi called it emptiness or the void, where you don't have to commit attention resources to train techniques. It applies to drilled skills, pattern recognition, etc. Right, so that's why Vi is so good and Justin are so good at the older games, because their pattern recognition is ridiculous. Like, they just figure out what it is that you're doing like almost instantly. I've often said that the only time, so every time I have fought Vi with my Cammy, every time he picks Ryu, he destroys me. He destroys me, and I cannot beat him. The only one time I ever beat Vi in Super Turbo was during a casual game. It was just a casual game, so one, he probably wasn't trying as hard, but two, I made it a point for myself to jump randomly. Like, I would just walk around, and while I'm playing footsies, I'd be like, oh yeah, I should jump. And I would just jump in the middle of nowhere with no logic, no prediction. I'd be like, just jump now, just jump now, just jump now. And because Cammy does stupid amounts of damage and stuns people really easily, I randomly jumped over like 2 or 3 fireballs during course of the game. And so I ended up winning. And the only way I could do that was betraying my own brain. Yes, Manta, yes, that's right. Yes, Manta. Manta like five something, God, I forgot, yeah. But yeah, so that's just the thing. Like, so for me, you know, when I've talked about the fact that like even with Tetris, right? Let's think about Tetris and Puyo Puyo. I've often said that I really don't like playing Puyo Puyo. I way prefer Tetris over Puyo Puyo. And when people ask why, I literally say, because in Puyo Puyo, you have to think too much. And I don't like that. You have to plan super far ahead, and I just don't think that's as fun. Tetris, I've often said, is such a zen game. It's a game that once you get good at it and you start recognizing the landscapes and know what you're supposed to do, at least when you're not building for T-spins and stuff. When you're building for T-spins and stuff, that the reason why I can't get good at that is because it requires a bunch of studying and practice. And I just couldn't give a crap about it. So I still play Tetris just by trying to be fast and getting Tetrises. And I enjoy that. And so you can even see it with puzzle games. Like, I prefer the heart puzzle game over the mind puzzle game. Like, weird to say, but like, this is just literally how my brain is and how I process information. I love being in Zen. And when I play the older fighting games, I am way more often being in Zen than when I'm playing like Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI. When I play those games, I'm just in panic because like, you can't do that as well. I don't get to walk around and press buttons. And in fact, you know, every time I play Zangief in Street Fighter V, I couldn't do anything with him. And when I tried to play Zangief in Street Fighter VI, I couldn't do anything with him until I remembered I'm playing Street Fighter VI. And then I was like, oh, that's right. I have to play Street Fighter VI. Whereas when I was playing Zangief in Street Fighter V and the start of Street Fighter VI, I was just going like, medium kick, strong, medium kick, sweep, sweep. Like, I was playing the Super Turbo style. I was just hitting buttons. Like Nutacon said, he saw everybody do in Super Turbo because I thought I was playing Super Turbo. Same thing when I played Guile in 6. I was like, so bad, crouching medium kick, so bad, crouching medium kick, sonic boom, so bad. Well, you know what? So bad and crouching medium kick are really negative. And so they would block the so bad and I would hit crouching medium kick and then they just hit me first. And I'm like, what? Like, how are they beating? What? And then I was like, crap, I'm not playing Street Fighter 2. I'm not playing CVS 2. I am playing 5 and 6, and when I get those moves blocked, I have to respect their turn. And I'm just so muscle memoried in Guile and Zangief to just hit buttons, and it doesn't work. And so, like, literally, I have to find a way to rewire my brain to play a lot of those characters. In 5, I had very poor success with Cammy because I kept trying to play her like Street Fighter 4 Cammy because she didn't change. She had like all the same moves, but I didn't understand how much the game changed. So she had all the same moves, but she couldn't do the same stuff. And I didn't get it. Like, I would see other Cammys have just like ridiculous pressure, and every time I tried it, I'd die. It's the same thing that happened to me in Tekken. People were like, down forward 1's really good. Down 3 is really good with King. Do this with King. And I would just try to do it, and it wouldn't work because I wasn't confirming whether they were blocking or not. You know, and I wasn't so in Street Fighter V, I wasn't using as many plus on block moves. Like, I didn't use her standing strong as much as I used her standing medium kick or crouching medium kick. Both of those were negative. And so when they were blocked, I had to stop my offense, but I didn't because I thought I was playing these old games. I'm like, where I can just keep mashing buttons. That doesn't work, right? And so again, for me, the way that I play fighting games is just more zen. And again, a lot of old games were more designed for those kind of players, which is why the Tekken scene never crossed over into anything. Like, you just didn't see a lot of the Tekken players play anything else. And it's even kind of still true today, really, in a weird way. But now I think it's just because you have to basically go to college to learn Tekken because there's just too much in that. Yeah, it's true. Everybody does mash with King. It's true. So, I mean, which part is the same with you in City of the Wolves, Terry? I just want to make sure because City of the Wolves is actually the most heart kind of game in existence in a very, very long time. And the reason why is because there's a lot of ways to blow up frame data. You see so many of those Hokutomarus doing stuff that's minus, and then they're just like level 1. And you die, right? So yeah, and that's the thing, Gugeno, is that you're probably more of an old school player. And I keep saying this on Twitter, where I'm just like, obviously City of the Wolves is an old school player's game because it's heart-based. It's gone back to the heart. And you know, like, again, I'm not saying people are wrong or whatever the case, but like, I had people disagreeing with me. But I was like, hey, look at this tournament result. Visant won his local. Mike Ross got second place at this tournament. And I was like, it's because this game is made for the old people. And it's working out better for them. And I had people who were like, well, old people still do win other games. I don't think that this narrative is correct, James. But look at this weekend at Combo Breaker. Like, I think it was Automatic who posted out that the average age of the top 8 in City of the Wolves was 36. The average age, the youngest person was 29. The youngest person, I think, was like 29, and that might have been Chris G or something like that. Samurai Showdown at EVO. Henry Sen made top 8. When you make these games as with the heart style, it's not that the old people are out of touch. It's just that a lot of the modern games aren't what they want to play. That's why I bring up Daigo's story about Nuki every single time. Because Daigo said the exact same thing about Nuki. He just wants to press buttons and make decisions. He doesn't want to study, you know? And he's like, does that mean Nuki is bad because he can't play 5 or 6? He's like, no, Nuki's one of the greatest fighting game players of all time. It's just that modern games are different than older games. And again, this is why I keep bringing it up, because it's such an important conversation. But again, City of the Wolves, like, the average age was like, I mean, let me see if I can find the tweet from him, from Automatic here, because I definitely retweeted it. So let me see if I can just find this over here. And let me show you this, dude. And again, right, like let's talk about GamerB, right? Really good at VF. And weird thing about VF is as frame data heavy as that game is, it becomes a very strong heart game very quickly because you have so many options, and it really becomes picking the right one and doing the work, basically, with that. But he was really good at Street Fighter 4. GamerB could not find success in Street Fighter 5. Could not find success in Street Fighter 5. A lot of people are like, oh, it's probably because he's old. Oil King is the new dude in Taiwan. And so, you know, GamerB, he's just washed up at this point because he's old, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, there's $1.5 million on the line for Street Fighter, for City of the Wolves right now. So, you know, everybody's playing the goddamn game, right? You know, everybody's playing the goddamn game. Here's the top 8 for City of the Wolves at Combo Breaker, okay? Reynald, who is 37 years old, around 37 years old. Goichi, who won, is 37 years old. Chris G, oh wow, Chris G's 34? Jesus, time goes by fast. Chris G is 34 years old. RB is 37 years old. ZJZ is 30 years old. Okay, Fenrich is the young one here at 29 years old. Punko is 39 years old. And the last person in top 8 is GamerB at 46 years old. Now, you're going to tell me that GamerB's just been washed up this whole time. And then City of the Wolves came out and GamerB is like, I'm going to practice now. And suddenly make top 8 at Combo Breaker in like the first event for City of the Wolves that is just like hugely stacked tournament after everyone found out there's $1.5 million on the line. That all of a sudden, GamerB, who everybody said is washed up in 5 and 6, the Street Fighter 5 and 6, comes out of nowhere and gets top 8 at City of the Wolves? Like, is that the conversation we're gonna have? Or are we gonna talk about the fact that City of the Wolves is a heart game and favors heart players like GamerB? come on. Like, you can't, like, there's just no logic in saying that all the fighting games are the same. There's just no logic to that. There's no way anybody can literally look me in the eye and say that it has no difference. Modern games and old games, there's none of this mind game, heart game crap, James. Like, there's just too much evidence of it. There's too much evidence. Like, I'm almost at a point right now where I'm just like, I'm just not wrong. Like, I have no way to be wrong. Like, I'm absolutely correct. You know? Like, that's the thing. Again, so many players at this tournament. Like, let me bring up the start.gg over here. Right? Let me bring up the start.gg for you guys over here and find this here. So let's see, Combo Breaker 2025, right? So we go to Combo Breaker 2025 and Fatal Fury City of the Wolves has 877 entrants. 877 entrants with people like Goichi and Nephew, Coach Steve, who took out a lot of people, by the way, Kizzy K, Reynald, where's some other ones that are like, I mean, a bunch of also SNK players that I might not recognize. Shine was in there. E.T. was playing. Super Noon was there. Like I said, Gamer B is there. Bass from the Killer Instinct scene is there. Dacid Bro, Squat Vermilion, like amazing Under Night player. DCQ, Corey Bell, Eita was in this tournament. King Debu, Juicebox was all playing this. Oil King, Marn, Cien, Mighty Mar of Anacharis fame, VX Bao, Space Boy, and Mock from Japan, Frezer from Morocco, who's one of the biggest SNK lovers, Sonic Fox, Violent Kane, Juan KOF, like Chris G, SQ was playing in this one. And let's see, who else? Güero Asamiya, one of the best players, I think, from Mexico, right? Of KOF. XYZZY was here. Fenrich, Perfect Legend was playing this. Punko, not Mike Ross, it's hologram Mike Ross. Cloud 805, Defeat Lee. Like, I just named all these players. And you're gonna tell me that GamerB, you know, who like, can barely make a top 8 in Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI, just came out of nowhere and maybe had an easy path or just played the tournament of his life to get top 8, you know, because everybody's saying he's old and washed up now. Like, this is really the argument that you're trying to give me here? Like, really? Like, seriously, like, you can't make this argument. Right? It's not, like, literally, there's no way that GamerB hasn't actually been really good at fighting games this whole time. It's just these games are not to his mindset. They don't work with his mindset. They don't favor his mindset. The heart player has a distinct disadvantage when playing mind games, just like mind players have a distinct disadvantage when playing the heart games. So what's more likely? That GamerB just decided to not play and be bad during Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6, and then got good again for Fatal Fury out of nowhere? Or is it more likely that he's just actually been an amazing player this entire time? And he finally got a game that works, that's suited to his play style. Like, what is actually more likely here? 46, I said he was? What was the age that I said he was at this point? Where is it? Where did I get that? Yeah, here we are. 46 years old. 46 years old. So, he did start semi-retire for a while. But City of the Wolves has only been out for like a month, right? A month or two? No, just about a month at this point. Like, how much Fatal Fury practice do you think GamerB got? Like, the same month practice as everyone else did, and everyone else who other people have said are clearly better than the older generation. You just have to accept that, James. It's the same thing as in hockey and in tennis and all this stuff. And I'm like, no, right? Like, he had the same month to play and practice Fatal Fury, and he got top 8 at Combo Breaker out of 800 and some players, right? Like, I'll answer your guys' question in a second. My problem is that there is no guard proximity like in Mark of the Wolves, so all my neutral play is killing me here. Before you press a button, the opponent was stuck in place blocking, but here they just keep walking back, and all my buttons miss by a couple of pixels and drive me crazy. I'll have to learn to do things differently. Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. And that's another problem too, because like that happens in Street Fighter 6 now as well. And that hurts my footsies a lot too. Like, it's hard for me to get people where I want them to be. And it's just a change, but that system can be applied to either mind or heart games because it just affects the neutral. You just have to change how you approach it, like you're saying here. But I did a whole stream on this 2 weeks ago. My editor just hasn't gotten it up yet, about the difference between heart and mind. So like David asked, yeah, what is a heart player, right? What exactly is a heart player? Well, the way that I describe it in the most crass way as possible is I describe heart games and heart players as the fuck it DP players and games. Like, fuck it, I'm gonna DP right here. Because it feels right? So, bringing up GamerB again, remember Daigo's very, very famous walk up to GamerB while he's getting up and meaty fierce DP him, and then walk up at him, and then meaty fierce DP him, and then walk up to him and meaty fierce DP him, and got him stunned and he killed him? Remember, that was a period of time when Ryu's heavy DP was un-FADCable. So if it got blocked, he would have died. But Daigo did it 3 times in a row because it just felt like the right thing to do because he knew GamerB was probably scared and panicking. And so he was just like, meaty DP, meaty DP, meaty DP. And again, the heavy DP was the only one, I think, at the time that was full invincibility. That's why it wasn't FADCable, because they wanted to make it like this is your escape DP, but you can't save yourself with an FADC. And Daigo did it meaty 3 times in a... Who does a meaty DP? That's heart right there. So the way Daigo described it is that older games were about the speed of making decisions, and modern games are about studying the situation. So again, if I'm playing something like City of the Wolves, right, and someone knocks me down and then does whiff jump, whiff jab, and then does like some crazy meaty on me, right? Like, you notice something about City of the Wolves is that every knockdown gives you free pressure. Like, every knockdown in that game is like plus 30 something. Like, there's almost never a situation where you knock someone down that you can't just run up to them and be like, hi, I'm next to you now, have fun. But if that was the case in Street Fighter 6 or Street Fighter 5, like, the game would be, like, broken, right? People would be like, why does he get Oki after every, like, some changes are like, okay, well, now when Rashid does this, he doesn't have enough Oki to get the Isar off, and now all of a sudden he dropped in tears, according to Japan. But, like, in City of the Wolves, it's like, I hit you, I touched you, you fell over, let me run over to you. Oh, I still have, like, 20 frames to kill here before I meet you. What should I do? Right? And it's not a problem. Why? Because you don't care how minus you are. You really couldn't give a crap how minus you are because most likely you have an invincible DP. you have a guard, you have just defend into 0 frame super, you have the ability to roll left and right on the wake up, you have like, dude, there's just like so many mechanics that can just get you out of these situations. There's literally no reason for you to study the situations. And so what happens is the game is just about, here's a decision to make, what are you gonna do? Here's a decision to make, what are you gonna do? Here's a decision you're gonna make, what do you do? Whereas if you play Street Fighter 6 and Ryu throws you and then dashes up in the corner, so he throws you in the corner and dashes up. Is he minus or plus? Is he minus or plus? Do you know? Do you know if he's minus or plus? Because if he's plus, this is a completely different situation than if he's minus. Kimberly, if she throws you in the corner and dashes forward, is she minus or plus? Do you know? Do you know if she's minus or plus? If you don't know the answer to that, you don't know how to fight it. And you are at an extreme disadvantage. Because if this was Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, and I threw you into the corner and dashed up, you couldn't give a crap, because if Rock was +1 or -1, your invincible DP works the same. You can still just defend the meaties. It doesn't really matter, right? I can wake up super. I don't care. Like, what's the look? You could be minus like 7 bazillion, but then you get up and you just wake up in DP because you have an invincible DP. Like, it doesn't matter. But like in a lot of like the Street Fighter games, you have to know these situations. In this situation, here are my actual options. If Ken does strong, fierce, run into Tatsu, what are you scared of at this point? What are you scared of? Do you know that Ken can get a meaty overhead on you, that he can link off of that? And so now on that particular setup, you have a meaty overhead to be scared of? Like, do you know that situation? And again, in Fatal Fury, who cares if they can get a meaty overhead? I can DP it. Like, it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. And that is the difference between a heart and a mind game right there. Mind games limit your options a lot more so that the situation describes to you what the mix-ups are, who has an advantage, whose turn it is. In a game like Fatal Fury, in a game like Super Turbo, it's never anybody's turn. Like, it just doesn't exist. Because in Super Turbo, every character except for 3 have wake-up DBs. Like, it just doesn't even matter. And that's just the thing, right? So that's the biggest difference right there. CP Skills, given what you said about Daigo meaty DP, do you think more people should think like that with regards to throw loops in the corner? I often think that because everyone agrees that you should just take the throw. It makes the 50-50 mix-up that much stronger, so the attacker just keeps doing it. So again, that's the problem, is that in this game, in Street Fighter 6, we can be guaranteed to do a meaty throw to beat your wake-up button 100% of the time. So, and you know what? It beats every DP. The only thing that wins is an ODDP. That's the only thing that can beat it, is if you happen to have an ODDP. So again, in the Street Fighter 6 situation, you are at such an incredible disadvantage that it is terrible for the defender. That's why they take so many throws. Because even if you take 5 throws in a row, that was 4 times that they might have not thrown, that you could have pressed the button or jumped out or gotten away. But if you try to throw tech or DP and they shimmy, and shimmy beats both throw tech and wake up DP, you will lose 60% of your life. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it, right? And, with a lot of these older games, like, yeah, City of the Wolves has tons of damage too as well. But you're rewarded for tons of damage in like every every way, shape, or form, right? Like everything leads to big damage. So yes, even if you wake up with a light DP and beat them, it doesn't necessarily give you big damage or anything. But now, guess what? I knocked you down with this one DP, and I'm gonna run up to you, and now it's my turn to do something crazy. So you wake up with a DP, and now it's your turn. But like, there's never a point where like one person, like if I wake up with an ODDP in Street Fighter 6, not only can I die if they actually block it, if I hit you, I get nothing. Every character in Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6, when they wake up with an ODDP and they hit you, they get nothing. They get no Oki, they get no pressure, nothing, right? And so what's your reward for landing that? Whereas like in Fatal Fury, okay, you might not take a lot of damage, but I just knocked you down. And like I said, I'm probably plus 38 or something like that. And I'm just gonna run up to you, and now I've got a mix up. And if I'm right, I get to drain a ton of damage. So the risk and reward is like a little more balanced. Power Ranger X, Shimmy is walking backwards out of their throw range, making them whiff their throw, and then just punching them in the face and doing a giant combo, right? And so from the defensive side in Street Fighter 6 and Street Fighter 5, if I wake up with a DP and I'm right, I get out of the corner and I get nothing. I get no Oki, I get no pressure, I get nothing. So I just got myself slightly out of the corner and knocked them down, cool, right? If I'm wrong, oh, by the way, this move gets super punish counter and lets the opponent set up like their longest setup and most damaging setup, etc., right? If the offensive person goes for a throw and I tech it, guess what? I'm still in the corner. I'm still trapped. What the hell am I supposed to do at this point? Like it could go back to the throw loop really easily, right? If I press a button because they shimmied and like maybe I hit them a little bit or something like that, like, oh, cool. Like, did it really change everything for me? So pressing a button against the shimmy is the most rewarding for the defensive player. That is by far the most defensive option, but that's why you see a lot of players at the highest levels waking up with crouch medium kick now, because they're just reading the shimmy and they're like, you know what? I'm just gonna crouch medium kick drive rush cancel. If he shimmies, I hit him, right? But again, if you're wrong and they put a media attack in you, guess what? They're gonna hit you with a button that's either gonna like punish, like counter hit you into like some sort of crazy stun state, or they have like 10 years to confirm into a big old combo that probably does like 50% damage, right? So like every time you're wrong, you lose a giant chunk of life, except when you take the throw. But guess what? You're just back in the exact same situation again. And so now you have to deal with that again, and you have to deal with that again, and you have to deal with that again. And this is why people get throw looped. And so when you see someone get throw looped and someone's like, these guys are scrub, why wouldn't you tech? Why wouldn't you wake up DP? The reason is because if you're wrong on those, you lose 60% of your health. And so the risk reward factor is, I'm just hoping that this guy is going to be scared that I'm gonna tech or that I'm gonna wake up DP so he doesn't throw me. I'm just gonna take that chance. They have actively made the choice to just get thrown 9 times in a row because they're just hoping, and you see it all the time, throw, and then the guy walks up and then shimmies, or the guy walks up and presses a button. A lot of times, the throw looper isn't brave enough to go for 3 or 4 throws in a row. And so most of the time, taking 3 or 4 throws in a row pays off for them. And in the rare instance where the other guy actually calls them out and says, you know what? I'm gonna throw you 5 times in a row, and then it works, like, that's when everybody watches and are like, God, I can't believe he didn't try anything. But you don't realize that 90% of the time, taking the throw 4 times in a row saved their life, as opposed to that one match that you saw, and then you're just like, just tech. There's a way to counter, just tech. Like, people don't understand that at all, right? Yes, Holmes, Vortex is very similar, but almost kind of worse. I mean, I literally quit Street Fighter 4 because I got sick of vortexes. I literally, my comment on that was, this is not Street Fighter, this is training mode fighter. Little did I know that the future of Street Fighter is training mode fighter. You have to lab everything. And I quit Street Fighter 4 because I didn't want to lab any of that. I just gave up, you know? And so while it's not a throw loop, it's a hit loop. And the mix-ups are the hits. And so what made Akuma's vortex really scary, it was like, I'm either going to hit you from the front, hit you from a cross-up, empty low, but all of them lead into the sweep ender so that I can repeat the vortex. And so it's not just a throw loop, it's just guess which way to defend, have fun. And that's what that was. Essentially, kind of the same idea as a throw loop, but it's based off of mix up and hit as opposed to, you know what, I just gotta take these throws, right? If Akuma ever threw you in the middle of his vortex, he loses his vortex. So Akuma wouldn't throw. But the fact is that the vortex and throw loops are the same and very similar because they lead back into themselves. Leading back into themselves is the issue, right? The fact that when Akuma hits you with a cross-up Tatsu, he would just go for a sweep instead of a bigger combo that he could have done because now he gets the same mix-up, right? And then he stays in the front and he hits you. And now he has another long combo like light Tatsu into sweep, and then he can extend it, which is why a lot of people would, you know, like Akuma players would have problems against the parts of the cast that you couldn't do light Tatsu into sweep on, because you couldn't vortex them as easily in Street Fighter 4. There was a chunk of the cast that you could sweep in that situation and a chunk of the cast that you could not. And so Akuma had a better matchup against the ones that you could than against the ones that you couldn't, right? But that's the whole point, is that the mix-ups lead back into themselves. So yes, throw loops and vortexes are the same concept. They're just executed and the mix-up is different between them. And the one that loops back into itself is a different thing, right? It just so happens that Akuma, which is what Tokido developed, had enough mix-ups that all led to the same setup. That and in Street Fighter 6, it's just the throws. The throw just leads to the same setup. So that's what it is. Danilo says, as a social psychologist, I observe other factors that also lead to your point. For example, playing games not for fun, but as a job will at some point make you feel exhausted. We've seen players with long careers looking bored playing on automatic. Competitors take pleasure in what they play is very important. Competitors taking pleasure in what they play is very important. Trying out games with different mechanics can lead to them have more fun and commit to these other games if they like the mechanics. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That's just general. Different, it might not even be a mind or a heart thing. That's just I got burned out on the freaking game. What about third strikes? It seems like it can kind of be solved. Is it just that pairing is hard enough to keep it muddy? Yeah, basically. And the pairing is a guess. The pairing is literally a guess. The reason why a character like 12 is considered weaker than a lot of other characters is because he doesn't have a simple, easy way to confirm a low into a super or a mid into a super. Something that you have to parry forward, or sometimes something that you have to parry down, right? And so what happens a lot of the times is that, you know, when a character knocks you down, if people who guess parry on their wake up in third strike do not have success. Because yes, it feels like a 50-50 of parrying whichever way, but the thing is, a meaty throw also beats a parry, right? And then also a delay tech loses to the other person's parry. So you can walk up to somebody, walk up to them, let them get up, wait half a second, then down parry, and they do the delay tech and they do low jab, and you parry that and you still get to kill them. So wake up guessing in third strike is not in your favor, right? But the parry option is always there in every situation. Parry is one frame. If you're minus whatever and you can't be punished, you can always parry. And because that exists, like, it doesn't matter you don't have to study the situation again. Like, and in fact, because parry exists, a lot of times it actually profits you to use slower moves that don't meaty perfectly. Like, if I walk up to you, like, that's why I lost the P groove in CVS2, because I would meaty you every single time, because that's what you did in a lot of other games. But in Third Strike, like, walking up to someone and hitting the god-awful, most slowest button in the world actually pays off a lot of the times. That's why you see people wake up with, like, standing heavy kick and stuff, you know? Because if the guy is trying to, you know, parry your late tech, they're gonna press down, and you wake up with standing heavy kick, and they press down, and you kick them in the face, because that has to be a forward parry, right? And so it's Third Strike goes in, like, this complete different direction, but it's still a heart game in the end for those reasons, right? It's just the way that the game is played is about making these really, really weird decisions. And no, I mean, parries aren't lucky guesses. They're not. But they're very option selectable. And that's the thing that makes them dangerous, right? Is like, if I'm gonna jump, I'm not just gonna parry your anti-air and hope that you did the anti-air. I'm gonna parry and press the button and then, like, try to throw. Or I'm gonna parry and try to throw. And if you didn't anti-air, I don't do anything until I land and try to throw. That's why you see empty jump into throw tech, empty jump into throw tech, empty jump into throw tech a lot in Third Strike, because they're both parrying. They're both jump, and I'm parrying your jump attack, I'm parrying your anti-air. They both option select that into throw, and you get the throw tech. And so that's the thing that makes parries really scary, is that you're not guessing to parry, you're putting it in situations where you can now protect yourself, right? That's how it works. So, like I said, you know, a lot of the times that you see people parrying and then they just, like, punch you right away is because they were doing an option select. Because parries are non-committal, right? They do lock you out from another parry attempt for a certain amount of frames, but you know, that very rarely comes into play. So a lot of times when you see someone like Hayao jumping and then he parries Ken's jumping EX Tatsu, wasn't because he predicted the jump EX Tatsu. I guarantee you that Hayao was parrying all, like, 5 jumps before that. He parried in every single one of those jumps. And so either you're just hoping you hit him at a timing they weren't ready for it, or you try to hit him, like, a little bit later on the ground, because, like I said, you can't go parry, parry, parry in the air whiffing parries 3 times in a row, because when you do one, it kind of locks you out, so you change your timing just ever so lightly to beat it, right? But the one time he jumped and parried Ken's Tatsu is not like, oh my god, Hayao predict everything. He was parrying like in at least 80% of his jumps during the entire game. It's just that you don't see anything. And that's why in Yatagarasu, they actually, while the mechanic works the same, but they change parry to a button, they also put a UI element that shows you when you press that button. So you can actually see that the opponent is trying to parry in all these situations and thus adjust your game plan. Right? They tried to solve the hidden parry in the middle of everything by actually showing an interface when you press the button to parry, right? And so that's how Third Strike worked. So Kokuji released a pretty good video about throw protection in old games and throw loops. Yeah, there's a lot of old games you couldn't throw when they got up, and a lot of times, like, when you throw them, like I said, like, if you wake up DP, you can just hit them, whatever. Like, a lot of games, they have that, and a lot of games just have way more throw and vulnerability. And in fact, in City of the Wolves, you have enough throw protection on your wake up and after blocking that a 4-frame button, which is the fastest button in City of the Wolves, which is point blank, usually light punch or crouching light punch, which are 4 frames, you have, I think it's 4 to 5 throw invulnerable frames when you get up, so that there is absolutely zero possibility that a meaty throw can beat your wake up 4 frame. You will always lose to the wake up 4 frame if you try to meaty throw them. So you literally can't throw them on their wake up if they're mashing lights. So again, like, you can just tweak it. And there's a lot of games where throw loops existed. Like Alpha had throw loops, but you know, you just had to make sure you timed it right and stuff like that. Especially for some grapplers, like, God, going from ST to Alpha, like the throw loop, like the meaty SPDs felt weird because like you couldn't do meaty SPD in ST because there was a lot of throw protection in those games when you got up. And in the Alpha games, it just like dropped to either nothing or like 1 or 2 frames. And so like meaty SPDs in those games were scary. It's scary. Oh, was it a glitch in A2? Did they not do that on purpose? So what do you mean, Power Ranger X? Snake Eyes mentioned this. Jump normals shouldn't be parried. What's your thought on this? Does he mean strategically, or does he mean jump normals shouldn't be parryable? Because if he means the second one, God, I love that man. God, I love that man. If you watch any of my Street Fighter 6 streams, like besides DIs, the thing that gets me on tilt the most is when people perfect parry my jump in attacks. I get so mad. I got so mad. Shouldn't be parryable. Okay, I love Snake Eyes. I love Snake Eyes so goddamn much because I have been shouting this from the rooftops forever. I'm like, just make my jump attacks not parryable, please, please, please. Because Snake Eyes is one of the most ultimate heart players that you're ever gonna find. That's why he quit Street Fighter V and doesn't really compete for Street Fighter 6. Because as good as he is in these games, they just don't provide him the same kind of enjoyment that he got from heart-based games. So again, just is like, I hate it when people tell me that, like, my narrative is not real. And it's because a lot of the times people think that I'm telling the narrative because I'm protecting myself, that I'm trying to make excuses for why I can't play this or that, or whether I'm bad at 6 or 5, blah, 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 blah. But it has nothing to do with me. You know, well, it has a lot to do with me because I think about it a lot. Like, why am I having trouble doing this? Why am I having trouble processing this? And when I realize what it is because I'm better at heart games than mind games, in the weirdest way is it actually makes me better at the games. Me understanding that my mindset is not focused for mind games like Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6 made me better at those games because I have an easier time going, okay, what's my problem? Whereas when I was playing Street Fighter V early on using Cammy, I'm like, why can't I pressure people but everybody else can? I press buttons and they keep hitting me. This makes no sense. This is dumb. This game sucks. And this is the narrative that you see from a lot of old school top players. They're like, 5 sucks, 6 sucks. I saw someone on Facebook like Street Fighter 6 is just ass. It sucks. And I was like, it doesn't suck. It's just that you prefer this older style and this game plays a different way. It's not a bad game. In fact, it's a great game. It's just not how you want to play fighting games. And that's not wrong. There's nothing wrong with you thinking that way. Like, like you are completely justified in hating them because they don't play the way you play, but they're not bad games. And like some of the people that I've said that to are like, huh, I never thought of it that way, right? And so instead of me spending all my time, if I wasn't a commentator, if I would probably have been on the internet just being like, these games are stupid, they're random, and I hate it, blah, blah, blah. I'd sound like all the other old players. But by understanding that there's a difference between heart and mind is how I got Lucia into a super high rank in Street Fighter V, because I realized I had to play a different game. So me studying this and analyzing this is not for me to make an excuse why I lose. It actually is so that I can get better in the right way that the game asks you to get better. And so by studying it this way, it actually makes me a better player. It makes it so that when I do use Guile Or when I use it, it's like, I use Zangief, right? I use Zangief, and I was like, I can't do it. I can't, these buttons don't work, and it feels all weird. And I was like, oh God, that's right. I'm trying to play it like Heart. And you know what? I got into Master with Zangief real easily because I was like, okay, I have to play the game differently. I have to play the game differently. And so I had to study all of the things like Zangief drive rush standing strong leads into, drive rush stand strong into a second stand strong beats all attempts to backdash and jump backwards. So drive rush stand strong is a real mix-up, whereas a lot of other things, if I go jab, jab, and then try to SPD you can jump away. I don't have a mix-up with that, right? So I have to find the places where I do get the mix-up. Another one, headbutt into hell stab. You see that? You see top Zangief players do that all the time. Why do they do that? Because the hell stab catches pre-jump frames and it catches pre-backdash frames. It's perfectly timed. Regular headbutt, hell stab. And so if they hold up back or if they try to backdash, they die. So a lot of Zangief players will do headbutt, hell stab, drive rush to catch you jumping, right? And if you don't study these things, you can't win with the character. So I took the time to study these things and I did fine with Zangief, right? But because I understand that the game is played differently, I knew how to approach the game and what to look for and how to get better at the games. And that's why I keep talking about this narrative, because we don't talk about that enough. Like, yes, you get better at this game differently than you get better at this game. And we need to talk about that. I'm sorry that every time you come onto my stream, I'm talking about this topic every goddamn time, because I just think it's so important and I'm tired of that, right? Yes, this is exactly why Daigo is, quote, losing steam. It's because these games aren't designed for him. Because Heart is not rewarded. And again, Daigo is one of the best Heart players in fighting game history. You give him, I mean, if Daigo had the process to be like, let me learn City of the Wolves. If Daigo actually sat down and learned City of the Wolves, he will kick so much ass in that game. The hard part is that because the fighting game competition is so hard, it's hard to learn multiple games now. Even someone as great as Tokido, who used to win like 5 games at EVO or top 8 at 5 games at EVO, only plays Street Fighter now. Because, and if you remember when Street Fighter V first came out, Tokido like had trouble with Street Fighter V, even to the point where he almost like threatened to go play Killer Instinct. You know, the one that not before Keats, it was during when Iron Galaxy made it? Yeah, Iron Galaxy made it. Double Helix, when Double Helix made it. Keats is Iron Galaxy, when Double Helix made it. But like Tokido was even threatening to go play Killer Instinct because he thought it was fun and he liked how it played. But Tokido eventually figured out, oh, I see, this is how you're supposed to play Street Fighter V. And remember, he was really good in Season 1 when Ryu had an invincible DP. Because then he could play more like Heart. As soon as they removed the invincible DPs from Season 1, the game completely changed. That's when I started suffering, and I just couldn't win with Cammy anymore. I could do better in Season 1 because Cammy was another character with an invincible DP, so I would just get away with that a lot of the times because, like I said, Heart games are fuck it DP games. Like, I don't know why I chose to do this. It felt right and it worked, right? But in a lot of the modern games is like, that doesn't work because if I knock you down and I have my frame kills and I throw a meaty on you, fuck it DP doesn't work because your DP isn't invincible. And literally, you have no way to stop it. The only way you can stop it, and this is what makes Street Fighter 6 a little more heart-based than Street Fighter 5, is perfect parry. Perfect parry existing is what has allowed more Heart players to find more success in Street Fighter 6 than Street Fighter 5 because perfect parry blows up frame data. Because perfect parry works at, you know, the most minus of situations where you can't be punished. So if you're -3, perfect parry can still beat a 4-frame light. But the timing is really hard on it, so the game isn't as heart-based as we'd think it would make it. And if you get thrown out of perfect parry, you take a crap ton of damage. Anna, the only thing I'm going to say is, like Snake Eyes said, please don't let it so that you can perfect parry jump-ins. Because it's so hard to jump in on anybody in this game. The fact that you can be blown up and rewarded at the very last second sucks to me. I hate it. Like, I snuck in my jump. Like, again, we're both grapplers, so both of us pride ourselves on our jump timing, sneaking our jump in there. Woohoo! And then when we get the jump in and we press a button, boom, perfect parry, and then they throw us, and then we're back to square one because I literally caught you off guard so that you are whiffing a button or not ready for my jump, even though you have a DP. And I was right. I succeeded in reading when to jump at you. And because you have this panic reaction by pressing two buttons that works even at the last second, you saved yourself from my jump. Like, fuck that. Like, fuck that. I hate it so much. And it's not broken because it's not, you don't see that happening all over the place because better players will just jump in and throw you. And it should reward a grappler because if I jump and do nothing in SPD, I get mad damage that way. But for heart players, especially players who have played their whole life thinking that I snuck the jump in is your reward, to have that get punished is so annoying. So again, it's not necessarily broken. It's not necessarily like bad for the game or whatever. It's bad for me. And I hate it for that reason. But, you know, I'll be mad about what I'm going to be mad about. Honestly, Daigo would cook in COTW. He would cook hard in that game, in my opinion. So, and again, Xiaohai isn't necessarily a Fatal Fury player. Gundam Jehudi Kai, he is a KOF player, but he's also just an amazing fighting game player. And Fatal Fury has more SNKE things that he's used to. So, like, for example, the mindset of chasing down somebody who rolls forward or rolls backward on their wake up. So he's going to be attuned to Fatal Fury faster than a lot of other people. He already has the mindset of dealing with low jumps and stuff like that, right? So he has just a lot of those SNK tendencies, right? So that's why he won Evo Japan, right? Because he's just an amazing player, and it's more to what he feels like more. So, do I think City of the Wolves will be relevant in 2 years? It's gonna have a pretty sizable, like, dedicated player base. I don't know if it will have this kind of like, oh my God, $1.5 million is on the line, kind of draw to it, but it will have a pretty strong player base, and a lot of the people who do find that they enjoy this game will still be playing it at that point in time. The hardest part is that the pro players are usually what drives eyes to the games, which is why my other philosophy is that the players are super important. Let's make the players famous, because then, like Sonic Fox and Goichi, when they reached Dragon Ball, it didn't have to be Dragon Ball fighters. If they were both like, hey, we're the best at Killer Instinct, and Goichi's like, Sonic Fox is next, and Sonic Fox is like, bro, and then they fought each other. If Hunter x Hunter comes out and Goichi was like, I'm the best at Hunter x Hunter, and Sonic Fox is like, I'm the best at Hunter x Hunter, you know what everybody's gonna go want to see on stream? They're gonna go watch when Goichi and Sonic Fox play each other Hunter x Hunter. Like, the game doesn't matter, the players matter, right? So, you know, that's kind of the hard part. And when money is getting thrown out all over the place like this, and one game is grand prize is $1 million, and none of the other games have that, it's very easy for guys like Tokido to just say, I'm only playing Street Fighter. Or for Daigo to be like, I'm only playing Street Fighter. Right? Because it makes the most business sense to do that. And not only that, but Street Fighter 6 just has so much steam and momentum in Japan right now. Like, everybody's playing the game, right? It's so popular right now that it's like bad business sense for any of these guys to go play anything else. So that's the thing that's really tough about the situation. So. Oh yeah. When Tokido actually told the story on that Evo interview, I was like, oh my god, because Tokido would only do 3 moves in King of Fighters with Iori. Like all you would do is like I forgot what they all like. All you would do is kick and like there's the taco kick or something like that, and dosta, when he throws the fireball. So Ki came from kick, do came from dosta, and I think the toe was for like the taco kick that Iori had. And so he's like, you only do these 3 moves. So your toe, ki, do. Those are the only 3 moves you do, because Japan likes to shorten all those things. Pokemon is Pocket Monster, right? For example, right? But they combine it, right? A shorthand for Dragon Quest is just Draku, Draqu. So they just call it Draku, right? Like they like to do that kind of shortening. So Tokido's name came from the fact that he does this taco kick, or I don't remember if it was a taco kick. It might have been throw or something like that, but it was something that led to toe. And Ki was like kick, and do was dosta, and that's it. That's how he became Tokido. Oh, man. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to see a lot of people at these events these days. It's hard. Oh, well, because Combo Breaker's also gotten so big. It's like how Evo was when Evo started getting to that point where it was impossible to run into people. So, oh, Street Fighter 6 is Suto 6? Yeah, a lot of times when you actually see the katakana and you do the translation, when anybody in Japan types out Street Fighter's name in katakana, it always gets translated to Strike 6. I don't know why. I guess famously that Suto or whatever like that, katakana also means strike. And so it just comes out as Strike 6 when they abbreviate it like that, so... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Combo Breaker's gotten really big, but the beautiful thing about it, I'll save this one for the actual show, which I should start now because I've been going for 2 hours and 14 minutes about this other topic here. But again, I'm very passionate about this topic. I love talking about this topic, and I just want to make it so that people understand it and accept it more, because I know a lot of people just think I'm being some old guy, like, making excuses or just being weird, because I always do this. I always come up with all these weird theories and stuff like this, but I think that this one is actually legit. Like, I really think that this is legit, and we should talk about this more often. And so I talk about this a lot because I think as players, our whole community will be better if we're just like if someone's like, fuck Street Fighter 6, this game is stupid. I'm like, well, you probably like heart games, so go try Fatal Fury. You'll probably enjoy this more. And if this conversation gets around and these games are labeled like that properly, then people will be like, oh, so what kind of game is Street Fighter 7? Oh, it's a mind game. Oh, God, so just like 5 and 6 were? Yeah, okay, so I probably won't like it. Instead of going like, man, I tried playing this game so scrubby. People just do random shit. It's so dumb. Like, we can actually have intelligent conversations about this topic, and understand why people can get good at one game or not another. So, well, remember, Combo Breaker was essentially Ultimate Fighting Game Tournament, UFGT. So it was essentially UFGT. And when Keats actually quit UFGT, he had become friends with Rick, and basically Rick stepped up to be who took over the Midwest Major. So that's kind of how it worked. So that's why Combo Breaker wasn't around for Street Fighter 4, is because UFGT was, and there was no reason for Combo Breaker to exist at that point. So yeah, people need to stop being married to franchises. Yeah, like delving out to other games. Like I literally had one player on my stream one time and was just like, I don't like Street Fighter 5. I can't get good at this. And I was like, you'll like Samurai Showdown. And I just bought him Samurai Showdown, at that time, because it was very early on when my stream was like really tiny and stuff. And I had more money to do giveaways and stuff like that. So I just got him the game. And afterwards he was like, dude, I love this game. Right? And so like, you just like, without this conversation, we can't learn these fighting games. And if we just present every fighting game as the same, what happens then is that everybody is that much more discouraged and dumbfounded when they can't get good at it. A lot of the people on my stream skew as older because I'm older and I talk about older things, but a lot of the people on my stream are like, I just can't enjoy 5 or 6. I just can't enjoy it. But I can tell them why. Because without telling them why, they spend the whole time going like, maybe I just suck now. Like, oh, I'm just bad. Like, I can't get good. I can't get out of bronze. I can't get out of silver. Why do I suck? And I can be like, don't be hard on yourself. The game is different. You don't have the right mindset. Every time someone comes on my stream is like, I can't get good at Street Fighter. How do I get better? I'm like, name me your favorite fighting game and name me your other favorite video games. Like, I ask them that first and foremost. I want to know what their mindset is. And as soon as they tell me, I know how to teach them. If they're a mind player, I can just go all in on frame data for Street Fighter 6. If they're a heart player, I'd be like, okay, look, the hard part about this is it's not a game designed for your brain set. You have to study. And I know you hate, like a lot of these players hate studying and it feels like homework and blah, 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 blah. Like I can teach people properly. And when we avoid this conversation, like everybody else is just going to be like, well, you just need to do this. But like, we're not teaching the people the right way. Anyways. I mean, that's a standard thing, right? Like doing well. And I mean, you hear me on stream all the time. I suck at this game. I suck at this game. And like, then I just get to master and I'm just like, God, that took me all like 2 whole sessions to get to master rank. I suck. And everybody else is like, bro, James, like, calm down, okay? It's just how it is. So, oh man. No, NRS games are different because, and again, it's not for NRS games. Well, MK1, that became a mind game so hard. But there's enough crap in that game that you could blow that up. That's kind of like Tekken. Like Tekken is a mind game, but there's just enough that exists in the game to blow up all of the mind things that happen in that game. So MK1 was close to that, but MK also follows just a bunch of different universal rules that other fighting games do not follow. Like what you understand about block stun and hit stun don't apply to MK. Like there's some moves that are like plus 14 on hit. And I have this 9-frame move that reaches and they can block it. What? Huh? What? That's what makes MK hard, is that it just follows a very different set of rules that most fighting games do not follow. It's very different than what fighting games have taught us to play. And that doesn't make MK bad, it just makes it awkward for a lot of people, except for the people who really love NRS games, right? So, oh yeah, Tekken has a little bit of that state as well. Most fighting games have a lot of the state now. But they're in very specific situations. Like, for example, Under Night, the person who techs the throw, the person who gets their throw teched is minus, but enough that a move should be able to punish them, but they can block. So they're just in a state where they can not do anything else but block. A Grand Blue has this as well on the throw techs, I think, as well. But it's changed enough that I don't know if that's still the case. So there, Guilty Gear, guard break situation. But, in a lot of those are like, after you block something. In MK, there was a lot of situations where after you get hit by something, you're in a hit stun that, you know, you can block in the middle of, but you just can't act. So the opponent gets a lot of free advantage. In fact, you know, in MK9, there were a lot of combo strings that you did. Like, for example, if you were Scorpion, you could combo into teleport and it would hit them. And a lot of people would just like finish the combo, like hit. But it later on got people to the point where they realized when you hit them with the teleport, they went into that stagger animation. So instead of doing that, they just jumped, and you jump would actually reach them before they finish the stagger. So you could actually teleport, hit them, jump, and get like pressure instead of doing a combo that was so scaled by the end. You would just hit them with the teleport and jump. And you got all this frame advantage on that, right? So it's just the way that the games play felt very different. And once I understood that, again, this is how I approach fighting games, I wasn't mad. Like, I was like, this is so dumb. Why can you be plus 15 and my 7-frame move that reaches them doesn't combo? This is the dumbest thing ever. And then when people started integrating into strategy, I'm like, it's not dumb, it's different. And that's fine. Like, it's just a different way than what I expected, you know? And people don't think this way enough because we don't talk about how different fighting games are. And so when they can't do the thing that they want to do in a fighting game, they think it's a bad fighting game, as opposed to it's a different fighting game. It's a different fighting game. And that's why we end up with all this fighting game, you know, strife between scenes and stuff. Your game sucks, right? Like, anyways. All right, I'm gonna shut up now. Let's let's get onto the actual topics over here. Fortunately, these two aren't that much to talk about, so we'll talk about other stuff here. So let's do the actual real show. But before we do that, what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to run some ads. Okay, I'm gonna try to run some ads here on this thing. I'm gonna run 3-minute ad break. That's the longest you can run. I'm gonna try to get some ad breaks on here, and I'm gonna go feed my cats. So if you're watching 3 minutes of ad breaks while I'm feeding my cats, well, you know how to solve that one. It's ad blocker, but please solve it through other ways that you can support me. Please. Please. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, for my whole entire life, I'm just trying to get people to get along in the FGC, man. That's all I want to do. All right, let me do this here. So let me grab this camera view over here. Hi, Jasmine. Hi, cutie pie. You have been stalking here this whole entire time. Let's see here. Why are you, oh, this is the wrong tab. That's why I want this tab over here. All right, let's refresh that. Share my camera. Allow. Video source will be the back camera. Yes, that is correct. I will leave the... Oh, man, I just felt another cat on my leg. Oh, somebody else is showing up here, and somebody else wants some food. All right, so we got this. Oh, now we are getting the echo. I'm going to kill this microphone. All right, so now that should kill the echo. And then I should be able to do, where is this? Like so? Yeah, there we go. And let me do one more thing over here, like this. I've got to program all this stuff into my Stream Deck at some point in time so that I could just press buttons and all this stuff just changes instantly. So, again, apologize for the mess in my home, but I am obsessed with recycling. So all this stuff down here, which looks like a mess, is all like empty boxes and stuff that I can take to recycling centers. It's just I have no good place to store these things, so they just end up on the floor in my kitchen. And because I am ADHD, that's good enough. Because I know they're supposed to be there, and then I don't see them anymore. That is how ADHD works. I do not have ability to make my phone stand up right now so that you can see the cats well. So I'm going to have to do this like this. Hi, Nathan. Oh, meowie. Meowing cats. Meowing cats. Hi, Nathan. Not yet, not yet. And sorry that you got to see my pasty legs over here. Um, so I am wearing shorts right now. So you got to deal with my hairy ass pasty legs. Actually, I mean, for an Asian, maybe they're hairy, but like not for a lot of other people. Oh man. Okay. Okay. So there's Nathan's food. Let's get Jasmine's food ready to go, and probably get my hands all dirty with cat food juice. Oh, okay. Actually managed to survive without doing that this time. And then give Jasmine a bunch of extra kibbles that are designed to be harder to chew and crunch so that cats will actually can get some more plaque off their teeth. I tried to brush Jasmine's teeth with a toothbrush, and by myself, it is an impossible task without dying. So I cannot brush. I cannot brush Jasmine's teeth. So I have to resort to this method over here. Goodness gracious! Ugh. Hey Nathan, come on up. Come on up. Yeah, there we go. Power up meow. And here we go. Hi. Do you hear that power up meow? That meow. God, Nathan, you're so cute. Why are you so cute? This is the. Okay, you're just gonna have to stare here. Like, this is the best way. Oh no, what happened? I hit the wrong button. The camera disappeared. Let me. Holy crap! Where did it go? Oh crap. Oh, here we go. Okay. Uh, okay, I think that'll stay. I think that'll stay. Ugh. Ugh. Oh man. Oh. Okay. Chewy cat. Are you almost done already? Like you almost always are? Yeah, he's almost done already. Freaking cat. Look at that. Look at that. There's no food left in there. Meanwhile, we got Jasmine over here. Oh, I usually sit on the kitchen floor when I feed them churro snacks. So sometimes when I sit on the floor like that, she stops eating and walks over to me. She's like, churro snacks? Churro snacks? It's a good thing she doesn't understand the word churro snacks. Otherwise, she would just be meowing at me all day right now. Hi, Jasmine. Can you guys hear the crunch? Again, I can't see the chat, so I apologize, but I hope you guys can hear the crunch. So it's a combination of wet food and a little bit of the I don't know what it is, but like listening to Jasmine crunch that food is just like one of the most pleasant sounds. It's probably similar to that study that says like that's why cat purrs are so good because it's that weird like frequency that humans just find super comfortable or something. It's like the guys who like listening to like eggs frying on a pan or something like that. Good girl. Good girl. I'm gonna pet you, okay? Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. And you know what? Hi, Nathan. He's done with this food and he's waiting for Jasmine now. Oh no, he's coming down. I think he thinks I'm gonna feed him true snacks or something. I think he thinks that now. Oh my god, you're so cute. What a cute little cat. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Oh, nothing he can find down here. Is he gonna run back up and lick his bowl some more? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, go kitty. Go kitty. Oh, good boy. Good boy. Yeah. Good boy. Mwah. All right. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. Boop, 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 boop. Here we go. All right. Unmute the microphone. Turn on the camera again. Oh, which one am I trying to turn on? I am trying to turn on this one, right? Yay, there we go. Okay, cool. So there you go. Oh yeah, when I had the camera locked into place, I couldn't tilt it, otherwise it was gonna fall. So it's not gonna be very long. I mean, it wasn't gonna be able to actually see higher up, unfortunately. So, okay. Oh, Arslan Ash on the overheating issues, huh? Let me see this actually here. All right. Am I not allowed to copy this? Oh, here we go. Copy. Oh, that's weird how that works. Oh, okay. Never done that. Oh, God, it copied the whole thing? Really? Why did it do it? Come on. All right. Oh, I did see this. I did see that tweet. That's right. Yes. Okay. Okay. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, the pink one. One of the hardest things about Marvel 2, and you guys can hear me, right? I just want to make sure. One of the hardest things about Marvel 2 is that you don't really have the capability to pick 3 characters you like and use them all. You really have to have a team that works with each other. So the fact that you have Cable on your team is great. If you can play Sim, that's great. But Sim is also one of the most complicated characters in the game. In fact, he has the potential to be potentially maybe the strongest character or one of the strongest characters in the game. It's just that most humans can't do that. So if you're trying to zone with Dalsum, like he's a Dalsum character in a Street Fighter game, Dalsum will die. Dalsum is about the fact that he can fly, and he can basically be super annoying while flying. So he's just basically like Sentinel, essentially. He's like a tinier Sentinel. And that's the hard thing about MVC2. Now, obviously, if you don't care about being one of, like, being strong and, like, I am super good at MVC2, and you're just like, you know what, I want to play what I want to play for fun. Shut up, James. Then, obviously, you can do whatever the hell you want. So, and then you can just don't listen to me at all. Oh, man. Okay. I have been watching James for over 8 years, and I'm mad we haven't had a cat feeding like this. I have actually fed my cat on stream a lot. It just used to always get cut when we get to YouTube. But now that I'm streaming directly on YouTube, you get the actual cat feeding. I used to feed my cats on Twitch all the time, but just whenever I edited things, I wouldn't put the cat feeding onto the YouTube because it was supposed to be like one of those catch me live things, and you watch my cats get to eat and stuff. So, okay, let's actually do the show now, shall we? All right. Let's actually do this here. Oh, Team Duck, you're actually doing the spiral team, huh? Oh, oh crap. Okay. Oh, it's not even a contest, Mockin' X Soul. Nathan eats faster, dude. It's just ridiculous. All right. And actually, so after, and again, you know, I hate having to do stuff like this, but after Jasmine's health scare, that was enough to convince me to sign up for, you know, the VCA's like monthly little plan. So like, you know, that you commit to for a year and it costs so much a month. And that way, like they can get free examinations whenever you want them, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't cost you any money that way. They get a free cleaning and free x-ray and all this stuff like that. It's expensive though, and it's every month. And God, I don't really have the funds for it. So what I plan to do is I'm probably gonna switch from Patreon to Ko-Fi, which is KO-FI, which is like coffee, because they still have goals that you can set. Unfortunately, Patreon removed the concept of goals. So I'll probably move over to that, and I'll probably have a goal that just helps me, like if I get enough people to donate to a certain amount, then basically, you know, it's just kind of like a help me take care of my cats kind of thing. And like in my Discord, I'll probably have like a private channel just for Ko-Fi, I guess I can call it, Ko-Fi members. Just to like, I'll just post cat content in there like crazy, basically. No, Muffin Man, actually things are extremely decidedly worse. But that's a whole nother story, so that's a whole nother story, so, oh man. Oh, yeah, you can absolutely just donate to the GoFundMe that I've had set up there. It's basically complete at this, but it's Ko-Fi. Oh, okay, cool, thank you. Okay, perfect. Ko-Fi is good then. I like that. Okay. I mean, I'm basically almost there to my goal, but if you want to just donate to this thing to help me cover the initial cost for Jasmine, I would appreciate that extremely. So I just put out the GoFundMe link over there. So yeah, shout outs to the last person. I got like a donation, like a big beefy donation recently. So definitely very appreciative of that. So, but in any case, let's do the actual show now. Let's do this. I want to do one more thing before we get there. I don't need these anymore. Let's kill all that. Come back over here. What I want to do is, what is this? Oh, I see. Okay. I don't need this. I did want this. I don't need this anymore. Let's take a look if I can find, here we go. Let's go back to home. There's Combo Breaker, and there we go. All right. Excuse me. Doing mouth stretches because I've been talking for a while here. Let's go. All right, let's do this. Okay, here we go. Oh, you're right. Those are the manage links. Hang on a second. You're right. Those are the manage links. Let me get the right links for you guys over here. How does this? Oh, here we go. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Thank you for the, thank you for helping me be aware of that. Okay, here we go. All right, back. Let's do this again. hang on, guys. Sorry, I'm just getting frustrated with something here. Okay. Frustrated with the garbage ass platform that Twitter is these days. Works now. Where did it all go? What the hell? What happened? Oh, okay, here it is. So do this. Here, do this. Whoops. All right, that should be better here. Why am I not signed in? Oh my God, this is pissing me off. Stupid X platform. All right, hang on. God damn it. What? Why are you like this, stupid? Ah! Okay, hang on. Sorry, guys. I'm getting actually super mad at this. Oh, God, hang on. Shoot. Okay, you know what? I gotta do it from here. This is what I gotta do. I have to do it this way. Okay. God dang it. Dang it. Bro, why is this so hard to do? Oh my God, this is super annoying. Okay, there we go. What? Is this all I'm looking for here? No? Hang on a second. Does it? Why can't I find all the links to like all of the NRS stuff that they've been announcing? Why am I having trouble finding, like they tweeted about all these things and I can't find any of the tweets? What the hell is going on? Why is this being such a pain in the ass over here? Just trying to find the official Mortal Kombat account and actually be able to take a look at like some of the stuff that we have here about all the information, but I can't find it. These accounts. What the hell? Why am I? What? God, these kind of things absolutely drive me mad. When shit like this just doesn't work for some reason. Like, I know NetherRealm and, like, Mortal Kombat put out official tweets about the future of MK1, but I can't find them. What the hell? I don't understand. I don't understand. Did they like delete all these tweets? What the hell happened? Oh, did they? Oh, did they switch their Twitter account? Is that what happened? No, that's not it. What? Dude, seriously? Oh my god. Bro. Bro. Yeah, I'm trying to find Max's. Oh, here we go. Here's one right here. Uh Okay, okay. So why could I not find this before? This is so bizarre. I don't understand. Okay, all right. So they haven't been tweeting on their NetherRealms studio account at all, I see. So they've just been tweeting on this Mortal Kombat account, which I thought I found, but for some reason I couldn't get to it. Anyways, whatever. No, that's what I had to do. I had like log into X, and this is why I was yelling at X. Anyways, okay, here we go. Here we go. Sorry, sorry. No? What? And this is just the part that makes it so pissy too. It's just like they like because the verified thing doesn't actually work anymore. Like there's just all these like fake account anyway. Ugh. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday with your host, James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor. Another weekend of just amazing fighting game action. As you can see here, we just came back from Combo Breaker. And as always, Combo Breaker is one of the biggest tournaments of the year, one of the most exciting tournaments of the year. And this year, it is also starting off a lot of the world tours and such this year. I mean, it wasn't the first event, for example, for Street Fighter 6. That was Evo Japan, but this is following right along. Finally back on the tour, which is really cool. You know, this is the first time we really got to see a bunch of the players come together and play some City of the Wolves, for example, with over, what was it? Like 870 some players, I think, registered for this tournament. So again, a lot of games being run here. And you know what's really fascinating about the way Combo Breaker works? I'm sure everybody has talked about this. You've heard this from top players all the time. You know how much they love Combo Breaker. And you know, right now, what the cool thing is that with Rick Thayer, aka the Hado, running both Evo and Combo Breaker, like I really like the distinctions that he tries to, keep between the events. As I've always said, that I feel like Evo was a celebration of fighting games, right? Like if you just want to go there and just nerd out about fighting games, like Evo is just like top-notch place to go. Combo Breaker definitely has a stronger community vibe to it, right? It really tries to support all the communities out there. Even just like the design work for logos, et cetera, et cetera. It's all very grassroots, kind of more down to earth kind of thing. I was saying this on stream a lot too, but like you can find a lot of artist booths and stuff like that instead of like in the one giant artist alley section. It's actually like they're kind of spread around between different ballrooms, some in the halls, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of people prefer going to Combo Breaker because it is where they feel like they can see their friends more, and just be able to hang out and stuff. Now, having said that, Combo Breaker's obviously grown extremely large now. This is the first Combo Breaker I've been to in a while, and I was almost taken aback by like how big the main ballroom was, et cetera, et cetera. But it was still really cool because you still had to like walk between, like leave this ballroom, go to the other ballroom. This is where all the retro stuff is, and oh, here's some more artists, et cetera, et cetera. And so there definitely is like I said, a stronger community vibe. Case in point here too, if you actually go to start.gg for Combo Breaker here, and you're like, hey, I'm gonna sign up for a tournament. Let's see, they had officially on start.gg, they had Killer Instinct, Dragon Ball FighterZ, City of the Wolves, Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising, Guilty Gear Strive, Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2, King of Fighters 15, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Melty Blood Type Lumina, Mortal Kombat 1, Mortal Kombat X, Rivals of Ether 2, Skullgirls Second Encore, Street Fighter 6, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, Super Smash Bros. Melee, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Tekken 8 Ultimate, Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Under Night In-Birth 2 Sis Celeste, Vampire Savior, Virtua Fighter 5 Revo, and the Mystery Game Tournament. Basically, if you play a fighting game, most likely it's there. And if it even wasn't on this list, it's probably being run on the side by, fans who support that game. I said it on commentary over there, but like a lot of these communities, like Killer Instinct is a big one. Like Vampire Savior, et cetera, they really do consider Combo Breaker their Evo. Like a lot of those communities have kind of dedicated, Skullgirls is another one. A lot of these communities have dedicated Combo Breaker to be like, this is the one that we go to. Because, the Combo Breaker is about like supporting all the different communities and stuff like that. Again, I'm sure we would love, Evo is doing a lot more of that. Definitely thanks to Rick's influence. So we're seeing a lot more support in that area. In fact, a lot of the official side tournaments are getting official Evo medals, et cetera, which is really, really cool. Oh yeah, and that artwork from Mattis Mao, remember I had her as one of my FGC members of the year, and you can kind of see why. Like, her art is just absolutely ridiculous. So she's amazing. So really happy that she got to show off her artwork on that, on the cover of the program, which I didn't actually get a copy of. Crap, I forgot to get a copy of that. Shoot, I'm gonna have to figure out how to finagle a copy of that somehow. Is that actually true, Deviling Xiaoyu? This is completely off topic. Sorry, I just saw that comment there, and I'm like, what? Really? Okay. That would explain a lot. So that's the beautiful thing, right? But it has gotten bigger to the point where, yeah, at Combo Breaker, like, before, obviously I haven't gone in a long time, but you know, when it was at Pheasant Run, et cetera, like you would run into a lot of the people that you knew a lot easier. And this is the same thing that happened to Evo. This is just, you know, growing pains, right? When you get bigger, it's harder to, you know, have it have that same kind of intimate feel that it used to have in the past. But again, like I said, there's not much you can do about it. I don't blame Combo Breaker at all for any of this, and a lot of the people still do have a chance to meet up with their friends and everything, and you know, it is just generally a wonderful meeting place. Like Evo is kind of like that tournament that you go to if you're just like I'm not new to the fighting game. I don't know anybody. So you go to Evo and like it's just the spectacle and it's amazing and all stuff. But like if you've been in the FGC a while, like going to Combo Breaker, and even if you're new, going to Combo Breaker is amazing as well. But like it is such a focus on the community that like, you know, it's kind of where you go to expect to hang out with your friends and just chill and have a great time. It's amazing. It is absolutely amazing tournament to be to, and going this year is just like crap. Like this is what I've been missing the past few years, and it hurts, right? Because it wasn't like I made a conscious choice not to go to Combo Breaker. It was never a conscious choice not to go. So if you have an opportunity, honestly, if you choose Combo Breaker to be your first event, or if you choose Evo to be your first event, neither of them is a wrong choice. Honestly, they're both just amazing tournaments, and like I said, with Rick being in charge of both of them, I really enjoy the fact that he is trying to maintain like distinct different feels between them. You know, that's just something that I appreciate a lot. Anyways, I just wanted to talk about, you know, that part about Combo Breaker, but I mean, obviously, there's a lot to talk about results-wise here at Combo Breaker. A lot of very interesting results here, a lot of controversial results, but also some very telling results as well. I can't go through all of them. Like I said, there are so many results here that I just do not have the ability to go through them. Also, I just don't know enough about a lot of the storylines for each of the scenes. So I don't want to disrespect a lot of the games by being like, hey, yeah, this game happened and these people won, yay! And then just being done. So like, I would like to actually, you know, just talk about some of the ones that obviously that I'm a little more familiar with, and talk about the stories behind them. For example, interestingly enough, here in Street Fighter 6, this is a qualifier for EWC, as well as, of course, for Capcom Cup. So this is one of the events that you can win and actually just qualify straight into Capcom Cup. And what was really fascinating about this tournament is that Lashar is the person who ended up winning this. So Lashar has now qualified for Capcom Cup. And the thing about it is that what makes this interesting is that Lashar has been being talked about by everybody. Like, if you talk to all the top players, Lashar is like the guy, like, oh my God, this guy is ridiculous. Like, he's nuts. He's just like amazing. He's all the crazy reads and everything like that. But he very rarely actually like won the big events. And in fact, I'm going to go, once again, plugging the Liquipedia fighting game page here. I will also type this into the chat for all you guys so that those of you here watching this live can actually just link to it and bookmark it here. If you're watching this as an archive or just like, you know, the edited video here on YouTube, I'll see if this works, but editor, if you put this up, make sure to put a link in the description below. If not, just do a search Liquipedia Fighting Games. You'll find it. No problem. No problem. But if we look at like the Street Fighter 6 results over here, so he just got first at Combo Breaker. At Evo Japan, he got tied for 5th. At Capcom Cup 11, he got 3rd place. 2nd place at the CPT Japan Super Premiere. 9th place at the Singapore Super Premiere, 9th place at Esports World Cup, He did win first place at the Esports World Cup Last Chance qualifier. He got third at the mix-up, ninth at DreamHack Summer, et cetera, et cetera. 17th at Combo Breaker last year, 65th at Evo Japan the previous year, third at Red Bull Kumite, fifth at Capcom Cup X. So yeah, like he's never really had that crazy result at a really, really stacked tournament. And this is 1,324 entrants, and kind of going back to like Combo Breaker, being on the Capcom Pro Tour again. The thing that I loved was that everybody showed up to this one. Like last year at Combo Breaker, when it wasn't on the tour, we didn't see a lot of the top players go to Combo Breaker, but this one had like everybody. Everybody was here. Like everybody that you would know was here to try to qualify for that Capcom Cup. And Lashar ended up taking it and largely did it with Mai. And this is the interesting story, is that Mai, despite the fact that everybody has been saying that she's just like ridiculous, Odie fans are like broken, etc., Mai's success at all of these tournaments have been very, very opposite of what people have been saying about the character, right? Everybody has been saying, oh yeah, Punk didn't make this tournament, right? I think he was like taking a break or something. I'm not even sure, because I definitely heard like, I think it was like Ending Walker or someone saying that somebody said they're not going to CEO because they just need to take a break. Again, I don't feel like, and in fact, someone even noted that like Momochi, who's kind of taken Mai as his main, would play Mai, lose the first game, switch to Ed, and then win, right? Like it was like Mai just hasn't been quite living up to what a lot of people have been saying about her. A lot of people are like, she's definitely top 3, blah, blah, blah. But I just feel like the results haven't quite gotten there. And yeah, and Vang Horn 2.0 says in the chat, Lashar's Mai is fun to watch, doesn't rely too much on fans throw. And I think it's just because I'm not sure it's as strong as a lot of people think it is. Okay, let's rewind that sentence back a little bit. Odie fans are ridiculously strong. They are very, very strong. But they cost 2 blocks of your drive gauge to get you in. Whereas a lot of other characters might be able to fight their way in a little bit more, hit you and maybe do a drive rush cancel, or maybe an OD move that gets some better combos. But if Mai throws OD fans and gets in on you and hits you and drive rush cancels that to add damage, she's at 1 block. If she throws OD fans and then tries to do an OD move because it launches you and she gets better juggles and more damage, she's at 2 bars. The thing about it is throwing OD fans willy-nilly all over the place is expensive. And I think that's kind of the thing that is holding her back from being one of the strongest characters in the game. So, reports of her being top tier and killing everyone, I think, are highly exaggerated. Lashar didn't play Mai in final because he doesn't want to get her nerfed. Right, and that's the other thing, is that in the end, Lashar played Ed in the grand finals because he was fighting against Itabashi Zangief, and Ed probably does a lot better against Zangief than Mai does. I only say probably because I don't know enough about Zangief versus Mai. On paper, that feels like a terrible matchup for Zangief, but like maybe it isn't. And also because, the thing about it is, like, if you bounce the fan, off of Zangief with the OD fans and you try to attack and he SPDs you, he's invincible. The fans aren't there anymore. Like, against a lot of other characters, you can drive rush in, they can't throw you, but Zangief can. So maybe it's not that good of a fight for Mai at all, honestly. But right, she has a lot of things. She has good buttons. The level 2 super is ridiculous. Like the times that Lashar used that, catching projectiles off guard was crazy, etc., etc. And yeah, if you play her install, she's very dangerous. But the thing about it is, all of those things are very strong, but in my opinion, don't make her, toppest of the top tier. Like, in my opinion, that's still kind of reserved for, like, the Kens. And yeah, I know Rashid is not as strong as he used to be, but Rashid is still really good. Akuma is obviously still very, very strong. Cammy is also very, very good as well. Although, I mean, Cammy, it's hard to find people have success with Cammy outside of Punk. But then clearly, Ed is still very, very strong. And Ryu is doing, in fact, Ryu has 2 representatives, in the top 8 here. So, obviously a very strong character still. So I think Mai is in that conversation. I just don't think she's egregiously higher tier than everybody else, is basically all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. So, yeah, I'm Cammy. I mean, you don't have to tell me. Like, I'm one of the people out there who actually, can probably be called a Cammy down player, because I do say that she is significantly harder to use than people think she is. So, yeah, I mean, Ryu is crazy now. Is he better than Ken? I don't know. I'm still not convinced. Yes, there are barely any Kens in this, who placed high in this tournament here at Combo Breaker, but that doesn't erase like the last 7 tournaments of Ken just killing everybody. Like, remember, Ryukichi got 2nd place at Evo Japan. Okay, like we're not just gonna dump Ken away like that. We're not buying into Phenom's little propaganda. Okay, we're gonna leave. So yeah, but Itabashi, as I mentioned, getting 2nd place. So, as I said on social media, I called it the crew, but I guess I could call it the coalition, because that sounds better. The coalition of utter grappler hate. That group, aka Cough, we are protected from them again, because Zangief did not win the tournament. Placed very, very high. But we are getting a lot of Zangief's placed very high because Kobayan, remember, got 3rd place at Evo Japan. But he has not won the tournament yet, so I can still talk about Zangief as if he is not top tier. I still think that it's very, very hard to win with Zangief because he just has a lot of bad matchups. He does have a lot of bad matchups. And he just does enough damage that he can make up for some of those bad matchups. But again, like, it's Itabashi, it's Kobayan, right? Or maybe even Mena RD when he plays a little bit of Zangief. Like, the players who are making it very high in brackets with Zangief are like exceptional players. Zangief Bolato, another one, right? Like, these guys are exceptional players, right? You're not just seeing any old random Zangief make it up to top whatever, blah, 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 because, Zangief is a grappler. And again, grapplers require skill. They require fundamentals. They require you to be like some of the best fighting game players out there to make Zangief work and win at all, because grapplers are always like awful in fighting games and they're just terrible and if you're still watching, I'm really actually surprised. You know me, I'm always a grappler apologist out there, but I really do think Zangief is a lot of work, and that's definitely not as strong as a lot of people think he is, but he good in this game. Like, do I have him in top 10? Maybe. But even if he's not in the top 10, he'll be like 11 or 12 or whatever. Like, Zangief is good in this game, and it's great. I'm happy because grapplers never get to be good characters, and so I'm really happy to see that. Zangief is kind of, in my opinion, in a really good position where I don't think he's like busted like Zangief has been in some other games in which everybody was kind of miserable. But I also don't think he sucks like Street Fighter V. Like he just never had a chance. Like they never buffed him. It's just like it's so painful. So, oh man. Okay. Random sub emote unlock. I don't know what that means. Oh, that's one of the channel things. Thank you, Fun Cockler 0. Third place was Dual Kevin. Dual Kevin, who has been having just the absolute most amazing run last year and continuing that that effort here. I mean, shout outs to Mr. Kevin, aka Dual Kevin. Really just amazing play here, and I'm so happy to see it because last year, it wasn't until like the right before EWC that he qualified for EWC, and right before Evo that Capcom Cup, that he finally qualified for Capcom Cup. And this year, he's just qualified to both now, like in May, and he's like, whoo, I can rest. I'm really happy to see that his work is paying off, that he continues to be really strong. Highest placing U.S. player here. Started the top 8 on winner's side. He beat Blaz 3-0. I mean, that's crazy, right? Just really well played. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, on the winner's side, before he beat DCQ, I think he sent Mena RD to losers, yes. So he actually sent Mena RD straight from having won Evo Japan to the losers bracket 2-1. So again, Dual Kevin is just like on a roll right now. Really happy to see that. And I hope he keeps getting stronger and stronger. So, yeah, I get what you mean, no glitching, when you say Ryu is too honest for his own good. I mean, again, that's what I say about Cammy, right? And people are like, Cammy, honest? But honestly, Cammy is, Cammy is honest. I really do think she is. And in fact, I even think Ryu can eat glue a little harder than Cammy can these days. But yeah, I mean, that's always going to be kind of their weaknesses, is that both Ryu and Cammy do require a lot from their pilot, right? A lot from their pilot. And, these days I feel like there aren't many characters that can carry you. Like, I think M. Bison can carry a player up to, getting out of your pools, maybe. But even Bison, who I used to think carried people really far, can't even do that as much as he used to be able to do. One, because of some of the nerfs, and two, we've gotten a little more used to what his game plan is and what he's kind of going for. So I don't really think there's a character that carries anybody in this game that much anymore. And so I really think the game is in a good state. Obviously, would I like to see some cool balance pattern changes to the systems? Yeah, to shake it up, and just because I think throw loops are ugly, and regardless of whether throw loops are actually fair or not, I don't actually think they're broken. I explained before the official stream started why people end up taking 4 throws in a row. And again, it's not like throw loops are broken, but they're just ugly. They're not fun to watch. They look silly, and everybody talks so negatively about them that getting rid of throw loops, I think, is just better for the health of the game overall, right? It's just got this negative aura hanging over it and stuff. So yeah, I would like to see it change, but I do think the game is in a very, very strong position. Actually, JNV might be one of the closest characters to being a carry because of the Odie fans, and that's because if the opponent that you're fighting is also not strong enough to take advantage of you spending all of your drive gauge. Like if they just let you get away with stuff all the time, that's going to be an issue. So I do think at the highest levels, no, she still doesn't carry anybody. Like I said, Momochi, and plays Mai once and loses and switches back to Ed and then wins, right? Like if Mai can't carry a Momochi, like I don't think she's like super carry character. But like Bison, I think she can carry some players to, get out of pools or something like that. But as stacked as this tournament was, I don't even think that was the case for Mai or Bison at all in this situation. So, the Overwatch thing, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Actually, I mean, you know what? Maybe I'll talk about that a little bit later. But just for the record, like, they actually did a really good job with that, the Overwatch integration. Anyways, so again, yeah, I'm really happy for Dual Kevin for how he performed here at Combo Breaker. And then if we get back to the main Street Fighter 6 page, which you can't do by clicking on back, start.gg. We had Ending Walker in 4th, and then Blas tied for 5th with the Ryus, and then Bonchan with the Akuma, of course, also in 5th place. And Jack, got top 8 with the Jury, top at Evo in the past in Street Fighter 5, and here top 8 as well. And Goichi, who just had the most ridiculous weekend, we'll get into that a little bit more, but doing it with the Chun-Li, a character that so many players have abandoned, and Goichi comes waltzing in here and is like, you know what, she's still kind of good. Like, you guys are making a mistake. Although, I keep seeing more and more clips of people slipping right through her Tensho kicks, the Tensho Kyak, and I just feel so bad because that happened to Lucia in Street Fighter V, and I'm just like, I sympathize. I sympathize, my fellow, blind spot in our ODDP brethrens. But 9th place, Shuto, DCQ, Fudo, Psycho, let's go Psycho, Kimberly Army, let's go. Getting to 9th place with such a terrible low tier character that's just awful, and it has no real mix-ups for no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Kimberly's not terrible in this game. Is 9th place at Combo Breaker feel like overachieving for me? A little bit, because I still don't think she's great, but she clearly can put in some work. And if you have the fundamentals that Psycho has, I mean, you can put in work with that character. So good job to him. 13th place was Mena RD, Tokido, Higuchi, and Zen. 17th place, Momochi, Noah the Prodigy, Moke, Idom, who sent Momochi to loser's bracket, by the way. I didn't get to see that match, so I definitely need to check that one out. Problem X, V Wasim, Tachikawa, Mago. So again, I'm going through these names. This is a ridiculously stacked bracket. And, Daigo was here, a lot of guys, Knuckle Dew was here, etc., etc. And so, the fact that a lot of these guys, Nephew was here, not getting higher than that. Cien was here, last year's champion, El Chacote, got 33rd place, along with Hikaru, VX Bao, Nephew, Knuckle Dew, Shine, etc., etc. A lot of, and tied for 33rd place was Kusanagi, by the way. There are 2 Kusanagis, so don't get confused here. But yeah, I mean, the real biggest story out of this really is just Lashar finally got the big one. Finally got one of the big ones. And as I've said before, once you get one of those wins, things just change. Your mentality just changes, and you can do it. Same thing for when you actually even see someone win with your character. During the Third Strike commentary that I was on, I was talking about this, and we were seeing a lot more, we're seeing a lot more Hugos, and the Hugos are doing better, because honestly, after, and Hayao didn't even win. He got 3rd place or something, right? He got 3rd place. But like just seeing someone do that with your character is like, my character can win. I just have to be better. And like you see a lot of people get like you see a lot more happen. It's this weird mentality. Like when you win your first major and then all of a sudden you're like, I can win this, and all of a sudden you just start winning them a lot more often. Because there's just that monkey on your back, like, oh God, can I finally win my first one? Ah, and then, you psych yourself out, etc., etc. There's just something nice about removing that wall from your brain that really just all of a sudden things just change. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see Lashard just start killing everybody all day. So, wait, crazy how CPT integration changed players' pools from regional level last year to stacked international again. Yeah, I mean, again, like, it's great. That's what happens when you do this. And this is why I've just been praying that we can get back to a point system again. Because even if something like Texas Showdown and, other smaller events become part of the Capcom Pro Tour that gives out less points, that still means a lot more people are going to go to them, because if they're in a very close race with somebody else, they're like, shoot, well, I'll go to Texas Showdown. Maybe I can pick up some extra points there and get myself a bigger lead, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it just encourages that, and we just end up in a situation again where people are traveling all over the place. And then when someone like Tokido's like, shoot, I need to go to Texas Showdown, then a lot of the people who live in Texas are like, whoa, Tokido's heading to Texas Showdown? Bro, I'm going there. I've always wanted to meet Tokido. And you get a lot of people going there. It's so healthy for the scene when world tours have more point systems like that. And I hope we can get to that point again. So, yeah. So the easiest way to disambiguate between the Kusanagi players is one's from Mexico and the other's from France. It's not fair to call France Kusanagi, a newer player, but the Mexico Kusanagi, I also call the veteran Kusanagi, because I remember him playing, like, even back. If it's the same Kusanagi, because the Kusanagi I'm thinking of is also from Mexico, but he was like playing during CVS 1 and CVS 2. If it's the same Kusanagi, like, this is like super veteran Kusanagi. But to say that there aren't multiple people who call themselves Kusanagi who live in Mexico, like, I'm sure there's a bunch of Kusanagis in Mexico. Let's just put it that way. Which comeback? John the Automaton? Which one are you talking about? So, we can talk. I definitely would love to do that. So, so that's Street Fighter 6. Again, loved seeing it there. It was super hype. It was so good. Oh, Lashard versus Goichi. That's right, because he lost the first 2 matches, and then all of a sudden was just able to win 3 in a row. That's a good one. Maybe we'll take a look at that at some point in time, for sure. Obviously, Fatal Fury was a big one this weekend as well. As I said, at least on start.gg says there was 877 entrants there. That one, very, very interesting results. Very interesting results. Because SNK Games have famously, obviously, like, China, Mexico, etc., etc., but winners finals of Fatal Fury City of the Wolves was Chris G versus Reynald. Southern California and New York, right? I mean, like, you can't get more US FGC than that. And so, yeah, the fact that Chris G and Reynald got to winners finals to fight each other, I mean, it says a lot about, once again, the parity in these games when you, 1, have good netcode, and 2, release the game to everybody at the same time. And and honestly, like, because we can see everybody play in every region, and you can't hide tech anymore. Someone displays a tech in a random tournament in China, everybody knows about the tech, right? That's just what happens. And so we're just in a really, really, really great situation here. And I think, oh, I did see the Shuto drop against Itazan. Yes, and that was painful. Now, to be fair, as High Fight pointed out, and I also said this as well, talking to some other people, after he dropped that super, when Itazan got up and he hit him, it was a punish counter. So Shuto standing up, what are you standing up for? Wouldn't have mattered if he stayed seated or stood up. He would have died anyway. The problem just is that he could have killed with anything, not the super. I mean, he even talked about it too. Shuto said, I should have just did level 2 super because it's faster startup, right? And he could have just DP'd. He could have swept and it would have killed. And it's just painful. It's just painful. So, oh yeah, that's right. Itazan got second in VF5. Evo and Revo and second in Street Fighter 6. By the way, I didn't get to see any of the on the Virtua Fighter. So by the way, I didn't get to see a lot of the top 8s here at Combo Breaker. That is just the nature of being a commentator. When you're commentating the top 8 of something like, let's say, or even the 24 to top 8 of Third Strike, you can't watch a lot of the other top 8s. So I missed a lot of top 8s. Please, if you want to watch them with me, I'm going to try to do a bunch of watch parties for a lot of the top 8s from Combo Breaker on this channel, on YouTube, and on Twitch for Jay Chenzor. So please follow, subscribe, all that stuff, so that you'll know when I go live with those. And I'll probably do a lot of analysis while they're going on as well. So, but yeah, back to Fatal Fury here. The other thing that I want to talk about that even before we officially started the stream and early on, I just started going on a rant about, like, because I've been saying City of the Wolves is a heart game and it's helping a lot of the old school players more. And I've had some people tell me that, like, this is not a real narrative or you're just making excuses for yourself, James, because you're old too and everything. But I got very passionate in my previous discussion talking about this, but from a tweet from, was it Automatic over here, he basically said, I would love to see the average age of the top 8 players for each game at CB, because City of the Wolves has got to be like 30 plus. And then he immediately followed with, the answer is around 36. We had Reynold, who he marked down as 37. Again, hard to know, like, when they were born. Are they 37, 38, or whatever? So 37 years old for Reynold. Goichi, 37 years old. Chris G, 34 years old. RB, 37 years old. This is where we get to the youngins, the youth of ZJZ at 30 years old. The youngest player, Fenrich, at 29 years old. Then we had Punko at 39 years old. And then we had GamerB at 46 years old, okay? And so I will repeat a little bit of my rant from early on, but if you're gonna tell me that GamerB, who was amazing at Street Fighter 4, and then got washed up in Street Fighter 5 when, like, Oil King took over, and, people were like, oh, but GamerB stopped playing because he's running Taiwan Major, and then hasn't had as much success in Street Fighter 6, then comes along and gets top 8 in a tournament with 877 players, with a lot of really strong players at this tournament. Okay, when people found out that there's a $1.5 million for the SNK World Cup at the end of this whole entire thing, that suddenly GamerB, practicing for a month, just like everybody else practiced for just a month, comes here and takes top 8. Is it because he got lucky? Or, like, what happened to being washed up? Or maybe the answer is that GamerB has just been an amazing player this entire time, and that Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6 are different games, that they're mind games, and a lot of these other are heart games, right? And I've said this, the heart games favor a lot of the old school players because old fighting games were designed for heart players. It self-selected all the mind players away. Like, the Mind players didn't have a fighting game they enjoyed as much until we started getting to some of the later Street Fighter 6, Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6, and even just a tiny bit of Street Fighter 4. So again, like, I know I bring up this narrative a lot. It's not for any other reason outside of the fact that it just makes us understand fighting games more. And I feel like we can talk about them differently, and we can learn to educate people and help them learn fighting games differently. And the fact that City of the Wolves is a very old school game where we see Mike Ross getting second place at a big, a regional, and then Jay Vissant winning his locals, it's like, is Vissant just like not good at Street Fighter anymore so that he can't be one of the best at Street Fighter like he was back in the CVS 2 days? Where him, me, and Vi would always get top 3, like week after week after week when CVS 2 was first out at Southern Hills Golfland. And, hasn't had that much success with Blanca in Street Fighter 6. And then City of the Wolves comes out and he wins that, at his local. It's just a local, but still, so was him using Blanca, and then Mike Ross, who just never really caught on to 5 or 6 and then shows up, plays some City of the Wolves, gets second place, like at a pretty stacked tournament. I believe it was in Singapore, right? So it's a lot of good players there. Or can we finally just start talking about the fact that fighting games are different and that people are going to be better at some fighting games than others? Can we finally just all of us acknowledge that this is a real thing? Anyways, enough about that from me, because I can obviously go on about that for 2 hours, because I did. But what actually happened here, though, was that Chris G ended up beating Reynolds, if I'm not mistaken, in that winners final. No, Reynolds beat Chris G 3-2. But Goichi got sent to losers bracket by Chris G at the start of top 8, 2-0, interestingly enough. But then when Goichi got sent to losers, like he went 2-1 against Fenrich, and then he beat RB 2-0, and then apparently he smoked Chris G 3-1, but then apparently the grand finals match, he's coming from the losers bracket against Reynolds. He won that 3-0, 3-0. He swept it 6-0. I haven't seen it yet, but from every account that I've heard, this is like one of the craziest washes. Like Reynolds was just like, well, okay. So like apparently Goichi just steamrolled through grand finals with Marco Rodriguez, aka Mr. Butt. Mr. Kushnud Butt. And, a lot of people I know in the US, a lot of people hadn't talked about Marco, but the thing that makes Marco scary is that he has a mix-up, which the two startups are identical and either lead into a high or a low, and they hit, like, I think it was said 4 frames apart. So theoretically, if you can switch between crouching and standing in that 4-frame window, you could fuzzy it, but otherwise it's indiscernible. And so it's just like a true mix-up that you just have to kind of take. Obviously, in my pre-show rant, like I talked about the fact that you've got wake-up DPs and stuff, but, the way that it's set up is that, if I bait the DP, if I hit you with the overhead, or if I hit you with the low, Marco gets, like, I think better combos, because someone on Twitter also showed that Gato can do the same thing, but Gato just doesn't get anything great off of his overhead, over his 6A. He doesn't get the same kind of damage that Marco does. Again, I haven't seen the top 8, so I haven't seen the combo path that Goichi went through, but apparently it's really strong and he gets some pretty decent combos off that, and apparently Goichi just basically kind of rode that mix-up to victory. So, at this point, it's like, your move, SNK. Are you going to try to nerf that, make the timings a little different? We don't know. We'll find out. But regardless, really good stuff from Goichi. But Chris G, Reynolds taking second and Chris G taking third. Very, very impressive. In fact, RB getting fourth here, and I'm sure, I talked about the Gamer Bee stuff and everything. I mean, RB is from Taiwan as well, so maybe they've also been training really, really hard for sure, but like, I'm sure Gamer Bee trained pretty hard for a lot of the other games, and he had Oil King with the trade with, right? To train with, so like, it's not like, oh, well, look, see, anyways, that's about the old people again. But RB there with fourth place, and then Fenrich and ZJZ in fifth place, tied for fifth place, and Gamerbee and Punko tied for seventh place. Notice that there is only two Japanese players in there. That is Goichi and Fenrich, and that's it. But like, other than that, we had one Korean player, we have 3 Taiwanese players, and we have 2 US players. Really impressive spread. And I love that. I love seeing that kind of spread for players. Yeah, Ken's Jinrai, you can actually fuzzy guard. You can actually fuzzy guard that. You can go from low to high because they hit at such distinct different timings. The problem is, if you are concentrating on fuzzy guard, Ken can also do first hit a Jinrai, walk up throw. That's how you beat that fuzzy guard kind of situation there. So, now, like I said, there were some controversial victories as well. And I think a lot of people who are aware of this know exactly where I'm going and talking about this. And that is, of course, with Guilty Gear Strive. First place went to Umisho. Second place was to Jack, who's been dominating with the Happy Chaos on a lot of the circuits these days. Third was Nitro. I'm not as familiar with fourth place here, which is Keishua what Damu. I don't even know how to pronounce the name. SQ and Hotashi in fifth place, and Lord Knight and Razzo. And again, the only reason why Lord Knight and I have not had a official debate on the defense stuff is because I've been ADHDing and just getting distracted. Also, please go support Lord Knight. I know he just had his Twitch get hacked into and stuff, so he's going through it right now, but I'm glad to see him get seventh place here with Razzo as well. Obviously, the controversy here is that Umisho, a lot of people were surprised that Umisho was back playing in the bracket. They were like, I thought Umisho was banned. And this is actually false. Some events did ban Umisho, but from the Arc World Tour, etc., Umisho essentially, so what happened was Umisho made false allegations against somebody about sexual harassment. And, if you have false allegations, that hurts everybody with legit allegations, because the more people can point to false allegations as evidence means that it hurts the people who have the truthful allegations. It hurts their stories a lot. And so Umisho definitely, there was a lot of talk when this happened about her being banned from the scene, and she decided to excise herself from the scene and try to work on stuff and, do some more, maybe therapy work or a lot of thinking, etc. Now, the thing is, I don't want to speak too much on this issue because I haven't been following it very closely. So a lot of people are going to be like, why don't you take a stand, James? Why don't you blah, 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 blah? And I don't know the situation because I've heard, Umisho has been playing, but using a pseudonym online name to play in some matches. But I've also heard that, she and the persons that she accused, have talked and have since, made up, or they're talking to each other again. And so that person forgives Umisho. And so, that shows growth. I don't know. This is just everybody's shooting out words on Twitter. And let's face it, you can't trust anything that really anybody says on Twitter these days. it's hard. I don't know the situation. I just know she was not officially banned by Arc World Tour. So, you know, whether you sit on one side of the story or the other, nobody has violated any sort of rules. But now the question is, should Combo Breaker have banned Umisho, or should that responsibility not be put onto Combo Breaker, and that responsibility should have been handled by the Arc World Tour? Should the Arc World Tour have at least put out an official statement saying either, like, you know, we're not going to ban her because she said she's going to work on it, we'll evaluate her later, blah, 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 blah? Or should they have said, like, because we have done the research and found this to be the case, she is being banned? But I don't think the Arc World Tour said anything, right? I don't think they had an official statement on it. I'm not sure. If there is one, please someone link me to it. Again, I don't want to misspeak, and I'm just presenting everything from all sides. I have not looked into this story enough for me to have any sort of definitive say on the situation. I'm not going to jump on any side. And to be honest with you, like I'm not as involved directly in the Strive scene, so like I don't think what I have to say really matters, honestly, too much for this. If it was a Street Fighter situation, maybe I would, you know, talk about this a little bit more. And also, you know, from the past, you know, where I just like was like super speaking out, like it's crazy because, you know, in the episode last time that I streamed, I talked about how difficult it is to be a commentator. And yeah, like you can just be taken off commentary like instantaneously. It sucks. It makes it hard for us to talk, you know, honestly about a lot of this stuff. It really does. And like it's annoying because like I want to look into this and find out what's going on and, you know, talk about it very truthfully. But I mean, like it's just in the past when I've done that, like it just like led to like people don't know my Twitter account before it became got bought by Elon Musk, got like literally it got banned at one point in time. And like just like I had to go through like all this crazy stuff because I had an opinion on something, and it's just like like maybe back then I could be more opinionated because I had a real job, but now it's hard. No, now it's hard. Okay? So like I don't know. And yeah, I'm sorry that I can't jump to one side or the other. I just haven't looked at the story distinctly. So again, I'm not going to tell anybody in the chat that they're wrong. I'm not going to tell anybody in the chat that they're right because I just don't know enough about the situation. Almost kind of intentionally so. So one, like I said, I just don't think anything that I could add. I don't think there's anything I could add to the situation. And two, it's just like, it's like, yeah, it's so hard. It's hard. And I'm being so candid with all of you guys here. I'm not even hiding, masking anything, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Like I'm telling you guys straight up, like, it's just hard being in the position that I'm in to really talk about this kind of thing in the way that I wish I could. So, you know, basically. So, why is she getting a free pass? I don't know. Like, is it a free pass? Is it a free pass? Like, has there been evidence of growth? Has there been evidence of improvement? I don't know. Like I said, I haven't looked deeply into it enough, right? And that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, it's up to Art World. It's up to these tournaments, and that's it. But as a result, it sucks because that's all everybody's talking about for Strive, and all it does is it just adds to the ammo of people just being so negative to the Strive community. And just, you know, like there's just like people Like apparently there's even slurs, derived from being a Strive player and stuff like that. It's just like the scene right now is just there's just so much more there's so much turmoil going on in the scene. And it sucks. It sucks because I really like Strive. I thought Strive is I think it's an excellent game. Right? I get that a lot of people have issues with it, but now I feel like more people have just issues with the community more than the game itself, and they can use that to hate on the game more, right? Like it's at a point where people can use the community of Strive to slander Strive, the game, the scene, everything. And this is not new, by the way. Even before the 2009 rebirth of the fighting game community, people use that argument to slander Guilty Gear even back during the XX days. Okay? You don't know. This was a very common thing even back in the XX days. So when you hear a lot of those people who are like, it's because they're woke and it's this. No, trust me, this has been going on for decades with the Guilty Gear community, okay? There are old SRK threads that I'm sure you can dig up that had just as much bigotry and all this other stuff, and it was a lot more open back then. And so the bigotry was a lot worse. It has existed forever. So this is not just some modern day thing going on here. It's just that a lot of the times the people being slandered had no way to really fight back or to argue, or they had no support. Nobody supported them back then. And it's different now. And that's why it feels different to a lot of the people who are bigots about this kind of situation, because they feel like they've lost a lot of their power to be able to try to shut down this whole, community of people. And so back then they just got away with it. And so a lot of people are like, oh, why can't it be like the old days? No, the old days sucked. That's just how it is. For real. So again, do not use the actions of individuals to paint a whole community. That is the lesson that we've all been preaching. That's just what it is, right? It's just what it is. So, all right, enough of that soapbox era. But again, it sucks because that's what everybody's talking about instead of cool, person qualified, hey, Unika's coming out, blah, 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 blah. No, this is the discourse for Guilty Gear right now, and it's just really a shame. Because again, I really enjoyed Strive when it came out. I played a lot of it when it came out, and I'm sad to see that this is what's happening to the game right now. It's just an unfortunate situation. And yes, the game, by nature, is more appealing to certain sects of, sects of people out there in the community. And so, it did get targeted a lot more. And like I said, this was going on even before Street Fighter 4 was released. Okay, during the XX days, there were very distinct stereotypes people would talk about as being as a Guilty Gear player, anime players. It's been happening for decades. Okay, so I just don't want to hear anybody saying this is oh my god, no, just stop that. Don't paint an entire community through the actions of individuals. All right. Other really big wins over here. There was another one that I want to talk about. Oh yeah, this is actually a shocking one to me. But apparently Sonic Fox winning Mortal Kombat 1 is the first time that they've actually won an NRS game at Combo Breaker ever in 10 years. They've always gotten second place or third place. They've won plenty of Skullgirls and Dragon Ball Fighters, but they just never managed to take an NRS game. And so this was actually a big deal for Sonic Fox to actually win MK1. That's crazy to me. They got second place again to Kill Sage for Skullgirl's second encore, but obviously Sonic Fox has won Skullgirls in the past. The reason why I bring this up is because, I did a lot of commentary for Vampire Savior, and Vampire Savior was won by Alaris, who in 10 years of Combo Breaker has won Vampire Savior 6 times. 6 times he has won. And this is for a scene that is growing bigger and having players get stronger and stronger. And, even some of the Vampire Savior veterans were saying, like, dude, we keep seeing new players and we don't know, like, I've never heard of this guy before. And they're, like, getting really far in tournaments and stuff. So, for a scene that's improving all the time, Alaris, with that Felicia, who's not even considered top tier, it's taken Combo Breaker 6 times, which is just crazy. And so we were just talking and I was just like, is that the most Combo Breaker titles that anyone has ever had? Oh, did they actually win Injustice, but not MK? I mean, we'll check later on. But point being is that 6 titles for Alaris, and I was like, is this the most? And so we started asking all these people. And of course, the answer is Sonic Fox, right? So when I heard that they hadn't won an NRS game, that's why I was like, maybe Alaris has more titles. But I forgot the fact that Sonic Fox has like 3 titles in like Dragon Ball, and like a title in like Skullgirls, even a title in Under Night, if I'm not mistaken. I think Sonic Fox won an Under Night tournament at Combo Breaker at one point in time. And so if our count is correct, I was tweeting with Sonic Fox about this, Sonic Fox has 10 Combo Breaker titles in 10 years, which means Sonic Fox has averaged one Combo Breaker title every year. That's nuts, dude. That is ridiculous. That is crazy. Oh, so Sonic has said that they prefer to, at one point they said they prefer to be referred to as they, them. And then at some point was like, they, them, or he, him, like, is fine. But I'm just going with they, them because that was kind of what they they were asking for originally. So I am going by they, them out of respect, and which is what you should do. It's not hard. Anyways, yeah, so again, like that's just a crazy record over there. Also, Chris G losing to Escalante in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I don't know much about Escalante. I haven't really heard that name that much in Marvel 3, but that's pretty impressive. But again, like do you remember when I was talking about Evo Japan, someone asked me, does that make Mena RD the GOAT, the greatest of all time? And I said, not really, because for me, the breadth is more important. So it's like Tokido, Justin, and then I was like, and probably Chris G, maybe that I would have like 3rd place over there. Dude, Chris G, like, Jesus, like this guy, what did he get at Combo Breaker just now this year? Actually, he posted it. Let me go see if I can find his Twitter over here. Like here, let's do this. Chris G, like here he is. Ooh, dang. Okay. Sorry, I just saw a tweet of his here. He said his body is in pain right now. Oh, dang, that's crazy. Maybe traveling is a little harder for. I mean, it might also be his diet, but we'll see about that. So, where did he say this here? Okay, so he said he got 1st place in Third Strike. And again, like a lot of Third Strike players kind of consider Combo Breaker as like their Evo officially, and there's a lot of Third Strike players in Chicago. First in Third Strike, second in MVC3, third in City of the Wolves, and fifth in Super Turbo. And he qualified for EWC in Fatal Fury. So again, like, just the guy is ridiculous, dude. Like, I don't even know how he does it, honestly. I don't know. Chris actually said that I guess he's not going to Battle Arena Melbourne anymore because he says, I don't feel like my body can take those flights right now. I will instead be going to SoCal because there's stuff I got to take care of. And this Saturday he'll be at the Arcade Shock event, which I think Vin asked me to go there to do some commentary, so I might actually be there this weekend to do some commentary. I will double check on that one. So. But yeah, he just registered for CEO, and so like again, Chris G is just kind of ridiculous. He's just kind of ridiculous. So shout outs to Chris G. I know Chris G has gone through a lot, and he is a person that even he admits said a lot of really stupid things in the past. And because he is like a lot of Street Fighter playing stuff, he is a person that I have kept tabs on a little bit, and I do feel like he has done a lot to really own up to a lot of the dumb things that he's done. So I do feel like there's a lot of growth. He still definitely did some other stupid things, but like not to that degree that I think was like, oh my God, like, ugh. So I'm kind of in this mode where I'm happy to see Chris G playing because, like I said, I know he's really good, and I'm kind of in a mode where I'm willing to let him prove himself that he has grown and matured. And again, if you want to disassociate with me because I talked to Chris G, which has happened in the past, I do not blame you at all. I do not blame you because clearly they have done, like, they've said a lot of really stupid things in the past, right? Like very racist things and stuff like that. So, again, I don't blame you, but from my own judgment, I feel like he's doing a lot better now. So, and like I said, he has literally admitted that, yes, I should have gotten let go from this organization. Yes, I should have been banned because the things I said were really stupid. I've literally seen him say that. So, I know some people might disagree with me giving him a second chance, but I really just do think that he has matured. At least I've seen it personally. So, oh, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'll probably be trying to go to that this weekend, Kellyanne. So, but yeah, Chris G is ridiculous. He's ridiculous, and well done to him. Well done to him. Really, really kind of neat to see him kind of being able to assert himself, assert the fact that he is such a good fighting player again. So, yeah, and that's the thing, right? If you actually see growth, that's a big difference, right? If you don't see growth, if somebody keeps messing up and keeps doing things that shows that they haven't matured, like, yeah, then whatever. But still, it's just gonna be a person-to-person basis, man. Like, there's no easy rule that's gonna cover everything, and that's just the nature of it. So, but yeah, I think that's all I'm gonna cover for Combo Breaker. But the last thing I want to talk about is Tekken 8. Okay, which is funny because I'm going to be talking a little bit about that in this category over here. But Tekken 8 took place. And again, the state of Tekken 8 right now is I have never seen an entire community from top to bottom, from casuals and scrubs to top players and Tekken loyalists. I have never seen a game get turned on like by its community as heavily as Tekken 8. This is almost unprecedented how much I have seen how angry a community has been at their own game for various reasons. I'm not going to go into details because it is such a long story. But the thing that struck me is, one, I mean, they showed Armor King, which got a lot of people hype before the top 8. And I'm wondering if they had to reveal them early because they're like, shit, 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 let's get some goodwill. And so they showed him at Combo Breaker. But the cool thing is the matches were really, really good. Mole Gold from Korea ended up beating Atif. Knee in third place. Edge in fourth. Arslan Ash in fifth, tied with Pina. And then Rain Chu and Lohai in seventh place. Yeah, the auction tournament having the crazy shirtless Tekken thing that was going on that got a lot of buzz, etc., etc. But like after the tournament was done, the same community that has just been so angry at Bandai Namco, like started chanting good ass Tekken, you know, and good ass Tekken, dun 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 dun, good ass Tekken, and they were all hype and they were all happy, and all I just want to say about that is, offline heals all. I'm telling you, when you get to be in that arena and you get some good ass matches and you get to be hyped for stuff and you see everybody is there and everybody's excited and they're all cheering and you're just a family again, like it just heals, man. Like I can't even tell you, like fighting games are not meant to be played by yourself. Like it is a social genre. It is something that we're all meant to do together, and you saw the effects of it. Like people were just so happy to have those matches and to see everyone play again. And when you have good matches, it really just it fixes a lot of stuff, especially when it's, you know, offline, because you get to see everybody. You see the emotions, you see the passion, and you see that a lot of the people who have been critiquing the game are doing it because they love the game. The loudest critics oftentimes are the ones who can critique it the most accurately because they want to keep loving the game. You know, they want to see it get better. You know, like I know there was a big stink when Arslan Ash got like blocked by Harada, but you know, so you know, Harada said that was an error, a mistake, and I have definitely accidentally blocked people I didn't mean to just by misclicking. Whether you believe that story or not is up to you. I'm not gonna say one way or the other, but like then you have him playing and like you takes off his shirt and Arslan Ash is ripped as fuck. Like, what the hell, dude? Like, but like, seriously, like, it's crazy. You go offline and that's where the stories are built. That's where the passion is built. It's so wonderful. Offline heals all. And like, yes, a lot of people have had bad offline experiences. 100%. 100%. I'm not going to say that that doesn't happen. I'm not going to like try to ignore the fact that like terrible things have happened at like offline events, etc., etc. But the FGC is really, and what I've been saying a lot on Twitter is that a lot of, I swear to God, like the fighting game community is Jekyll and Hyde with offline and online. Like online, it is just some of the most vile, like people are just jerks. And again, that has nothing to do with the FGC. That's just the internet. The internet sucks, right? Like you go to any category and topic about on Twitter and like everyone's just being an asshole to each other. So again, this is not an FGC thing, but like the problem is that is where we gather. Twitter is, for better or for worse, mostly for worse, the home of the FGC. That's where we go. And so the FGC is always seen as toxic. It's always seen as awful. Like everybody's just like, you don't want to have anything to do with the FGC. And everybody at Combo Breaker that I talked to was like, this is my first Combo Breaker. This is my first major, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, how is it? They're like, it's amazing. Everybody's so friendly. And like, you know, people who are running the arcade or helping with this, they're like, yeah, everybody's been so nice and helpful at this community, blah, blah, blah. Dude, like when you actually can make it to offline, it's so Jekyll and Hyde. Like the FGC is like, I wouldn't have been in this community for this long if it really was as vile as social media would make you think it is, right? My experience with the FGC has just had so many wonderful situations. And yeah, I've also had terrible things happen to me in the FGC. Whatever. But like, there's so much good that happens, right? Like for me, like I have dozens of lifelong memories from this scene, right? And like if it was as bad as everybody says it is, like I wouldn't be having that, right? Honestly, so have I blocked you on Twitter? Vibes a lot. I don't remember at this point, so I've blocked a lot of people. Although I don't block a lot of people. I usually mute people. I block a lot of people who are obviously spam bots or bots and stuff like that. So I'm not sure what happened, but we'll find out. I mean, if you really want to let me know, just let me know and I'll see what's going on. It could have just been an accident, honestly. It could have just been an accident. Because when you're on your phone and you're scrolling, I have unfollowed people that I shouldn't have unfollowed, etc., etc. But yeah, just like I never know how to pronounce that. Like Massacre, being at a major is a massive refresher that FGC isn't so terrible as it seems online. Exactly. Oh, it was a joke? Okay. Whew. Okay, I'm glad. But yeah, I loved that storyline for Tekken. Like everybody was so excited, everybody was so happy just to be offline and see everybody again and play the game. And like, let's ignore the fact that we're mad at the patch. We're all playing it, and we're all still gonna play our hearts out, and we're still gonna get some amazing matches. And that's what it comes down to in the end, right? Just being hype about something that you love. And like I said, you know, the loudest critics are the people who love it, right? So, like, do I personally think that Bandai Namco should like I don't know the full, I really don't know anything of the details, but if it is because the Rips were critical of the game, I would really hope that they would reconsider that. Because again, you know, the Rips have been promoting the game, they love the game, etc., etc. If they said anything bad about it, it's from a place of love, right? You know, obviously the no rip, no buy thing might have been like, might have been an issue, but like I said, yeah, anyway. Oh, so you pronounce it Lich. Okay, got it. Anyways, I'm just really glad to see that they all had such a great time, that community had that bright spot to really be able to enjoy that game, you know, to enjoy the game. It obviously helps as well that they've already said, we heard you, we're gonna tweak all this stuff, and Harada's been very candid about that as well. Like, you know, we have this other team, and I guess obviously they didn't do as good of a job, so we're gonna try to like do more, and like they've talked about a lot of that stuff. I mean, some of it could be damage control, some of it could be absolutely truthful. Again, I can't make that judgment. But you know, they've already said that they're gonna do their best to fix a lot of the things, so it was just really cool. And, you know, again, just really emphasized to me why offline is so great, why Combo Breaker is so great. Like I said, it just breeds a community vibe to it, especially the fact that, like, you know, one of the specialties of Combo Breaker really is that they put the commentators right there in the middle. Like, they're, like, for the top 8, the commentators are just right there in the middle. And so that's where Combo Breaker really like one of the things that it really strives at is that it feels personal, right? So Combo Breaker does a really good job that, you know, like it's personal, and it reminds us, that didn't sound the right way, that, you know, it's very personable. It's, you know, it's close. It's about being close knit. It's about being, you know, it's about being the community, right? And so what you do end up with is an event where, you do get to be reminded of the fact that, we all just started playing these games because we like them, and look where we're at now. And like I said, I think it's beautiful that Rick is now running Evo and Combo Breaker, because he realizes the power of Evo as spreading the gospel of our genre, right? Evo is there to show people why fighting games are so great. And Combo Breaker is here to show us why the fighting game community is so great. And again, I love the distinction. They both have like such an important kind of role to play in the community. And I love that. I applaud Rick for being able to maintain that as Combo Breaker literally keeps growing bigger than Rick has ever intended, right? Like, one of the reasons why he had to leave the Pheasant Run, beside the fact that it eventually burned down, but like, it was too small. Like, he had to limit the number of tickets, and so it became like Combo Breaker tickets on sale. Everyone just like ran in and tried to buy it, and a lot of people who wanted to go just couldn't go anymore, And so as it grows, as anything grows, like I said, with growing pains, it definitely gets to a point where it can feel more corporate. You don't see all the people as well, etc., etc. And while a little bit of that has bled into Combo Breaker, because there ain't nothing you're gonna do about it when you have 7,000 people showing up to this tournament, right? Like, there's not much you can do. But for, given that scenario, he has done an amazing, fabulous job at keeping it very grassroots and keeping it very much focused about the community. And it's going to be hard, but if he can keep it up as long as he can, I think like this is great. I love seeing the different directions for these tournaments, and it's always been that way, right? It's always been that way, but like, it could have been very easy for Rick to take over Evo and just like, I'll make this and bigger Combo Breaker. But like, I love the fact that he has this very clear vision of what they are, while bringing some of Evo into Combo Breaker and bringing some of Combo Breaker into Evo. For example, Evo now giving out Evo medals for a lot of the unofficial, official side tournaments and stuff like that. And I think that's really great, right? And I'm going to make the joke again, because Vibes a Lot brought up CEO. So I'm going to make the joke again. But yeah, I mean, Evo is just a celebration, like I said, of fighting games. Combo Breaker is a celebration of the community. And CEO is a celebration of Jabali. And that's how I see it. And like, I think that's just about as accurate as you can get at this point, So honestly, though, I really, really want to go to CEO this year because of the new venue, and I want to see this, and I'm so glad that it's back in Orlando. The thing that's holding me back, honestly, right now, and again, I hate doing this because before the show, I was talking about, maybe, was it even during the show that like, I was like, it would really help if I can get some donations, but I can't afford a flight to CEO, and that's literally the thing that's holding me back right now. Again, like, it sucks. I hate the fact that I spend all this time being like, hi, stream, give me money, give me money. But I mean, I am an influencer content creator. That's kind of what I'm supposed to do. So, yeah, give me money. No, just kidding. But I will do a stream soon about, like, hopefully trying to get donations to maybe finally fill up the Jasmine Fund, and then maybe to get me a ticket to CEO. Because I talked to Jabali, and they said if I can get there, he can probably put me up for a room. And so I can do a lot of work there. And I really want to go there because I've been supporting CEO since the very, very, very beginning. And Jabali knows this too. He's like, I really want to get you out there. We just don't have the budget. And again, if you haven't run an event like this, you guys have no idea how expensive these things are. And everybody who says like, oh my God, TOs make so much money, they're just wrong. They're just wrong. All right? Okay, look. I don't know yet. I haven't checked for the round trip ticket. Someone was telling me that the tickets are really cheap right now. I think Justin told me that. So I'm gonna go and take a look, and we'll see what happens. So, wait, which Discord server? What are we talking about here? Oh yeah, See Otaku got canceled for this year. Yes, it did. It did. They just didn't have a good venue for it. They couldn't find a good venue. There's no reason to run an event of that size at the new venue that they're at, because I think it's just too big. Like, it's actually too big for that or something. Or maybe they just hadn't gotten any of the deals established, et cetera, et cetera. So, that's just kind of the situation right now. But I really want to go this year because I'm so happy about its return to Orlando. I started going to CEO in like 2012, and I successfully went to CEO for like a decade, right? Like, and then all of a sudden I just couldn't make it anymore. Again, because commentary is a rough gig. I want to go back so badly. I really, really want to go back. So, yeah, CEO is like the main tournament, and then CEO Otaku is focused on the anime games. It's like his version of Frosty Faustings, right? Like, you could almost kind of consider CEO Otaku as the as Combo Breaker, and CEO Otaku as Frosty Faustings, right? Like, Frosty Faustings, Combo Breaker, very similar tournaments, both of them in Chicago, right? So you can kind of consider it that way because Frosty Faustings is very much Guilty Gear focused and very much, Guilty Gear's the last game played, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's the same thing that happens at CEO Otaku. They play Strive at the end, they play Under Night at the end, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, you're talking about the Jasmine GoFundMe, right? I can put that link back in the chat over here for you guys. I'll just paste it here again one more time for you guys. Yeah. So CEO Otaku does have like Street Fighter 6 in there because Street Fighter 6 has the most entrants, and so it helps their budget. I know when they first added like Street Fighter 5, a lot of people were angry, upset about that. But Jabali was like, literally was like, like, if I don't do this, like, I can't afford to keep running this tournament. And so, yeah, it does have a lot of the big games there as well. So, it had Tekken 8 as well. Yeah, of course. And it'll probably have Fatal Fury. If it ran this year, it would have had Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves there as well. So. Okay, let me do this. Jasmine vet cost donation GoFundMe. Actually, I don't need to type donation. Jasmine vet cost GoFundMe :paste, enter, right click. This is not the right place to do that. I have to do that over here. How do I pin this? I have to actually go into the I have all these different ways that I'm viewing the chat. That's not the right way. So there we go. So I just have it pinned there, and then you'll just unpin at the end of the stream. So there you go. But yeah, Combo Breaker was amazing. It's great stuff. I love it. I'm so, like, it actually makes me more sad that I have missed so many Combo Breakers in so many years already. It just makes me that much more depressed that I've missed it that many years. So I was really happy to be back, and it was just great to see everybody again. Well, not everybody, because like I said, there's a lot of people that I didn't see, but I was just really happy to be there. And it's just, every time I go to these offline events, it's just like, while I'm sitting here struggling as a content creator, and and the commentary gigs are tough and everything like that, you go to an event like this and you just see all your friends and you just watch everybody get hyped for fighting games, and it's a wonderful feeling, and it's why I've been in the scene for so long. So there you go. That's all I have to say about Combo Breaker. Again, really great event. I've just got very short things to say about these topics here. So hopefully we can get them onto YouTube. If not, obviously, of course, you can always check the live tab for the archives of these streams, and you will have the whole entire thing there. I do have some wonderful people like Sencho who have actually been putting like the timestamps in the links in the comments as well. So thank you, Sencho, very much for all your hard work. But yeah, again, if you can't, like, again, I don't want to make it sound like, because the one thing that, so this is the last major point that I want to give. I don't want to make anyone feel like I'm ever telling the narrative, if you haven't gone to an offline, you're not true fighting game community. Look, the fact that you're watching my stream right now or watching any of these streams, you're a fighting game community. Like, that's just, don't even question that. Like, you are part of the community, because the viewers are one of the most important parts of this. This is why we're doing these kind of things. If you can manage to realistically make an offline like CEO or Evo or Combo Breaker, and it's within your budget, etc., I highly recommend it. It would be wonderful to see you there. If you can't make it, that's fine too. Hopefully you can get the same feelings that the people there are experiencing through the stream. And again, like, however you're supporting the fighting game community is enough. Okay? So I never want to, even when I talk about like offline is beautiful, you gotta go offline, it's so different, you gotta check it out. But I never want the narrative to be like, you are not, like, you are not truly FGC if you haven't been offline. Like, if you can go, I hope what I say is your experience, that you have a wonderful time, etc., etc. Jasmine with the zoomies on my table, okay. But like I said, if you can make it, I can't recommend it enough, honestly. And if you see me at those events, never be scared to come up and say hi to me. I had so many people come up and say hi to me at this event, and I'm always glad when I get to meet people or talk to them because it's their first event. So if you ever do see me at these events, please, and if you see me and you're like, I really want to say hi, I really want to get a picture. Again, if I'm busy, I will let you know. I had people be like, hey, James, I'm like, I can't right now. I'm sorry. And they're like, cool. But like, if I have the time, I am more than happy to say hi and have a little talk. So if you can make it, you can make it. As I said, I highly recommend it. And you can't go wrong if Combo Breaker is your first choice. Because, for example, like, oh, it's just cheaper than Evo or whatever like that. Like, it's less expensive, whatever. If that's the situation, you cannot go wrong with Combo Breaker, CEO, or Evo. Like, those are the three in the States right now. Any one of those three, because if it's closer and it's shorter flight, whatever, just highly recommend it. So, in case, thank you guys for tuning in. And I will see you guys very, very soon. And of course, you know, as I've always said, that the day this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
it was Tuesday.
Actually, Lich Massacre, were you the one that talked to me about, saying congratulations to Kitty and Olaf? Was that you? I can't remember now. So remember someone did, and I couldn't remember who it was exactly, and you just mentioned Synchronize here. So I know I saw you, Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that's right. You were the one in the arcade. There was somebody else who said it to me, I think. But it might have been you. I can't remember now. Anyways. I do have a little bit more, obviously. Not quite done yet. We're not quite done yet. Okay, so let's just get through these other topics really quick. Honestly, there's not much to say, and I don't even know if these will make it to YouTube, but like, these are just things that might have, you know, attractive headlines to get people to watch videos. This is what you gotta do as a content creator. This is how it works. So in any case, let's talk about this really quick. Starting new segment here. Hey everybody, welcome to It Was Tuesday with your host, James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor. One of the things that I haven't had a chance to talk about, obviously I missed the stream last week, I really wanted to talk about the Elena build for Street Fighter 6 in Japan. A lot of people got a chance to try out Elena and, you know, see what she's all about and everything like that, but what Capcom did is actually kind of tricky. And I'm kind of proud of them for this, but I don't know how they pulled it off. Was it just, I don't remember, I don't know if people just said it was a build where only Elena was selectable on the character select screen, but she was the only character you could play. And they've already said with Elena comes the patch notes and the changes to system mechanics. They have literally said they are making changes to the system mechanics. And so what's been happening are people were just like experimenting and trying to get all the information that they can out of this. And so there's a lot to think about here. So like some people are saying that because of the way something worked, that means that they're not taking out throw loops. But then other people were like, hey, but this is going on, so maybe they're taking out throw loops. So this is what we know so far, right? At least from Evo Japan, is that Elena has no throw loops, including using the drive gauge. So she can't throw you and even drive gauge dash up and throw you again. Now that sounds worse than what even Honda and Chun-Li have in Street Fighter 6. Sure, those two can't actually throw loop you and beat 4-frame wake-up buttons. However, they can still throw a button into you and beat your 4-frame buttons without basically moving at all. So it's still kind of a guess, right? At least you can guess right with a 4-frame button to beat a throw, which you can't do to anyone else. But the fact that that even Elena can't drive rush and throw you is a really big deal. And then on top of that, they found all these crazy changes to perfect parries, and people still aren't really sure how it works. And what it sounds like is that, you know how when you perfect parry a projectile, it's just like puff, and that's it, right? Apparently, there are conditions in the game that make it so that all of your perfect, like a lot of perfect parries end up as just that, puff. Like people were even saying that, you know, perfect parrying, like at first they thought that if you perfect parry jump-ins, that you could never get the slowdown. Then someone got the slowdown when they perfect parried the jump-in and everyone's like, huh, weird. And then later on, one of the Japanese, I don't even know if it was a player, I'm not sure whose Twitter account it was, I forgot. They mentioned that apparently the only way to get a slowdown is if you are holding forward and do the perfect parry for high attacks, and for anything that hit, or high and mid, and for anything that hits low, you only get the slowdown if you're holding down and perfect parry. And if this is the case, like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't mind that. Obviously, like, especially because if you have to hold forward and you do the perfect parry too late, you are just eating a face full of jump kick, right? You know, on jump attacks. So you're going to skew a little earlier, and if you do that, you'll still just parry and be fine. But now, if you're in neutral, you can't just perfect parry whatever button they hit. You want to have to guess and stuff. Now, keep in mind, when you perfect parry, you can attack right away again. So, people are going to try to perfect parry and immediately hit a button, basically so that they can just, still kill you getting the perfect parry. However, things like if you get a puffing, I mean, the problem is, like, you can't get the wrong, like, if you're holding forward against the jumping, you're always going to get the slowdown. But let's just say you're crouching and at the last second, you do a perfect parry. Like the one that I was complaining about, in another point in time, where I was hating on the anti-air perfect parry. Like if I'm just holding down back and you jump and at the last second you do a parry and you perfect parry, it's gonna be the puff parry, right? So basically what's gonna happen is you're just gonna go boom and you're gonna land and it's not gonna be the slowdown. So you're not sure what the height is to perfectly punish the landing frames. Like, oh, well, like normally you can go and you're like, okay, he's high enough that I can throw out a medium and I'll be able to get a better punish. Or he's low enough that I have to do a light to try to get the punish. And so if you do a last second, perfect parry and it's just the puff parry like that, it's going to be hard to judge that. And you might do buttons that are too slow or too fast, et cetera, et cetera. So it sounds a lot better to me. And then also in neutral, if someone does crouching medium kick and you happen to hit parry while holding forward, you're just going to parry it. Or if you do get the perfect parry timing, you're just going to puff parry it. And, it's not like you're going to get like 10 years to be able to remember, that's right, I'm supposed to do this crazy combo. Again, at the highest levels, it might not affect anything because I think the players will get good enough that it might not be a problem. But that's also only if that's how the system is working, which we don't know. If we don't know, actually. So, what should we call the not so perfect parry? I remember someone called it, like someone put up a bunch of suggestions. And what did I suggest? I called it something just so we could get like another ridiculous acronym for it. Like I'm calling it a puff parry right now because it looks kind of that way, right? You get that weird cloud, but the problem is then if we abbreviate it, it would be PP as well, which is a problem, right? So I don't want to do that. We would be better off calling it something else with a different letter. So that would be better. Yeah. So like some people have said imperfect parry. I can't remember. I came up with some really stupid thing that was just like some dumb pun joke or whatever. Yes, and yes, again, all of this is rumors. All of this is rumors and just based on what people have tried out. Now, the other thing to note is that I don't even know where this footage came from, but apparently Japan released some extra footage, and there was footage that if you perfect parry an attack, you gain an entire block of your drive gauge back. And, it was when you tech throw. That's right, when you tech a throw, you gain a whole block of your drive gauge back. So this was a major thing that people were saying could help against throw loops a little bit more because it might discourage you for going for that option because if someone techs your throw, that's a big advantage to gain a block just like that. So a lot of people have, I have thought of stuff like this before, but the problem I've always thought is like, yeah, but sometimes you don't know who got the throw tech and who actually got the, who did the throw. Like you walk up to someone and the defender hits the button too early and the offensive player hits it a little bit later and now they're rewarded on offense. And so a lot of people are like, now I can option select and do it late to intentionally get meter for you trying to tech my throw. And I'm just like, okay, like the situation that I was talking about, like a random situation where some guy just walks up and you both try to throw, yeah, that's gonna be kind of a, kind of like who gets the meter, guys. But like in terms of like the throw loop in the corner, I don't think, like if you're actually gonna walk up to me and then try to bait a throw out of me so that I can tech it and actually gain meter, like you're gonna lose the wake up buttons, you're gonna lose to jumping, like you're gonna lose to a lot, like you're gonna lose your pressure, and what that means is then it's doing your job. It's making it so that there's more reason to not go for a throw. Because right now, there's very little things discouraging you from going for the throw. So it's literally doing its job if you're even trying to cook up the scenario where you purposely walk up and late tech them to gain some meter back, right? Like, that means you're not throwing as often. So I don't think it's that bad. Like, is it going to completely kill throw loops and just like, no? But again, this is the argument with that change that people said, oh, throw loops must still be in the game. If they're doing that, like, they want to reward you for getting the throw loops. So the fact that Elena doesn't have throw loops might not matter because maybe it's just her. Maybe some characters get to keep their throw loops or whatever like that. And this is kind of a way to fight that. So again, we have one side, like if Elena has no throw loops and can't even press a button to catch you like Honda and Chun, I'm assuming people were not allowed to record footage. I'm assuming. If that's kind of the case, then, that's an argument that throw loops are gone. If this meter gaining back is like people are feeling like this is their way to try to discourage throw loops, maybe they're still there. I don't know. Honestly, we'll find out pretty soon. Because Elena comes out in a week, right? It's like June 2nd. Like, we're just right there. Like, she comes out on Monday, if I'm not mistaken. So again, like, we'll find out pretty soon, but it's clear that they're reevaluating things. And that's the important thing for me right now, is that there will, because like between season 1 and 2, they didn't change like barely anything for the system mechanics. And, oh, it's June 5th. Okay, it's June 5th. So like literally, like the fact that they're doing a lot of this, and the fact that they just wouldn't let us play any of the other characters probably means that a lot of characters have a lot of changes, that there's a lot of buffs and nerfs, that potentially are coming along with Elena, and they just don't want us to know about them. So I am personally very encouraged about season 3 right now. I am, because again, yes, throw loops exist. Are drive rushes really strong? Yes, they're really strong. I still think the game is in a fantastic state. Probably one of the best states that we could have expected from a brand new fighting game, in this day and age, because it's like, it's hard to make fighting games balanced, right? I mean, I know that's one thing that people are complaining about in City of the Wolves right now, that like 3 or 4 characters are just like super good, but I also think that's exaggerated too, because I think a lot of the other characters are also really good too. But people like to complain, whatever. But Street Fighter 6 I think is in a great state, and I've said in the past, I think it's good. I think it was a good idea that they sat on the mechanics as they were for 2 seasons, so that when this season rolled around and they wanted to change the mechanics, they are even more informed and can make even wiser decisions to the balance. Now, is that going to mean that when it comes out, we're going to be like amazed and at awe at their genius for how they balance this? They'll probably they'll probably fork up something, okay? Something is going to end up being too strong or whatever like that. Whatever. It happens, right? But I'm just glad it seems like they're willing to make these kind of changes in year 3. So, dude, when I saw Marco, I was like, I don't know how anyone thought he was low tier. I don't know how people don't think like Gato is kind of broken too, and I think Terry is really strong. Like all the characters are really good. And I personally think that while T-Zoc sucks now, once we all get better at hyper defense and stuff like that, and like get used to the timing and everything, I think T-Zoc he's not going to become a problem, but he's like, people are going to hate grapplers again. So, oh man. I mean, you know me, JNV. I've always said I want the stumble forward. I want the stagger forward so that I can just put out a move. And if I hit you out of your drive rush, I get to easily confirm a link like you can in the opposite direction. So that's always been my take on it. So, okay. Yeah, that's all I really have to say about that. Again, We'll find out very soon. But like, I can't wait. I just can't wait. And again, the coolest part about it is, you know, we're all gonna be delving in and trying to find all the changes. Like, oh my God, this character can do this now. Oh my God, this character. And I think it's gonna be good times. It's gonna be good times. So I'm excited for the release of Elena, and really just excited for just overall the overall state of the game. But that's all I have to say about that. Thank you guys for tuning in. And remember that the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
it was Tuesday.
I sometimes wonder if my cats just recognize that speech, you know. Because as soon as I started going into it, Jasmine just like raised her head and like looked at me, and now she's crawling over here. So, all right. Sorry, I'm still biting my thumb because it's still dry and it's still cracking and my skin is peeling everywhere. So let me get some more of this lotion on here so that I don't chew on my skin all day. It would make slow dry rushes considerably worse, John, but I have always said that please accompany with that by improving some of the bad dry rushes. Like, to make it so that the characters aren't as bad. So I think that's the right way to do that. So obviously you don't make changes like that in a vacuum, because you make a change like that and it's going to affect every character differently. So you got to balance characters to make up with that. So all right, let's do this last one over here. This is just going to be something really quick here. There was a lot of other things that I kind of wanted to add to this, but I don't remember what they are, so I'm just going to skip them for now. So let's just talk about this. All right, here we go. Last section, which may not even be relevant enough to put on YouTube anymore, but we'll see. If we put enough of a clickbaity title, I'm sure it'll work. Of course, that archvillain. Hey, of course. You played very well in the tournament, too, so great job. Great job. All right, here we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome to It Was Tuesday with your host, James Chen, a.k.a. Jay Chenzor. It is a very weird time for fighting games right now because there seems to be a lot of doom and gloom going on. But I will say this. We did just come back from Combo Breaker, and I wanted to talk about this topic a week ago, but I just didn't have the chance because I was packing for Combo Breaker and all that stuff like that. But there's been a lot of negativity around fighting games recently. However, as I mentioned, offline heals all wounds, it feels like, and a lot of people, I think, are feeling a lot better after Combo Breaker because we just had that event to really just kind of unite us again, etc., etc. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't talk about some of this, like, doom and gloom, right? Like, obviously, the Tekken hate we've been talking about recently. When Evo Japan happened, they revealed the next DLC character, and that was Fakumran making his return to Tekken, and people were mad. People were so angry. And it's for a lot of reasons, right? Because a lot of people, apparently they don't like the way he plays. He breaks the system. He has a lot of guard cancels or something like that, or guard breaks. I'm not sure, but like he has like a lot of stuff that feels very un-Tekken-like. You know, when he first dropped in 7, he was very, very strong. He was very powerful. And then, you know, obviously Lydia and Fakumran were very, very late DLCs to Tekken 7. And they're like DLC again in Tekken 8 right away. Like, we just paid for these characters and now we're paying for them literally again. Like, put them in the, like, I was talking to Tekken players and they were like, the correct thing would have been put them in the launch roster, not making them DLCs, so we literally buy them as DLC for 2 years running, kind of thing like that. Yeah, a lot of people agree that he was probably supposed to be Sagat, and just in Tekken Cross Street Fighter, and they just reused them for Fakumran. And that's, I mean, like, honestly, that sounds like a very likely scenario. And so maybe they're just trying to milk him because they're like, we spent a lot of resources on this character. So the Tekken players were mad. Like, there was just so much vitriol for this character. Like, he came out, and then obviously that's kind of like around the time, I think it was a little before that, the news that the Rips weren't going to be commentating this year. And so just like, there was just a lot of anger. And like I said earlier when I was talking about Combo Breaker up here, it was cool to see the community kind of come back together for some positivity, chanting good ass Tekken at the end of the top 8 and such, And like I said, like maybe it was a little bit earlier than they wanted, but like literally they revealed Armor King right before the top 8 started. So I really feel like that was a little bit of Bandai Namco like damage control. Like, let's try to get people a little bit happy because we know people like Armor King, right? And people have really wanted this character. So, they revealed him. They had a good top 8. So, hopefully, and they've been promising to fix the things that a lot of people are mad about of the game, right? So hopefully, we can get to a point again where the Tekken community is, just is kind of on board and like we can end that. But I mean, this was a huge thing. Like, I have never seen a community from top to bottom turn on its own game this badly. Like, even like low level players and high level players and mid level players, like everybody was super mad at Tekken 8. And like literally it was driving people to go and find emulators and like find ways to play Tekken 6. And I saw people playing Tekken 5 and Tekken Tag 2. People were checking out Tekken 3. Like, it was the craziest thing because the Tekken community has like never gone back to play older games because the games are so legacy. Like it was just okay just to move on to the next game and keep playing. But like people were actually just like, all right, let's go find another Tekken to play. Let's see what these old Tekkens were about. And like, it's crazy how much the community really turned on it. But like, glad to see that, hopefully this is the start of starting to write the course basically and get Tekken back to a state where everybody can love it. I really hope so, and I think that's wonderful. And I hope that they can pull it off. So, but then on top of everything, City of the Wolves, or as I called it, City of the Woes. A lot of people were getting kind of frustrated with this game. Not necessarily frustrated, but there was just, people just started like throwing out baseless comments and like basically slandering the game, right? So this was caused by two things, right? Number one, on May 12th, the SNK literally put out what are the press, I forgot what they're called. All of a sudden, my brain just shut off. A press release. They showed a press release that they said the SNK Corporation announces leadership transition and advisory role for Mr. Kenji Matsubara. And so the press release says that today, Tokyo, Japan, SNK today announced that Mr. Kenji Matsubara will transition to an advisory role where he will continue to lend his expertise and vision. During his tenure as CEO, Mr. Matsubara has been instrumental in driving the company's growth and innovation. He transformed SNK by expanding its development division and strengthening its sales and marketing functions, building it into a global publisher capable of competing worldwide. As part of this transition, the board will appoint the chairman of the board to assume the interim role of CEO. The board expresses its deepest gratitude to Mr. Matsubara for his dedication and leadership during a transformative period in the company's history. SNK Corporation remains committed to its strategic vision and is excited about the future as it enters this new phase of leadership. And of course, what everybody out there said was he's being punished because City of the Wolves is a flop. That's what everybody said. And it's just like, dude, bro, really? Like, there could be a bazillion reasons. And of course, like that's where the mind is going to go. Like that's where a lot of people are going to think, right? The problem really is that the people who are talking about this as proof of the game flopping, right? Like it's speculation, it's theories, it's rumors, it's whatever, right? But like it's speculation. That's in the long run, that's exactly what it is, right? Maybe that is why it happened. But you know what? There's a lot of reasons why it could have happened that aren't for that reason. So yeah, right. But yeah, so that's what a lot of people have said, that, it sounds like corporate speak for he got fired, especially because of, Japan, where it's really hard for a lot of that stuff to happen. But even someone in the chat right now, Yanda Man, saying that like the decision was made before Children of the Wolves was even released. And I'm not sure, I haven't seen anything about that, but if you have anything that like clearly says that, like I would love to see that, and I wouldn't be surprised. It could just be like, hey, I'll stay as a CEO a little bit longer until we release City of the Wolves, and that means, that's a good place for me to make the transition. It could have just been something as simple as that, right? And so, yeah, there's a lot of good ways to interpret it and stuff like that. So, did I just say children? Did I actually just say children? I didn't even notice this time. Crap. Okay. Oh, damn it. I was doing so good. But yeah, so like, there you go. Like, I just don't think it's an indication of everything. However, people have pointed to another source proving that City of the Wolves is dying and is a flop, right? And that is, of course, the SteamDB charts, right? The SteamDB charts. Look, obviously, the numbers on it are not as strong as, something like Street Fighter 6. And, for a lot of us, we were all just kind of waiting to see what would happen, with this Ronaldo push and such. Was it really going to make a difference? And maybe, I think we could probably say that maybe that part didn't really pan out the way that they were hoping for. I don't feel like it's really inflated the numbers, but going by the SteamDB charts and stuff like that is just, it's not a good way to necessarily look at it. Also because, the sales for the PlayStation 5 version were not breaking the bank, right? Like, I think they got like within the top 10 when it released and such like that, but I think with the expectation of SNK putting in Ronaldo and Salvatore Ganacci and being in the WWE and all this stuff like that, I think what happened is a lot of people that were keeping an eye on this forgot that this is SNK and it is a game with a first entry in 25 years, right? Like, it was kind of fighting a lot to begin with, to be honest with you. And I personally didn't think that the Ronaldo thing was going to really make a big difference. And so I think what happened was a lot of people were like, let's see if it can reach Street Fighter 6 numbers. And I just think that's an unfair expectation to give to the game, honestly. I just think that's unfair. Because very few games are going to reach that Street Fighter 6 expectation level. And as it is currently, the maintaining of it. And in fact, someone even sent me a link, I think it was JNV, that was talking about how, Street Fighter League has actually, contributed. It wasn't like the main factor or anything, but it contributed to Capcom having a kind of record-breaking year right now. Like, it's going to be Monster Hunter. that's done most of the work. But Street Fighter 6 selling really well, Street Fighter League being very popular in Japan, all can't hurt, right? And so a lot of people are like, oh, see, now Capcom has all the money so they can spend. And again, that's not really how a lot of it works. But, you know, people are going to be people and they're going to just assume that that's how companies are. Oh, I have money here. Let's put it here. But in any case, like, wait, what, I haven't, well, like, so the Tekken 8, I didn't follow exactly what happened. Did their numbers drop really low as well on the Steam DB charts, JNV? Because JNV says if you're going to reference the Steam DB charts for City of the Wolves, maybe you could dive into them regarding what happened to Tekken 8 due to the recent events. I'm guessing the Steam DB charts for Tekken 8 also plummeted pretty badly. I would not be surprised. Let's take a look over here. I'll look up Tekken 8. Unless someone just wants to give me an answer right now while I'm looking it up. Tekken 8. Here we go. Tekken 8. Charts. Here we go. 1 week. Let's do 3 months over here. Oh, I see. Just thought of the idea. So when was all like when did the season 2 patch come out? When did the season 2 patch come out? It was right at the beginning of April, right? It was right at the beginning of April, if I'm not mistaken. When did Tekken 8 season 2 release? March 23rd, 31st through April 3rd for the, you know, for the people who had the early access and stuff like that. Whoops, that's not the right thing that I wanted to click. I wanted to click this. There we go. So, yeah, if you look at this, this is the day that the patch came out for everyone. This is the official release. And sure, everybody jumped on the game and played, and it just kind of went back down, right? Like, so you can see this on April 1st, April 2nd, already halfway back down, and then a few stragglers, and then it just kind of hovers around here, even dipping below what it was before over here, right? So around May 6th, it seems like that's kind of the lowest it has been, right? Obviously, you know, for stuff like Fatal Fury here, City of the Wolves, like there are some, you know, obviously concerns about this. So if I go to the charts, and let's just say I just do 1 month like this, right? Like the all-time peak for number of players playing the game. This is the only area that concerns me, is that the all-time peak for City of the Wolves was during a beta, if I'm not mistaken, right? So when did the game come out again? Or is this the release right here? Let me see. I don't want to misspeak. I'm sorry. City of the Wolves. Release date, April 24th. Oh, okay. So that's actually not the beta over here. Yeah, so that's after release right here. Actually, if I do max, let me see. So, okay, yeah. So the highest peak was 4,674 on April 21st. So that was during a beta. That it had its all-time peak here. Which is, you know, that's a concerning thing because everybody was excited for it. But if you remember, right after the first beta is like when they announced Ronaldo and all that stuff like that, and it just like kind of you know, it was tough. And the last KOF came out with a peak of around 6,500. So, you know, there is some concern here potentially, but, you know, again, you know, one of the things that we also have to consider, you know, like I know a lot of people bought it on PlayStation 5, and we just don't have any official numbers out there. You know, and like I said, like for all intents and purposes, for Fatal Fury, for a game coming out 25 years after the last Fatal Fury, And I don't remember the big giant, online petition to get a new Fatal Fury out there. Like, these could actually be considered very, very strong numbers, right? The thing that is really leading credence to the frustrations or like the slander and everything out there is the fact that, it probably costs a lot of money to put Ronaldo in the game. It probably costs a lot of money to get them in the presence in the WWE. And right now, like the Fatal Fury Twitter account keeps posting up, here's another music collab. Here's another music collab, and everybody's like, are you trying to appeal to the gamers at all? Like, are you trying? So it feels like they've spent a lot of money on the marketing, and now people are like it clearly, well, this is what the people are saying, is that it clearly didn't work, it didn't help, it didn't pay off. So you could have spent a lot more on developing, so there's just a lot of angry people out there. And again, look, if you looking at a lot of what's been happening, this is a very easy narrative to spin, right? This is clearly something that, like, you can just look at this and be like, you spent all this money on advertising, didn't work. Look at these numbers. Look at these Steam DB numbers. And why do you keep doing all these music collabs and stuff? So, like, there's a lot to be easily upset about right now. But again, I feel like until we know for sure, like that, again, it's all it is. It's just speculation. It's just speculation. So, yeah, the fact that it was only 25 years is more reason to pull out all the stops. But in the right direction, not brand marketing directed at celebs and stuff like that. Yeah. Again, like, you never know, right? Because honestly, we've clearly never done this before. We've never had somebody as big as Ronaldo, be put into a game to see what would happen. So, the fact that they did it and it seems like it wasn't as influential as a lot of people might think, might prevent, having Street Fighter 6 come out with Taylor Swift, in the next, in season 4 for DLC. So we don't know if it was gonna work, and maybe it's good that we kind of know that at this point. So but yeah, I mean, that's another thing too, right? And see, that's the thing, right? Like, people are gonna blame the Ronaldo, they're gonna blame the this, blah 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 blah. Some of it just could be that the graphics aren't the level of, like, a lot of other fighting games, right? Like Tekken 8, Street Fighter 6, even MK1, like all these games, they look really good. They look like PlayStation 5 generation games. Now, even stuff that are cel shaded, like Guilty Gear Strive or Grand Blue Fantasy, like, they look extremely beautiful. And that's not to say Fatal Fury City of the Wolves doesn't look beautiful. It looks fantastic. Thank goodness for, like, a cel shaded and artistic, artistic direction and stuff like that. But, most people have said, like, they feel like the models aren't quite as good, and it doesn't help that Ronaldo's, who's supposed to be the big draw, his animations are kind of bad, etc., etc. But, it doesn't quite have that PS5 presentation kind of feel to it, right? On top of the fact that a lot of people have been complaining about the UI and such. So, it is a rough situation for them, which is unfortunate because Mark of the Wolves was lauded as, like, one of the most beautiful games at the time, especially because it was on the same, if I'm not mistaken, it's on the same SNK hardware as, like, all the other KOFs and stuff. And Mark of the Wolves looked absolutely beautiful and fantastic. So, the Garo was kind of like, Mark of the Wolves was kind of like, its reputation was that it was one of the more beautiful fighting games out there. And to have, City of the Wolves come out and maybe not quite be to that degree, again, it just depends on who you are. Because I've seen some people like, this game is ugly, and other people like, this game looks so good. And I personally think the game looks fantastic because, again, I love the artistic direction. I love the fact that they did the comic book art and stuff. And yes, I also agree that the menus are really awkward. They really are. So, yeah, and actually, yeah, Soul Calibur 6 was like that. A lot of people said about Soul Calibur 6 that it looked like a better Soul Calibur 5. Like they just took Soul Calibur 5 and improved it, right? Like better textures or whatever like that. So a lot of people said that about Soul Calibur 6 as well. Absolutely. And, you know, we are at a point right now where nobody can say, like, the graphics of fighting games don't matter. Like, yes, it's great because we play all the old games, like, not really caring about how they look, but it has that context. But if a game doesn't look good, like MVCI or KOF 14, the game dies, right? Like, so, like, graphics clearly matter. And honestly, I think what SNK did was great with Fatal Fury. I feel like that they did a wonderful job. I mean, if you look at KOF compared to, you know, City of the Wolves, like, I think it's like a huge difference, right? I think it's a huge difference. I think the only problem just is that it's just not blow your mind kind of graphics. And like I said, you know, being, you know, having the Saudi prince be one of the biggest backers of SNK, like I said, also sets up expectations. Like they have unlimited money, they can do whatever, right? And so I think one of the biggest problems is that like there's these weird expectations set because they're like they have unlimited money, they can do anything, the graphics should be better, and then they put Ronaldo in the game, and so you're like they do have unlimited money, so this is what the and so like I think what happens is that a lot of people just set really high expectations, and I don't think the game could have ever quite met the expectations that a lot of people were putting onto the game, which is unfortunate, right? So people love the game right now. They're having a great time. Like I said, a lot of old people are playing it, and you know, in terms of sales, it probably did pretty good. Again, like nobody's gonna put out a report like, "Hey, SNK here, City of the Wolves flopped." Like they're not gonna do that, obviously, and so we'll just have to wait and see. And such. And, you know, they have said that they want to support the game for 3 years, but, you know, sometimes the sales or sometimes circumstances don't let you do that. Hey, let's talk about the next topic on this list, Mortal Kombat 1. Mortal Kombat 1, as what I've said down here, Mortal Kombat done? And for a while, we weren't sure, and we were actually confused by that because Mortal Kombat just decided to announce the definitive edition. So an era of peace and tranquility is destined to fester with chaos and deception. Experience the ultimate version of Liu Kang's new era with the Mortal Kombat 1 definitive edition available now. And they put out the trailer and it was like all the costumes, all the everything, like all fatalities, blah, blah, blah. And it's called Own the Ultimate, you know, all the DLC. Own this definitive edition, and everyone's like, excuse me? Like, didn't you say you guys wanted to support MK1 for many, many years? Why are you calling this the definitive edition and saying all the DLC and all the... Well, then Mortal Kombat actually put out a post that says, we are hearing players' requests for continued game support of Mortal Kombat 1. And while we will continue to support Mortal Kombat 1 through balance adjustments and fixes, there will not be additional DLC characters or story chapters released from this point on. So they just came out and said it. They are done making new content for the game, which is crazy. They did have a follow-up tweet and says, we understand this will be disappointing for fans, but our team at NetherRealm needs to shift focus to the next project in order to make it as great as we possibly can. And you know, the hard part about this is the NRS community has been frustrated because their games are never supported for over 2 years, right? The pattern has been MK 2 years, Injustice 2 years, MK 2 years, Injustice 2 years. You're like, it's just been back and forth, and they want to have kind of the same thing that a lot of the other companies have, where they can play this game and keep playing at it, and it keeps getting supported and get more DLC and have a good world tour and all this stuff like that. And that was kind of what was promised, but it just didn't happen. And again, like, we don't have any CEOs, switching to, advisor positions or whatever like that for anybody to speculate, right? So was it bad sales? Was it just poor customer reception? Or honestly, this is just par for course, right? Like, kind of, maybe, right? Like, how long has MK been out now for, right? So, Mortal Kombat 1 release, remember, it was in September 2023. So it's almost been 2 years for the game now, which honestly is like kind of like on schedule for them releasing an Injustice or maybe even MK2 or whatever, right? So like, I mean, yeah, and it could be a WB thing, because WB has certainly, they haven't really done their best not to fork up a lot of other things as well, multiverses. So, who knows what happened there, but it is unfortunate. But a lot of the NRS fans are upset. And also because, a lot of NRS fans just haven't really been on board with the cameo thing at all, right? Someone pointed out to me, and I didn't even realize this, but if I'm not mistaken, someone can definitely correct me, because this is what someone told me, and we were thinking about it. But outside of the guest characters, there is not a single brand new character in MK1. Is that true? Like, there's a lot of cameo characters, like, what is it, like, gender swap Johnny Cage and stuff like that. What was it, Janet Cage or something like that? But apparently they have, like, literally no new characters in there, right? And, there was a lot of people talking about how it was a rushed release by WB, like WB made them push it out way sooner than they wanted to, and that's why it didn't have a lot of the elements in the game. Like, is it right that people say that there are literally no lobbies in the game at all? Right? I mean, yeah, so Sector and Cyrax, I mean, obviously they made them new characters, like they made them more like Iron Man suits, and swap them to being women, but it's still Sector and Cyrax, right? So Power Ranger, I played MKX. I played a little bit of MKX. I tried really hard to get into MK11, and then MK1, I never even purchased the game. So like, I literally just, I saw MK1 and I was like, you know what? I can't afford to play this many fighting games. So some of them will have to go by the wayside. I really wanted to play a lot more Tekken 8. That's why I was even in the Sajam Slam for Tekken at one point, because I really wanted to get good at Tekken. There's just too many fighting games, and I just had all these outside of FGC things just happening that killed my motivation to do a lot of stuff last year. So this year, obviously, as you guys can see, I have done a lot of work here, rebranding all this stuff, I've unfortunately had to sunset all of the Ultra Chen TV stuff and everything. And so I should be close to getting back to a point where I should be trying to stream a lot more often and actually playing a lot more fighting games on stream. So, you look at trees when searching for matches. So there's like no so MK1 only has old school King of the Hill lobbies. Thank you, Katsu Third, for that information. So when people are complaining about it, what are they looking for in particular? Like more of the lobbies where two people can just jump to whatever, here, let's go fight in this one. We can practice while we're waiting for our turn here, and stuff like that. So yeah, and honestly, like I mean, JNV, like I agree with you. I personally think the game has gotten too gory. But whatever. Like that's me. That's just where I stand on this situation. So, but yeah, like it did, but not to WB's expectations, especially when WB Games interference caused MK1 to be released in a buggy mess, among other things, causing people to hate it at first. I can't think that EA, Ubisoft, Microsoft, or some other Western game company could stuff up NetherRealm Studios like WB Games did. Some Western company needs to buy NetherRealm Studios to rescue it from WB Games. Yeah. It is a tough situation, and I feel really bad because I feel like the NRS guys have done a lot of great work, and they do a lot of really good things. They have a lot of great ideas, but, you know, I mean, honestly, like, if you want me to get really, really, like, candid about this, I do think that WB is holding it back, and part of me also does, oh, God, I don't want to say this. Because, look, I love Ed Boon. I think he's done a lot of good stuff, but I think he's kind of holding the franchise back a little bit. You know, partially because he turned it into his own 80s fantasy playground. He's basically playing Smash Brothers with Mortal Kombat, right? Here's all my favorite toys. Let me smash them all together. But also, like, I do think Mortal Kombat is kind of due for, like, super, like, revamp kind of thing. Like, they changed the systems a lot, but maybe, you know, the realism element isn't that important anymore. Maybe it's time to actually have more caricatured, like different sized kind of characters. Like they don't all have to be exactly human shaped. You know, obviously you have like Baraka and Shiva and all these things that are clearly not humans, but they're still like human-esque, right? Like maybe it's time to really just let animators go crazy in this game and just have it be like nuts and, you know, and stuff like that. I mean, that might be something that could be really important, you know, to really change it up at this point in time. I just like even the fact that the reason why I feel like I can say this is because the fact that Injustice is kind of like that. Like they got better with Injustice 2 with like Scarecrow and stuff like that, but like Superman and Batman, again, I know I've complained about their animations forever, but like the fact that Superman has a neutral stance, like what did you do? When have you ever seen Batman have a neutral stance? Right? Like Batman's neutral stance literally should just be him standing straight up with the cape over his front. And he should not be moving. He should just be standing there looking at you, right? And like Superman, like I said, he shouldn't go punch. I've talked about Marisa, how Marisa is exactly what I talked about. All wind up, instant snap, right? Like that automatically makes everything look stronger. So the fact that Injustice and Mortal Kombat share similar terrible animation decisions, like, I feel like that's got to be more of a higher up problem than it is like DC told them to do it this way, or, you know, like this, like, I feel like it's a bigger issue. So like, I would love to see Mortal Kombat become really stylized. And to be honest with you, like, I think it would help a lot because the Mortal Kombat franchise is very, like, there's a cool world there. I know a lot of people actually care about the story and the lore and stuff. And like, I feel like if you actually just take the time, I mean, there's been Mortal Kombat cartoons that are like stylish cartoons that are really popular and such as well, haven't there? I'm not 100% sure, but like, yeah, I just feel like it would be that. I mean, wait. Oh, what's up, MSA? I haven't seen you in the chat for in my chat before. So hey, thanks for stopping on by. Always wanted to see an MK game outsourced to ARCs. That would actually be kind of sick. Actually, that would be really cool. But yeah, like I just really think that, you know, maybe going another direction with MK might be really important for them. You know, I love that NRS tries a lot of the times. It's not a stagnant company in the way that like they just kept putting out the same game. because MK9 and X maybe were a little similar because MKX was just they got better, and because MK9 like felt like a first comeback effort, right? Like the gameplay was good, but like just everything about it was just like, oh my god, like it just like it felt kind of like a little janky. And so MKX was like the perfected version of that. But then MK11, they tried to change it up to be more footsies. They tried to make it more frame data oriented. So they were trying really hard to like feel like make it a legit like competitive fighting game. And then in MK1, they were like, let's just put in assists. And I love the fact that they were brave enough to do that. But I think the bravery needs to come into the art direction now. I think the bravery needs to head towards the art direction. And I think that would be really cool to see like MK really just take on a different life, but still give us the things that we like about Mortal Kombat, right? Like clearly you got to have the fatalities still in there. And obviously if you make it a more cartoonish artistic style, like can you still do that and make it, because like obviously one of the big advantages of making everybody human size is that the skeleton, you know, mechanics and stuff like that can be reused between people, and that helps. But I mean, it'd be really interesting if they did the violence in a different way. You know what I mean? Like if they do decide to go more artistic, like what if it literally could be like time killers? Like some guy just loses their arm and they just have to fight one armed or something like that. You know, like you could just, there's a lot of different things that you could try to go with in the game. And I feel like that would be really neat to see. I just feel like that would be really neat to see. So, yeah, the music, please let us do. And they even said like they tried really hard in MK1 to make the music better. And from what I've heard, the music is better, but it's still not like every MK game at every tournament that we've ever played, like if the background music was dun 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 Mortal Kombat dun 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 dun, like everybody would get more hype watching it. Like it's just automatically everybody would get more hype watching it, dude. Like seriously, just take all the music from like Liu Kang fighting Reptile in the movie, etc., etc. The music was better, and yeah, the thing about it is like if it is like super violent but a little more cartoony style, that might actually like kind of like help the game a little bit. But I mean, obviously a lot of people will get mad. If like we've seen this a million times whenever you change a game that drastically, Strive, Tekken 8, etc., like people get mad. And so like it is a huge risk to do that, and a lot of people would be super mad if it wasn't as violent as it was before. As we've seen, a lot of people are super mad because you know, the women aren't as sexy as they were in MK9 and 10, right? So like a lot of people were really upset about those kind of things. And so, you know, if you did take it a different direction, it is a huge risk. I am not going to sugarcoat that at all. It is a massive, massive risk. But again, this is all speculation. We don't know if MK1 is considered a failure or not, right? Because MK just always sells well. Is it a failure from Mortal Kombat perspective, or did it actually fail, or is it actually just a success, right? If it's a success, why change the formula, right? We don't know why this decision was made, and everything that I've been saying about going with a different art style and doing and holding the game back could all just be like complete horse pucky, because like maybe the game is doing just fine, and maybe they're just working on an Injustice 3 because Warner Brothers was like, we want you to make a new Injustice, money. And like and NetherRealm Studios like, do we keep working on this or do we take the money, right? Like, who knows, right? We have no idea, right? Well, the MK entrants at EVO have never been stellar, right? Their sales and the number of people playing at EVO literally are not affected by it. Like the esports side of thing has nothing to do with MK's success. Like if anybody ever tries to talk about EVO numbers or everything in terms of like how successful MK is, you are just in the wrong you are in the wrong place. Because, like I said, Mortal Kombat has generally never had that many entrants. But you know what? Like, MK has always been able to just laugh laugh at every other fighting game in terms of sales numbers, right? So like MK can be like, yeah, have your 7,000 entrants at Evo Street Fighter 6. Let me show you the MK sales numbers for MKX and MK11. And you know, like it's just like it's crazy. So esports is like an afterthought for Warner Brothers. NetherRealms probably thinks about it a lot because obviously there's an element of pride getting it into Evo and having a cool esports scene and blah 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 blah. Warner Brothers couldn't give a rat's ass, like especially this current group of Warner Brothers who has just been making bad decisions all day. Like they just couldn't give a crap about esports, and so you know like NetherRealms would be like, we can do this esports scene, blah, blah, blah. How much money will it make? Well, actually, it'll probably cost us money. And then Warner Brothers just be like, oh, man, I thought you just said that it would actually cost us money to run this. But there's no way that's true because you know we would never run anything if it just made us lose money. And then the NRS guys are probably like, yeah, we were, I was totally a joke. And then just walk away and cry, right? Like, seriously, like, Warner Brothers couldn't give a rat's ass right now, seriously. But it is an unfortunate situation. So, but again, like me talking about all these things like this is the direction, they should take a risk, blah, 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 is all predicated on the fact that the Mortal Kombat 1 was considered a flop or they need changes. But like I said, everything that I said is could just be very, very well be just complete, utter bullshit, basically. And that MK is just fine. It's just that, you know, Warner Brothers, like, to coincide with James Gunn's new DCU, we need a new Injustice game. And since, you know, the Superman movie apparently has like 900 superheroes in there, we can just put all of those guys into the next Injustice game. Or even a new DC fighting game. It doesn't even have to be Injustice, because Injustice has taken on a life of its own so much outside of the games. In the comics, I mean, I think it's still going, right? Like, so maybe they can just make a DCU fighting game of you know, and just kind of move it away from Injustice. Who knows, right? Maybe if James Gunn, I mean, like watching the Superman trailer, it's certainly brighter and more colorful than most of anything in the Snyderverse. So maybe they'd be willing to make an Injustice game that's actually bright and like it's comic booky. You know, we'll see. We'll see. So. But yeah, again, they've always made great decisions. Obviously, MK1 is the anomaly because Warner Brothers made them release it too fast. So, but yeah, I guess this is all just the crazy things that's going on with fighting games right now, and everybody's mad, and even Capcom fans are like frustrated too because, you know, like, where's our costumes? Like, they even talked about the costumes, and we've then not heard anything else about it. And then, of course, you know, Capcom Fighting Collection 2 came out, and, you know, again, I don't blame Capcom for this at all, but CVS 2 is in a weird state because a lot of people are like, oh, why did you make Ranked EO Edition? What a terrible decision, Capcom. Like, don't you understand anything? And then every time I talk to CVS 2 fans, and I'm like, let me tell you what would happen if they made the original version the ranked version. And everybody's like, oh yeah, I didn't really think of it that way. Because if you actually made the arcade version, the ranked one, you're going to fight someone online. They're going to use Hibiki. You throw a fireball at them, and they're going to go through the fireball with the sword slash. And you're like, wow, that's cool. Her move is actually projectile invulnerable. And then you play Hibiki and you just eat fireballs all day. And you're going to be like, what the hell? And then you're going to go on Steam and be like, there are so many people with hacks to this game already. Unplayable, 1 star. Because there's nowhere in the game that tells you about roll canceling. Nowhere. Right? And so, like, how do you resolve this? How do you resolve this? I'm actually gonna do a whole nother stream where I talk about just this issue for CVS2 at some point in time. But you know, like some people pointed out, well, they didn't tell you anything in MVC2. Yeah, that's true, but MVC2 is kind of chaotic and hectic, and like nothing really kind of happens in the game that's super obvious that like, wait, how did they do that? Why can't I do? Because the game is just kind of nuts anyway, right? Like you just assume, oh well, that's just part of this game is crazy, you know. So it's not quite the same thing, right? So, well, again, that only happened at higher competitive levels, not necessarily, because a lot of these fighting collections. I mean, some people have said like the net code for CVS2. I think some people have had some issues with the net code and stuff like that. I haven't tried it online yet, so I don't personally know. But you know, everybody was running into Justin Wong on MVC2, right? That's how the Wasler happened, right? So I'm brand new. I'm gonna go online and play. If the player base isn't big enough, you're just gonna run into the people that they can match you with. Sometimes it ends up being the Wasler. Oh man. Yeah. Oh, so roll canceling, I think is like a 1 or 2 frame window. I don't know exactly the exact frame data for it, but it is literally like I couldn't do it well until I learned about plinking in Street Fighter 4. With my plinking experience, now I can actually roll cancel a lot more consistently. 3 frame window, says Lich Massacre. So there you go. So it's just a 3 frame window, man. Like, that's hard. And honestly, my way that I would have balanced the game without removing roll canceling was to make the window bigger, because it's not when you start the move you have this much invincibility. It's when you start the roll, the game just turns you invincible for a set amount of frames, and then you cancel into the special move. So as a result, you're just invincible because the roll invincibility isn't tied to the frames. I think it's just an existent thing, like you're invincible over this many frames. So if you actually increase the window to roll cancel, if you're bad at roll canceling and you cancel late, your move is, 1, you're gonna actually have a little more startup, and 2, your move is gonna have less invincible frames. Like you might just lose the things, right? So like the people who can roll cancel like originally will have better roll cancels. But anyways, it's probably too late for anything like that. But you know, like I said, I'm gonna dedicate a whole stream to talking about this. But like I said, that was the fighting game woes, and it is kind of funny to talk about this because, like I said, I wanted to talk about it last week. But again, once we had like combo breakers show up, and I just felt like it just felt so much joy to be in the fighting game community again. We even had the good ass Tekken chant during you know, after Tekken 8 finished and everything. I really felt like Combo Breaker did a lot to kind of help boost up the morality of the scene and stuff like that. So, you know, it is an awkward time to be talking about fighting game woes because, like I said, I feel like a lot of people are excited kind of again. Just having those matches and, you know, seeing people play well and everything like that just does so much for the community, and just being able to be offline and play these fighting games and stuff. So, but I mean, having said that, a lot of the things that I did talk about are still happening. And there are still some people out there who are very, very angry about, you know, about the games and stuff like that. So it is an unfortunate situation. So yeah. That's basically how you roll a cancel. How you roll cancel. If you want to do a fireball, you basically hit down and roll and finish the motion. So basically, you kind of go brap like that, right? Or you can try to do it as the quarter circle forward, hit roll at down forward, and press the button when you reach forward, which can be hard because a lot of times you do end up pressing the button a little bit earlier or a little bit later than you think, and then you just end up doing the special move, right? And you know, so can be a little tough. It can be a little tough. Yeah, the charge moves are really hard too. I do the roll by doing down in the buttons and finishing the fireball motion. I can do the fireball motion just really fast because Well, so what happens is if I mentally tell myself to push down and the buttons when I do the fireball, like I tell myself I'm doing that, but most likely I'm actually hitting the roll during the down forward. Like if I told myself to hit it during the down forward, I'll probably put like some unnatural delay and mess it up. So it just works for me better if I mentally tell myself to do it on down. Or yeah, you play K Groove so you don't have to worry about it. And K Groove is good. K Groove can compete. And unfortunately, if you play the the EO edition, K Groove is actually just dominant at that point. So, was I at Evo Japan? I was not. Again, like I said, commentary is hard. I was not asked to do Evo Japan. I was not approached to do Evo Japan. So, again, but that was 2 weeks ago's stream talking about commentary woes and stuff like that. So, any case, I think that's all I've got to say about that. Again, thank you guys for the continued support. I am hoping I can get to a point now where I can stream more often because I've got a lot of the channel names all a little fixed. I've got more stuff I need to take care of, but that has nothing to do with what was formerly the Ultra Chen TV channel, which is now Jay Chenzor channel. Like I said, hopefully I can start streaming again. I just want to play more fighting games and just have a good time and actually play a lot of not fighting games either. I really just kind of want to start playing stuff like Final Fantasy 15, Final Fantasy 16, you know, like, Silent Hill 2, because I got Silent Hill 2 Remake as a gift, and I haven't played it yet, so, like, that's definitely on my docket. So at some point, I'm going to try to get into Random Game James again, and we can have some good times with that, and then, like I said, I'll play some more fighting games. How long is Expedition 33? That's the only thing I'm worried about, Lebo. I'm only worried about its length, because if I have Final Fantasy 15 and 16 to play, I think those games are pretty long as they are, and a lot of people are going to say, you don't have to play Final Fantasy 15. No, look, I'm a Final Fantasy guy. I want to experience all the Final Fantasies. That's just what it is, so. 30 to 40 is not that bad, actually. That actually surprises me that it's only 30 to 40. Okay, maybe something I'll think about it. So, right, all the crazy extra stuff in Final Fantasy 15. Anyways, that'll be all it for me for today. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching and hanging out over here. Always appreciate you guys coming in here and supporting. Let everybody know how much you enjoy my conversations and discussions and talks over here, and how much you enjoy like my interaction with you guys and stuff. And hopefully we can grow the viewer base as we go. And that'll take me streaming a lot more consistently, which I really need to do. So it's on me. It's on me to try to grow this channel and the content creation and stuff. But for those of you who are here and are already supporting me, I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And just let everybody know that, the day that this podcast graced your guys' ears was actually the most important day of your life. I can't do that because, for me...
It was Tuesday.
Alrighty, guys. Actually, do I want to raid somebody here? Let's see if we can raid somebody again over here. Ooh, okay. Honestly, the low view count for City of the Wolves is definitely not a great sign. Yeah, the highest stream right now for City of the Wolves is 28 viewers. Ugh. Oh, that's upsetting. That is tough. That is tough, honestly. Tired. Let's see. A lot of Japanese streamers here at this time, as usual. Recently, I've enjoyed just like kind of rating people, like just like kind of randomly, like people with really low viewer counts, just to support them as much as I can. Actually, you know, Hoji is a really cool guy. He's definitely supported me a lot of the time in the past. So I don't know if he's like he says FT5 Rushdown. Is he fighting Rushdown right now for in a 1st to 5? Is that what's going on here? Whatever the case is, I'm gonna send you guys over there. Please support him, and I will see you guys later. Peace out, take care, and see you guys next time.
Actually doing the right thing in one. It's fucking lame. I don't know about the math, yeah, no. He's obviously number 1. The character's broken. I mean, here's the thing is, there's characters that are imbalanced in one direction or another that make them seem like they're stronger, and they're definitely dumb as fuck, don't get me wrong. But Ken is just too strong. Oh, dude, James Chen with 48% rate. Nice hands here. Press strong or forward piercer. I think if I do forward piercer, I'm good. Yeah.
Oh.
Bottom 5.
What the hell? Why am I Ultra Gen TV here? Oh, Jesus.
Yo, what's up, man? I got a light super up there, right? Oh, that was such a good walk-up round. I may be screwed here. No, I'm good.
This account here.
Wait for it.
What browser am I on? What is this? I'm so confused.
I just did it.
Eat shit.
Oh, this
Yeah, thank you for the raid,
that's
dude.
the wrong one. Okay, that's why.
I was just complaining about Ken. Forgive me.
Oh, right. Okay, I should be